2024 ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship out of Millicent, South Australia. Sandy Bowman here. I'm here with Brad Hutchison. Good morning, Brad.
Very good morning, Sandy. How are you?
I'm fantastic, mate. I'll tell you what, looking at the weather, we're in for a cracker day. There's a little bit of rain overnight.
Just a little bit.
We'll have just settled the track again inside the stadium area. We know on the way out to the forest, there's a couple they run alongside these forest tracks to get out into the forest. So there's a couple little sloppy spots there, I would imagine. But we've got a cracker lineup. We've got all the fast cars off first, I see, mate. We've got Connor Cooper, the Bogan Boy +1, and Darren Gill, Ross Newman. We're doing a reverse start here, folks, down at the Pines Enduro.
There has been a few withdrawals overnight too, so we'll try and get you up to date with who has withdrawn overnight. I believe Robert Moore in the 1127 is one of those ones that have withdrawn overnight.
They did say they were battling some issues, didn't they? I saw.
There is a video evidence of him having a massive moment yesterday down the railway line. So that may have impaired, that may have actually contributed to him withdrawing from the event. So unfortunately Robert Moore will be a scratching of the 1127. Now I'm not too sure if the 515 actually got going. They were talking yesterday, they were going to find the problem.
Blue 2J powered Jeep.
Yeah, they were hopefully going to find the problem. They were busily yesterday, they were like bumblebees over honey. They were just everywhere over the car trying to find a little issue they had with it. So they had till this morning to withdraw. I'm not too sure if they've actually managed to fix it. I hope they have. And also another guy that did stop yesterday too was Cooper Weston in the 1161. They threw off a belt at the top of the course yesterday, lost all power steering. They have managed to repair it and get back in this morning. Chris Weston will start the 1161 one.
He'll do 2 laps and then swap driver and navigator.
That is correct.
Now, after a blinder yesterday, what happened was, well, how it ran was the prologue, fastest time in the prologue, which you know was Matty Hansen in car number 7. He started, they made that, the prologue was your start for the long course. And out of the 5 laps you did yesterday, long course, and, short course yesterday, and your prologue time, your fastest lap of those 5 laps was to secure your spot for today's race start. So with the fastest lap yesterday, mate, was Dale Martin. So he'll be off the line last next to Aaron Habe. And so in reverse grid from fastest to slowest so far on track is Dale Martin, Aaron Habe, Matty Hansen, Stu Chapman. So Stu Chapman in that single-seater. So we've got our Clayton Chapman, our current championship leader, is starting off 6th last today. So
and just up the road from him,
not
standing
far,
about 15th away, Bo Robertson. So
they're still in contention, those 2 boys.
Yeah, I didn't get down to the Robertson transporter this morning and say good morning to them. That was sort of busily running around there as well, so it sort of left them to it.
We're about 4 minutes off race start, folks. I could just see the corner of the race clock out of the thing down at the start there. It's at 8:26 and 10 seconds, so we're about 3 minutes 45. And Connor Cooper in the blue GQ, Darren Gill with his wife Kayleen next to him in the 760 car. So battle of the toughest right there. I only say that because I was driving one myself this weekend. Most luxurious motor vehicle on the market, I've got to tell you.
The bloke over there nodding is going yes because I sold it to you.
If you're not down here, get down here. It's only $20 to get in the gate. We've got a few good things going on this weekend for the last day of the last round of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship here at Teagle's Quarry. We've got, you can buy your bike tickets, don't forget. We can get on early with that, $100 for a bike ticket. We've got plenty of food down here. The Lions Club's going crazy over there. You can get yourself, I can see my family having a sandwich without getting me one, but that's fine. They've got a sand pit over there for the kids. They've got a couple of talk liners you can put your chairs in, or there's chairs in. There's some stadium seating here, so there's plenty of activity down here at the start line. We'll have 50 cars, from what I can see, 50 cars starting this morning, or close to, and they'll do 6 laps today of a 65-kilometre course out around Mount Burr, which is the mountain out in our front over to the right there with the tower on it.
Yeah, Wind TV, that's the local TV antenna. So they actually go not too far from that. They go down a road called Tower Road, back in through there. So unfortunately, we won't be able to see them on the Pine Forest. But it's something I highly recommend too, is the bacon and egg from the Millicent Lions Club. If you haven't got one yet, my recommendation is having one of them, or 2 or 3. They are worth calories. Don't worry about it. We'll work it off later.
All right, about a minute and a half left, folks, till we see the start of our long course here. Once again, thanks to our major championship sponsors, ARB 4x4 Accessories, Mickey Thompson Tyres and Wheels, and Raceline Wheels. Can't put it on without those guys. If you want to get on board as sponsors, contact the championship at AORRA. And if you want to sponsor the Pines, get on board as well. We've got Teagle's Excavations that have put in since 1999. We've got Hard's Transport Services that have been backing this as a major sponsor this weekend. We've also got ARB 4x4 Accessories. So we are literally 1 minute from race start. 1 minute. I can see the coffee queue was busy earlier, so you haven't got long before you got to sit down and watch the action. They'll be, I'm going to say, I won't know until the first cars leave, but I would have thought they would start them at a 1 minute interval. You never know, it might be a 30-second interval this morning. And the reason we don't know is sometimes they change it. They're telling us 1 minute. Because I slept in and didn't get the driver's briefing.
Oh, you didn't get there? What was your excuse for being late to class this morning?
Yeah.
You're getting bacon and eggs, weren't you?
No, clearly not. Righto, folks. The red lights are up. We are about to be underway. Go time. Connor Cooper, 2 TB42s, absolute rocket ships. They are the fastest cars right now on the track here at the Pines Enduro 400.
You say that with a smile on your face.
I tell you what, 2 GQs, first and second, folks.
Will they come back together?
As long as they come back, mate, that's all.
That's all that matters, doesn't it? Ross Newman next one away with Chris Land of the Land Racing, all the way from Queensland. I say good morning to all the Queenslanders who are listening online this morning, watching on via our live stream.
I tell you what, we've got a little bit more information today, mate, just to run through. I can see some of Connor Cooper's been going 3 years here with a first at Mumbana.
He did.
Class 7.
Yeah.
So Ross Newman. Chris Land's car always breaks down at the start line. Unless that's just a shift cut or something.
Yeah.
There he goes, he's away.
So next two on the line, 7:01, Heath Whedon with the 6:55 entry for the night team.
Tell you what, Heath Whedon, a string of information behind him, mate. He has been competing. He and his wife Michelle been competing side by side for a fairly long time now. And back again for another year. They've got 7:01 on there. Obviously, last year's Class 7 champions.
They've got to beat Darren. So the idea is to keep 7:01 on the car. They've got to beat Gilly in the championship.
90 will be quick off the line. Tell you what, Heath's done a good job. Heath has done a really good job keeping that side by side away. as they leave the start line, because those things are super quick off the mark and super quick, especially in the tight stuff. So if he can keep him away as they get onto that railway chute, I think he'll be very lucky to get away and be able to stretch the legs of the 4.8.
Yep, exactly right. Brendan Forsman on the line with Matty Hummer, 2:02 and 6:33 as we watch.
It looks like Heath was making himself very fat out there for that little quarry section. So I think now is where it'll come into their own, and you'll be surprised on folks on how equally matched some of these cars will be throughout the whole race. And sometimes you'll see them come back on their second lap, still in the same position they left the start line at.
Yeah,
Brendan Forsman away, Matty Hummer off the line. Matty Hummer nailed it. He had a little wheel bearing issue yesterday at the start of prologue, and was obviously seeded for the short course yesterday.
He was indeed.
Second year of racing for Matty Hummer.
Raceline wheels on board.
Swerves, tyres, Dynamic Wheel Co, JB Caravans, Ultimate 9, Hustling Off-Road, Marto Fab. Gee, they've got a lineup of sponsors. Now, I was just told before by Mr. Oldecker that this Paul Chow 468 car is the sister car to, I think he said Lynch's car?
Kevin
Lynch's car. So it is a different car. There's two of these little stadium trucks floating around, and this is the one of them. We've got a single-seater out the front here, mate.
This is the Robertson entry. Well, the Richardson entry, sorry.
1069, David Richardson.
The Richardson entry yesterday was unfortunately one of those ones that did go back on a tow rope yesterday in the heat races, did go back out and complete the laps, which is fantastic. As we see Mr. Facebook and Mrs. Facebook on the line. The Vanderwood team, 554, and also the 684.
Matty Lavis.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, Matty's been doing a fair bit of competing the last couple of years too.
He has. It was one of those ones yesterday, unfortunately had a flat left rear on the car. They went back in after the heat race and changed that. I think they said they drove 2 or 3 laps on that flat left rear. So it sort of hampered him yesterday, but today, fingers crossed.
And when you look at these things, they're blooming short in the wheelbase when you compare it to even Vandy's car next to it. But not just that, some of the... I think that's still a stick shift car, that little side-by-side of
I reckon it was.
Pretty sure he said to me it's still a clutch car.
Yeah, I reckon it's one of the ones that is.
Tell you what, he's still quick around there. They're side-by-side through the quarry. Matty Lavis just pulling the goods there. Like I said, Darren Vandy's 554 being a solid axle rear car, 2-wheel drive will be a little bit loose. Those side-by-sides being 4-wheel drive, they can probably get going and keep in a bit more control on the start through the tight stuff. So Vandy steering around there with the rear end.
Here is the Andrew Cameron 570, and starting alongside him the 1007 is Sean Ratcliffe.
Another single-seater. They've got to be careful, folks, because if they do jump the start, you'll see them trying to edge forward and wind up torque converters, etc., to get a launch. But if they do jump the start, they'll get a penalty, and I think that penalty is usually within the minutes. It's not just like a 30-second penalty or something.
What happened to the old 5-second penalty for jumping the start?
Yeah, well, I think they've.
What happened to that?
Some of them have changed depending on the rules and regs, which of course the two of us have read extensively up.
Oh yeah. You've read page by page as it's printing out.
They are, I was about to say Bernie Collar.
Bernie Collar.
Mr. Cameron out there is obviously got the jump. That corner is wild, loose and long. Righto, the dock 445 on the start line here, next to the AORRA entry of car 1015.
Both away.
Dock's being an RB30. turbo. Ratcliffe's just being a 4-cylinder.
So Darren Orr was in the 10-15 in the Smith & Son Racing for John Smith. This is a 10-17, couple of
This will
class
be an
10.
interesting little battle. A couple of single-seaters, 10-17, 10-13.
So Jason Keane, Ian Middlemis and Jason Keane, 17th and 18th cars away.
Ratcliffe has pulled a fair distance over the dock already, so he's going to have a solid minute of clear air in front of him, I reckon.
Yeah, he certainly got away.
Don't forget, folks at home, you can follow this on your Rally Safe. For those in the crowd, you can put Rally Safe on, punch in the Pines Enduro, and you can see where the cars are on the track. See where the cars are on the track the whole day. It'll show you some speeds, it'll show you some distances.
Next to away will be Darren Franklin and the 669 of Bo Eli will be your next two away in the Monster Off-Road with Darren Franklin. So a couple of side-by-sides. You notice that definitely size difference between these two cars. Class 6 on the inside, the Eli entry. Bit of a new design on that front suspension uprights.
Maverick, everyone sort of bagged it when they first saw it, but it's, the suspension geometry is quite good on these things.
Proving effective, isn't it?
It's a lot bigger car, isn't it?
Yeah,
when you look at, you know, when you talk about side by sides. Up next, Lynchy.
This is
Tinga.
Paul Tinga and Zach Lynch.
Yeah, a couple of side by sides. Just watching them go through the quarry. We have got a couple of cameras out in the forest today as well. I'll be moving around, try and get as best as we can for you guys out there.
Yeah, I'm just talking to our producer in the box behind us, and he was trying to find out what position on the racetrack they are. Try and keep that for you all day today. So Lynchy and Tinga next two away.
So we're running a reverse grid like we said here today, folks. Slowest cars off the line fastest cars off the line first, the GQs. So what will happen there is they do that so that the faster cars only have to lap these guys one less time. It sounds silly, but once you get around the track 4 or 5 times, that means they don't catch them once towards the end of the day.
Car 624 on the line. This is Jake and Stephen in the Yamaha. And also Sam Bentley in 1018.
Just looking at Connor Cooper, still looks like he's first out there on track in that 729 car, travelling at 13.8 kilometres an hour.
13.
That's what it's telling me.
13.8.
So all that information, you can go onto Rally Safe, you follow that, you click their number, and they are. Sam Bentley's got it. He's got it. Has he got it? No, not quite. He'll be full of fuel, and I'm tipping he's carrying a bit more fuel than the side-by-side is anyway.
Yeah.
Where those 10 cars will probably get those other ones is any bigger rough stuff. Now, the Pines typically doesn't start out a super rough track.
No, but by the
end of the weekend, the tree roots, etc., exposed will make it become quite a rough track. Now,
Cooper Weston. Now, Cooper's not actually driving. This is Chris Weston and Joseph Patterson in the Patterson Racing 175, 1161. Chris Weston is strapped in. He will do 2 laps and then driver change and navigator change. Mad, isn't it? That didn't sound good, Chris. That's going nowhere.
Usually axles or something when that happens. We'll get a recovery car straight around there if we can. Get him off the... He is off the racing line, but only just.
It didn't sound good when it let go.
We will get him towed straight back in. They can get a restart later on. Well, I'll tell you what that does for Patterson, though. Out there on his own,
yeah,
he has no one pushing him, so he's going to have a ripper first 5 or 10 minutes without any hassle, I'd reckon. They'll tow the Westerns, I would imagine. A lot of the times when they take off and they'll, especially on a manual shift car, if there's still not a sequential torque converter car, they'll bang an axle off the start line if they've been too grippy. Craig Barnett and Lockie Campbell on their way. And Barnett, we know, Barnett's a super fast car, and he's been doing really well. Had a little issue with torque converter at Goondiwindi, but overall, well-presented team and a great team to hang out with, the Cougar Racing folk. He's wound Lockie Campbell up nice and early, so that'll give him some fresh air, and it'll probably actually, in turn, give Lockie Campbell some fresh air as well. So
yeah,
until they start getting rounded up by those slightly fast ones behind them. Couple of local boys. Our man Kurt Steffen on the start line on 133 on the inside.
Mr. Teagle himself and Jake Douglas.
Both local guys. Kurt's got a real tall gearing in that car, hasn't he?
He has.
Tell you what, side by side into that first corner, mate. Who would have thought that?
Exactly, who would have thought that? Jake
Like
won't
I
let
said,
him out
I
of his
reckon
sight.
Kurt's been out here practicing, but it won't take long for them to sort themselves out. In the far right, folks, over in the distance, you can see the race cars going out on the White Metal Road. There's a black one just behind a pair of trees out there, heading out the White Metal Road on their way out towards the forest. If your eyes are any good. So you can keep an eye on them going back out there. Jacko Evans. Jake England, another one of our locals in that red 1032 car. Jacko nails him off the line.
He does.
A lot of torque out of that 2-litre in Jacko's car now. They've, like he said yesterday, they've got it pretty well sorted, and they've got their temperatures in their belt pretty well sorted, which a lot of people struggle with.
Yeah, exactly. In that car, that certainly makes the day, doesn't it? It sort of...
Yeah, early on, a lot of people were melting belts on these things, but word's getting out how to sort it. And he's already pulled about 10 car lengths on Jake.
Jake will just let him go. As we look on the line, car
Here we
number
go.
3, Matthew Burrows and Glenn Pike.
Matty Burrows, like we said, he's number 3 because he finished 3rd in the championship, and I think he's sitting reasonably pretty this year as well.
Exactly.
As you can see, some of these stick shift cars, like the Pike's car, get a little bit of the jump off the line. These are some of the cars like Matty Burrows' car there, a torque converter car obviously by the looks of it, and they'll load the car up before they get the launch. And that means they're sometimes a little slower off the mark just to get that first 100 metres under their belt.
They'll certainly make up for it later on in the track. Here we go, Bo Robertson and Trevor Chandler. Both in Class 11.
Class 11s. I'm going to open the window, mate, so hopefully we can have a listen to these guys. Our squeaky window.
Yeah, just a little bit. This will be one to watch all the way from Western Australia.
10 seconds.
Yeah. Robertson and the King Chrome of Chandler.
What a battle. Bo Robbo will do everything he can this weekend, because he is currently sitting second in the championship on 218 points, just behind Clayton Chapman in car 15. So Bo will want to be getting back what he couldn't do in the stadium yesterday, and that is get a little bit of gap on these guys, so that truck will be working on the when he gets out a bit further.
Yeah, so it'll be very interesting to see how. Just remember that Bo will have to, and also Clayton will as well. He will keep in mind that it is in front of him, so he has to keep in front. Here's the Simpson team, and also the Middle Miss, car number 2, finished second in the championship for 2023.
And these two guys, these two families have been competing for a fair while.
So both away.
Righto, folks. Currently, we've got a couple of cameras out in the bush at the 33k mark and the 49-kilometre marker.
Yeah, okay.
So that'll give us a little bit of an indication on where people are at. And as soon as we see us cutting to that first camera.
Car 1065. This is Stevie Bowie Graham. And guy sitting third in the championship, this is Simon Tucker in car 110, the Southern Cross Racing frame. Sitting here on the line, waiting for that to come up. Tucker away. Bowie just slips in behind him as they race to that first corner. As I said, Tucker sitting third in the championship coming into this weekend as we look for our New Zealanders. Car 489, the Horan entry, and also staying alongside the Brown. That is Andy Brown, 11:45. Andy looking over. If you were here yesterday afternoon, you would have seen at that last run yesterday, the handheld camera in the car from the navigator of this awesome gold-looking truck.
Guys starting without rear panels, like we said, some of that mud will build up in those rear panels. They'll end up weighing 50, 60 kilos. So this will be an interesting jump. Andy Brown. Andy Brown in 11:45 taking the cake there. Taking the cheese, should I say.
Yeah,
the old cheese with his nacho
you were not nice, you are.
Sponsorship on there.
Mark Burrows, Glenn Campbell. This is Clayton Chapman, car 15, car 21. Our current championship leader about to start his Pines journey for 2024.
Remembering Mark Burrows has won here a couple of times in the past on our infield, so very, very seasoned racer.
And still on the podium.
Clayton, fresh off a Gundy win, who led start to finish at Gundy. So,
and also also Burrows has stood on the third step of the podium on numerous occasions.
Well,
as well.
Even at Gundy, he was on the podium. So
yeah, exactly.
These two guys were both on the podium in the last race. Close him in, close him in. Oh, now that was surprising.
Mark just plays the game. Car number 85 on the line, this is Todd Lehman and Danny Brown.
Danny Brown, last year's winner and 2022's winner.
So he went back to back, 22 and 23.
There you go, folks. Toddy Lehman's a local boy, just from down at Robe Earth Movers. Car 85. And he was running a class 11 there for a little while. He's gone back to this car for this race.
So next one away, the Toyo tyres. Here we go.
Danny Brown knows how to do all this sort of stuff now by now, doesn't he?
Oh, to make
He started a little Chenoweth about 15 years ago. So,
yeah,
in a phenomenal car now.
We get now to the business end. Stuart Chapman, Matt Hanson, your second to last pairing.
Now, Stu Chapman did an absolute blinder yesterday too, didn't he?
He was certainly on rails yesterday. That car was just one of those things that was just awesome to watch as we go on board.
Single-seater.
Oh, look, if you look at the screen, there's our drone. Yeehaw!
Matty Hansen also won here a couple of times in the past, so these last 5 cars.
So Chapman just lets him go.
I don't think he just let him go.
I don't reckon.
But I get what you're saying. Once again, Matty Hansen had won the prologue here yesterday, which put him in the top notch. But at the end of the day, Dale Martin and Aaron Habe were the ones that came out with the faster times. Now, Dale Martin running the same motor as Matty Hansen there in that 7 car, both running a Ford EcoBoost. Dale and AJ ended up with the fastest time yesterday in this little white number 5 Jimco, next to the Habe's in their green Element. So we're out in the forest, folks, and I'm going to say we're out at about the 15k marker there on your screens.
Yeah.
Last car's off the line.
That'll be the 57 car of Aaron Habe and Dale Martin.
They're our last cars off the line, folks. We'll have, I'm going to say we've got our fastest cars out on track currently. There'll be a lot of overtaking going on for the next, I'm going to say about half a lap.
Yeah.
It looks like Heath Wheaton's currently out in front. Chris Land, Matty Hummer, all bunched up together there at about the halfway marker. So you've got a time to go. Grab yourself a drink.
Raffle ticket.
A raffle ticket. $100 to win yourself $3,800 mountain bike. I've already got my ticket. Ticket number 36. That's us.
Not even paying attention.
So Teagle's Excavation is doing a bit of a tidy up at the front here.
Let's hope they can get that.
I think you see Darren Gill on your screens out there, which will be at the
30
I'm going to say that about the 50k marker. We've got that camera at the 49k marker. So
yeah,
one camera at the 33k's, one at the 49. And that was, yeah, that's the 49k marker, I would imagine.
That's where they come out.
You can see on the screen there, folks, we have currently in first there Heath Wheaton. Heath Wheaton travelling 34k an hour. Let's have a look at Matty Hansen, who's out on that white metal road, just about to drop off the edge. Six kilometres an hour. So I'm hoping that's a lie. Let's follow. Why don't we follow Dale Martin, who was our fastest car? Not sure why our
on the screen at the moment.
I'm not sure why up on our screen on the top corner it's saying 4k an hour, but I can guarantee they're definitely doing faster than 4k an hour. If you look out in your far right, you'll probably see the last of the cars heading out. There's a few cars parked there. There's 2 cars following each other out there.
A lot of white smoke up there too, mate.
Yeah. That's at the 49k marker with Connor Cooper. He's obviously been rounded up by a couple of the other faster guys. Don't forget that he will probably, being the slowest car on track, he will probably be rounded up by every single car out there within the first lap and a half. Today they've got 65 kilometre laps. They've got 6 of them. They're doing 2 with a half-hour break. 2 with a half-hour break, and then the final 2. So that looks like Ross Newman.
That would be the
through our
6.
screen. It
Might
would
be Kurt.
easier. The Forsman entry car 202.
202. You can actually, in this camera angles, you can see him coming for a fair distance too.
That's the
6
entry.
676.
He races tarmac a bit. I forget his name.
You'll think of it. Might be Matty Lavis. 684.
You'd think these guys in this machine in front of us would have been. Oh, right.
So if you look on the screen, that's what our rally safe is telling us where every car is at the moment.
Yeah, I'm surprised, and I'm not too sure why.
Oh, isn't this a good side, folks? As you see him come back out, that is the 1161
gives us a thumbs up
of
on
the
his way
Western
past,
team.
so he's got a lot of work to do, but it's good to see everybody start this morning. I think we had all of our competitors on our start list off the mark. We had a couple pull out. I know we didn't see Graham in car 44. We only did the prologue yesterday. We didn't see him out at the short course. I'm not too sure what happened with his car. We haven't seen, like you said, the Moore entry in that white truck, 1127. I'm not too sure who else has not come out here for the day. There are our forest cameras, guys. The AORRA entry, that's the class 10 AORRA entry, Darren Orr, 1015. Good to see still motoring. As you can see, Darren Vanderwood with Millie, or Isaac in the passenger seat. Not too sure who's in where.
That car looks relatively clean.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to say that there's dust coming off the tyres, so that's telling you that, well, it's sand, but it's telling you how dry it actually still is out in the forest, isn't it?
You're exactly right.
So we obviously, like I said, folks, on the way back in and the way out, you do drop off those white metal roads and into some of the sideline, like just off the side of the road, which can get a bit sloppy. But when you're on the white metal roads, it's quite fast. When you're in the plantation in the early couple of laps, it's quite fast. Heath Wheaton, as you see in the middle of your screen there, 701, still on track and currently first. See Cooper Weston's travelling currently 145 k an hour on the way out in that white metal road, so last car. Looks like Stuart Chapman is out. Too sure what's happened to him, but I did see a little cloud of smoke over there. I'm hoping he hasn't done a turbo or an engine. Like we said yesterday, sometimes on the way out to the forest, they're holding it on that road where Cooper Weston's currently on the way out to the forest, full throttle for a few minutes at a time, and over revving, oil starvation can be a bit of a downfall. I think we saw Jason Keane there. I'm not too sure who the second car was.
Richardson, I think it was.
Richardson. And
there's Tinga.
It's the third car. A bit of overtaking. You'll see this most of the first couple of laps until people get into their groove of who they're racing beside and near. It's kind of good to get the overtaking done earlier on. There's not much overtaking happens in the end of the...
There's the dock.
The dock. 445. And I've done something with my computer screen already. But I can't see what I need to see.
So there's the dock going up the hill for car 445. In the truck that doesn't sound like a truck.
No.
No.
RB30.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a couple of V6 six-cylinder cars out here this weekend. We've got, don't forget, the Horan entry, Boston.
Yeah.
Boston's car is also a V6.
Yeah.
Well, the Doc's is a straight 6. Here's a V6. Pike? Is that Pike?
Yeah, it is Pike.
The AORRA, is that Daniel AORRA? No, Patterson.
That's a Bentley.
Oh, Sam Bentley. Little that's a racer fan.
Those red lights at the back give it away. 10-18 there is Sam.
Seems like Sam's got a brake light issue, but...
They were like that yesterday too. Maybe just a bit darker. I reckon that would be Joseph Patterson. All blue race frame.
It's a well-presented car, that car too, isn't it?
Very well presented.
While we're watching that there, mate, we're going to do 2 seconds of run through some sponsors for the weekend. And I'll tell you, Screenshot Big Screens, Lammy is down there in front of the the screen that's put on for you guys this weekend. There's an amazing amount of people and energy goes into keeping this sport going. We've got Forestry SA 141. They are the guys that are letting us race through this forest right now. And if someone with more computer brains can come and fix the screen that you're looking at now for me, that would be great. We have Hillview Caravan Park, Southwest Freight, the distributors in Mount Gambier, doing the local food and beverage. Raceline Wheels, we know Teagle Excavations, ARB and Haas Transport are the major sponsors this weekend, those three. We have Crater Lake Cycles. Don't forget, folks, while you've got a minute, you can go over and get yourself a raffle ticket. $100, 100 tickets, get you a $3,800 bike. On your screen, Jackson Evans in front there. Looks like Lockie Campbell. I have no idea who that third car is.
It's
Kurt Stefan.
That's Kurt.
He's our Teagle Excavations man, who's built the berms in front of you.
He's just passed him up the hill. There is the England.
Another local girl,
At 10:32.
We've got Smith Electrical and Air Conditioning. We have MR Transmissions, and that's Mars on Race Transmissions. You can speak to him about getting your transmission done for your race car. Mills Media Productions, Millicent Tyre Service, Tyre Centre, Heemskirk Security, who've looked after the place this weekend. What a shot! And is that looks like Heath Weedon out in front there.
That is.
Once again, a patrol leading the Pines Enduro. Hey, what are the chances?
What are
I'm
they?
going to say he's at the 50k marker, folks.
Yeah, that'll be just at the Quarry.
Your big boy, Bo Robbo. There's no one in sight around Bo. I'm tipping he's got a lot of work to do to keep out in front this weekend. And he needs it. He needs those points. He needs to probably finish with a big gap between not only beat Clayton Chapman to take the championship, but he also will probably need to beat Clayton and have a few cars placed between the two.
That would help.
I would imagine.
That would help the championship status.
For him to be able to jump into that top spot for the championship this weekend.
And just where you see Heath go just a moment ago, they used to go up there and turn to the right. Now they turn to the left. You go up a little bit further. One of our Class 6s. So we look on the screen, that'll be another one of our Class 7s. That should be the Gill entry. Car 760. Coming down the fast straight. Look at that, just sitting
50k
nicely.
marker. Tell you what, there's not many cars that handle this off-road track like that thing.
It's been around a fair few years, that one.
Husband and wife team. We've got a few husband and wife teams usually competing. I can see D sitting out here that's not in the passenger seat.
Did you get left behind, D? I thought you were getting in. Forgot you again.
We have a few husband and wife teams out here this weekend.
Ian Alice. Ian and Alice in the car 3.
David
car 2.
and Alice.
David Alice, oh yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Ian's the other one.
Yeah, Ian's the other one. Yeah, I knew what I meant.
And then
Ian's
we
in
have,
the single seat.
Yeah. Heath and Michelle, Darren and Kayleen. That looks like Maddie Burrows or Mark Burrows. Maddie Burrows.
That'd be Maddie.
Car 3. Remembering that car 3 is also a Class 1 car. Class 1 being a maximum engine capacity of 3.5 litre. That's the other husband and wife team we usually get out here, Aaron and Liz.
Yeah, well, Liz got a ride yesterday, so.
So, and we've got a lot of father and siblings out there.
Yes.
We've got the Westons. We've got the Campbells.
Oh, yes. So there's a fair few out there.
I'll tell you what, we're
Darren
not too
and Amelia.
far. We're not too far. We're probably only about, I'm going to say, about cars come in. As soon as we had an 8 o'clock start, sorry, an 8:30 start, 40-minute lap, we wouldn't be too far off. Some of the slower cars, I'm tipping, will do around an hour to an hour and 10 minutes. And some of the faster cars, we should see them come in, I would imagine, around the 40-minute mark.
Yeah, it won't be too far away. There it is, a good battle. There's 3 of them together.
And if I could tell who they are, I'll tell you how fast they're coming into those spots.
There's the 202 car, Brendan Forsman. Just behind. There they are, D. On screen.
Sibbo.
Yeah. So our producer that flicks all our buttons in our control vehicle behind us.
So, for example, you'll see Connor Cooper come onto your screen in a minute. What a shot.
3 to get 4 together. There is Andrew Cameron, and he's been rounded up. There is Foster's just trying to think who was in front of with Mark. It was a red vehicle, that's all I can tell you. Might have been Clayton Chapman.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, I've just clicked on Danny Brown, and Danny Brown should be one of the next ones on screen. Is that Danny Brown there?
Nope. It's 11:45. There's Todd Lehman.
Takes you a bit to get used to. Each race there's different cars. Takes you a bit to get used to the colours and their light combinations. Andy Brown.
There's one shot all on their own.
So that's there. There's one camera's here, which we should be able to tell you.
Yep.
Coming into screen.
That's Vanderwood.
Should be Matty Hansen on this screen right there. Look at that, folks. Look at me go. Hey?
You've done well.
I've learnt where one camera is on the track. And then 1181 will be the next car on track, which will be Trent Chandler. changed positions on the cameras on me.
They're going to confuse you.
That's where the camera is.
Yep, just by there.
And that is Teagle on your screens, which is 10. Was Teagle 10-10, was it?
That is correct. Paul Tenga.
And there is the other camera right there. So
yeah, so there it is.
there.
Yeah, just on the 50k mark. In that area, because they come up and turn to the right.
So at least we know where's where. There should be 624 on the screen there, leaving.
Just on the mud map there, mate, where the logging track is. Yeah. Yeah, so that's just on the 49 to 50k mark is where that second camera is for us. So that's on our first camera.
Actually, the next car coming into shot, I reckon, will be Sam Bentley on that 50k marker.
I'm not game enough to put money on it either because I know I'll lose. If you're cheating, you've got a computer screen in front of you. There it is. Sam
Bentley, folks, on your screen, I think. I'm going to say provisionally.
Yep.
No, I'm pretty sure we're at the... he's at about the 50k marker, so travelling at around 50k an hour by the looks of my thing, which I'm going to cut and say is lies.
It was Sam.
And then we're going to have...
I did hit. Sure, one of those ones that should have been through by now.
We should have Patterson coming into screen, and we should have the Doc coming into screen any second. Patterson, and there's the Doc. Look at your boy with the predictions.
Pity you had a computer to tell you where it was, though.
And I needed Lammy to come and help me work out how to work the computer.
Yeah, exactly. He's done well.
Lammy with the magic finger. Now, I reckon, folks, in about 30 seconds, or not even, there
not
you go.
Even that, there it is, first car back.
I was about to say, in 30 seconds, you're going to see the fastest patrol on the planet right now, leading the Pines Enduro 400 here at Millicent in South Australia.
And I'm in trouble too.
Where the sun is shining.
Yes. He said he wanted to be first back, and I have to eat me humble pie at the moment.
Chris Land behind him, car 80. Then we'll have Matty Hummer on his way in with the Gills not far behind that.
Yeah.
So we're starting to see them. And that's
9:15, so it's not bad. That's 45 minutes.
So is that a bit better, Tex? We had 45-minute lap out of the slower cars, don't forget. These are some of the slower cars coming through. So we should have a lap out of these fast guys. I'm going to say down around the mid to high 30-minute bracket mark.
Yeah.
Let's see if Heath can get a full lap without being overtaken. No, he's got it in the bag.
Of course he's got it in the
bag. Matty Hummer about to jump towards you with a snorkel hanging off, panel hanging off. What have you done, Matty?
Yeah, that's the 633 entry.
Get onto our times.
And that Hummer vehicle's just stalled up the top there too.
468, crew for 468. That's Roland Polchow. Sounds like he's broken down. The first lap completed here on the Sunday, folks. 7:01. Dominating.
Good to see.
Chris Land, I'm tipping he'll be trying to reel him in, so remembering that there is no one in front of Heath. I'm going to say Cooper Weston's probably the last car in front of Heath out there. And he would be currently sitting at 0 kilometres an hour on my screen. But
yeah, here's Darren Gill, car 760. Also calling crew for car 17 to
so
event
that's Stu Chapman, mate. You were right before. So that's unfortunate for Stu because he was on a blinder yesterday.
Yeah, so for the crew for 17, if you can head to event headquarters.
Make sure anyone that's listening that your crew does go to HQ before, because we don't need you wandering around on a live racetrack or somewhere you should be out in the forest. We have strict pickup points for recovery and for you guys to recover your cars. Sometimes the recovery guys will tow them out to a point and there'll be a designated pickup point. So that's pretty important too.
On screen, car number 2. Yeah.
Last year's second in the championship in a beam car.
Yep.
It's been around a long time. Darren and Kayleen be the third car over the line. Fourth car. Maddie Hunger's been through third. Well, they're starting to roll in now. Who we got there? Looks like Maddie. Oh, sorry. 99. No, sorry, 110. Tucker's on screen. Tuckers once again. It's all down to today, folks, for championship points and place getting.
Here's car 202 in screen. It's the Brendan Forsman entry. That should be the 10:15 entry. It's also in the house as well. Onto the front straight. Fourth car home.
Fourth car on their way.
Yeah.
On the screen. Look at that for an overtaking manoeuvre out in the forest. 2 overtaking manoeuvres. Yeah. Look at this.
Sideline. Who's going to break first?
Yeah, the first lap out here can be quite daunting.
Peak
when
out
you're
traffic.
out there, especially when you're like us. We're usually in a slower car, so getting rounded up by these faster cars on the first lap can be a bit scary. The 10:15.
That is an
AORRA
AASA
entry.
team. That's Darren Orr, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it is. It is.
Just remember, Darren was the 16th car to leave. He's about the 6 cars through, so he's rounded up a whole heap of them. He left about 8:37 this morning, so he's the 16th car away. Brendan Forsman was the 8th car, so he's been rounded up. Now we've got a whole heap coming together. Cougar Racing is one of those. That's the Bennett.
Maddie Hansen on your screen, folks. Won here a couple of times. Won the prologue yesterday. Look at the roost off the back of that EcoBoost Jimco. Said now he's got the car sorted, done a full rebuild. They should be ready to go. Andy Brown, car 1145.
So Ian Middlemiss and the Bennett entry. There is Paul Tinga in the 10:10. We'll go 684, also in the house as well. There is car 655 going on through. The Knight team. That'll be Robert Knight and Riley Conray sitting alongside. Vanderwood's also in the house. Connor Cooper should be in there as well, 729. Starting to get busy in the kitchen, mate.
I'll tell you what a rush. What a rush. A lot of overtaking still happening in front of us. Barnett's. I'm glad they've got some fresh air. They unfortunately got kind of a little bit held up in prologue yesterday, which stuffed their start line today. So they've got a lot more work to do than they would usually have.
Darren Franklin also involved in this squabble.
It looks like Matty Lavis on his way through for his second lap. Once again, we've got 2 laps of 65. They're doing 130 Ks this morning, then a half-hour break. Back out for another 135. They're doing 6 laps in total today.
Yeah, exactly.
That's Tinga on his way back down to the start-finish line.
Getting busy back towards the railway line.
It is indeed, mate.
There is Chandler on screen. About the 50K mark, there is Kurt Steffen. Jake England glued to his tail. Bit of a battle going on behind us.
Now, Kurt Steffen left the line next to another class one, didn't he? The Vanderwoods onto their second lap. Also sounding strong. I tell you what, Bo Robbo's really going to want to round some of these guys up early too, isn't he?
So you have Robertson in the house as well, chasing Joseph Patterson. That is one of the Evans.
Jackson Evans.
Yeah, and Bo Robertson.
I think Jackson Evans knows what's around him.
You'd hear the rumble, you'd hear the ground shaking.
But once again, these guys, Jacko Evans reckons that if he cuts in early, it's better than running a lot wider for his car. It's got a lot more punch out of the corners.
Going across the ground up the top there too.
Well, I'll be honest with you, mate, when you look at the track, there's nothing that says you can't do exactly what he just did.
Exactly.
He's between the arrows. You have to keep, if there's a single arrow, you have to keep the arrow on your left. If there's double arrows, you must go through the double arrows.
So Bo on the inside of...
Bo will be getting angry about now, I reckon. There he goes. He's only got to round up Jacko.
So Evans will be wondering now, okay, I've now got this white missile behind me.
Currently second in the championship, Bo Robbo in that 11-13 truck. It gets all exciting really quickly in here, doesn't it? That's Mr. Pike on screen, is that right? Car 75, is it 75? And Lockie and Greg Campbell, father and son combo. Lockie on his second or third race. His father Greg in the passenger seat.
Yeah, exactly.
Single seater of 10-13. Jason Keane.
That will be in 10-13. Yes, that'll be Jason
I know
Keane.
there's 2 single green single seaters. I always get them confused.
You do.
The dock. Someone's not running the best out there.
I'm trying to find out who that is.
I reckon it's the single-seater. Because he is back to an idle up there, mate.
That is Glenn Pike going through, car 75.
I thought it was Pike before.
Oh, he's still going strong.
That is definitely, at least if he can get to the finish line, he can swing back around to the pits. Because if he swings from there straight to the pits, guess what, folks? He has to start that lap all over again. He must go through the timers. He must go through the timing markers before he can go back into the pits. Otherwise, well, he must. It's up to him, but he has to start that lap again if he doesn't. Dave and Ellis middle miss.
There's the middle, yeah, exactly. Car 2.
Another fairly fast car. Who we got coming in there? I'm saying those orange lights right in front of us about to jump towards the crowd is Clayton, Chapman and Adam Maguire. It is indeed. Car 15. The Burrows entry. Here's some of the big guns. Boston in the 489 truck lands perfectly. Tucker's in 110. And I'm tipping he'll be coming in. So his crew for car 1013, get back there, get back there. I see him jumping out of the, you need to run.
He's going to beat you back there. If he's
I reckon he's going to beat him back there. He's got it coming in to fix an issue. Tell you what, we've got some fast cars in front of us now, folks. Dave and Al's Middlemiss are about to probably get a little bit of traffic coming up around them by the time they get out to the forest again, I reckon.
Yeah, exactly.
Remembering that not only are they fast, they've got about 10 more bloody fast cars behind them. Matty Hansen coming back in front of us. There he is on screen, folks. Clayton Chapman, your current Australian ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship leader. And on a charge, he needs to sit there for the rest of the weekend.
He does.
Literally. Mark Burrows behind him. Boston Horan in the 489 truck on a screamer. Hasn't he made up some ground? He has made up a massive amount of ground.
Work out where he started. He started 489.
I'm not too sure. He got a big wash down the end there, but it looks like Toddy Lehman.
Yeah, 489 started 42nd away.
Danny Brown, Toddy Lehman over the line. Our local man in car 85.
Yeah, so it's starting to get thick and fast. Hot in the kitchen.
Bowie and Ella Graham in the first of the 10 cars. Bowie and Ella Graham, I think they would be, that would make them the first of the 10 cars on track. Super fast car. I think they top 10'd at a couple of races this year in the championship.
They did. Dale Martin also in the house, so I think that would be the 57 car of Aaron Habe just in front of him.
So there you go, folks. The people that left last are actually back in the arena here. Matty Hansen, two-time winner of the Pines Enduro 400 here in the past.
Very interesting to see where they
Matty
pop up on
Burrows on his way back around in car number 3. Looks like he's off the pace a little bit there around those corners, but whether it be an issue with the car, I'm going to say he's not at full tilt.
No.
Yep, Matty Burrows is coming into the pits maybe.
Car 3,
Car
the
3, crew, you better run. You got some work to do.
Also, one that didn't also sound real good as it come into was the 1145 of Andy Brown.
No, he was moseying in too. And
yeah, I just caught out of the side. There it is, just heading towards the back of the course. It doesn't seem
guess who would make it possibly our on-road current leader? And I'm going to give you some times. I'm just waiting for these fast couple of guys to go through. I'm going to say the Habies. I'm going to say the Habies are leading right now because Dale Martin, that just across the finish line in front of you folks, started side by side with the Habies. So righto, we've got a couple of little bits of information here. The car 1007 has had a coil issue. 1161, which was the Westerns, they got back out and I believe they were stopped again. Car 468, which was Roland Polchow with that little rotary car, they're back in with they were out with the gearbox. 1041 out with a rear main seal. Car 17, which was Stu Chapman, who did a blinder yesterday with a motor issue. 669's got a radiator issue. 1018's hit a tree, unfortunately. There is a lot out there.
There are.
And car 202, which I think I saw come in drive belt, and as we see, 1145's coming back in under about
half its horsepower. Not even half.
So they will need their crew to run back as well. The Browns get back there.
Wolsey, where are you? Darren Reynolds, if you can make your way back to the 1145.
I'm just waiting for my phone to update here so I can give some people some times. But I'm going to say that Andy Brown that you see rolling in now in that 1145 Nacho off-road lighting car, I'm tipping he had a blinder up until recently because he's held his spot in the top there all the way back.
Here's Andrew Cameron in the 570. So car 570 in the house.
There we go.
Trevor Chandler's also in there as well in the 1181.
Righto, mate. I've got some times up at last. Righto, first on track with the fastest time today, and I can't actually tell you if this is collectively overall, including yesterday's short course. Doesn't look like it. But first on course, Dale Martin with a 51.15. Aaron Habe with a 51.24. Matty Hansen, 51.25. So still going 50 minutes a lap.
Yeah.
Danny Brown fourth with a 51.34. Toddy Lehman. Now we've got the top 5 cars all in the 51-minute bracket. Clayton Chapman with a 52. Now he's going to have to wind up the wick a bit, isn't he, to get back up in front?
You're going to get back at that. Yeah,
and you never know. A lot of these people on their first 1 or 2 laps will get held up by other traffic. So
yeah. Chandler. Chandler goes on through in the 1181. As Mother Nature decides to sprinkle, just to keep the dust down, that's all it is.
It won't last long.
What a job as a weather forecaster. There's Andrew Cameron.
We had about 4 or 5 showers of rain yesterday. I could see blue skies behind us. So it looks like this shower will blow over in a matter of minutes as well.
Just to settle the dust.
In the meantime, you could race over and huddle under the tent
and buy a raffle ticket.
And buy a blooming raffle ticket. Go over to the bar, grab yourself a raffle ticket for a $3,800 mountain bike. I can tell all the diehards. All the diehards are still sitting out on the the grandstand here.
One of those has had to be a Habe. They've been through. You can head back now. So this will be one of our Class 6s. It should be the 676 entry. Coming on through.
Now that I've had my tech support here, Lammy, he's fixed the mouse on the computer, showed me how to zoom in and zoom out on the screen, showed me how to get the scores up and the times up correctly.
Oh, you've had a quick computer lesson, have you? Righto.
I'm going to give you some lap times.
Okay.
Those other times were your overall collective times for the weekend. Lap times, they're doing it. The fastest time is Aaron Habe with a 36.34. Second there was Matty Hansen with a 36.42. Dale Martin in third, 36.43, and these are just for the first lap of the day. Remembering a lot of these guys have had traffic. Yeah. They've all been overtaken at some stage or overtaken somebody at some stage. So,
it's another one of our Class 6s in the house. I think you'll find to be 684. So while we've got just a quick quiet moment too, don't forget raffle tickets. If you haven't got one yet, $100, win that fantastic push bike. $3,800 worth of push bike can be yours for $100. Sounds great value. That will be drawn today. Crater Lake Cycles, thanks to them for giving that bike. Now,
tell you what, a 2025 Meridia 160/500 medium. I'm not really a bike head. I'm not too sure what that even means, but for those that are out there that know, get your money in.
Yeah.
And those that don't know.
We can't get the colour right. We're still undecided on the colour. We've got to find out what
I'm saying a matte sandy taupe mixed with a bit of gold.
Yeah, okay.
Quite a cool colour, actually.
It is. So that is on offer this weekend. So if you haven't got a ticket yet, we will be drawing that before or after presentations this afternoon. So it will get drawn this Arvo. So Don't forget also for those people, presentation dinner tonight at 5:30 kick-off for that tonight.
Ross Newman.
Yeah, 681. I was wrong.
6,
Sorry,
6,
I said
8,
684. I said 684, not 6681. He looks like he's
Ross
coming in.
Newman's coming in for a pit break. If his crew's not back at the truck, get over there. The righto. Aaron Habe, car 57 first on road. Matty Hansen, Dale Martin, Danny Brown, Todd Lehman, Clayton Chapman back in 6. He's got a bit of work to do. Mark Burrows with a 38.28. A 37.28, sorry. So those guys are nearly a minute behind the pace of Aaron Habe.
Yeah.
So, and remembering Aaron Habe left the line last, so he's already had a bit of work to do to get round him. Mark Burrows 37.28, Bo Robbo in that truck 37.59, obviously held up by a bit of traffic. Boston Morgan Horan in the 489 truck, a 38.34 for those listening at home in New Zealand. Craig Barnett in 10th position on track this morning as far as this lap time goes, with a 39.18.
Here's another one standing a bit second hand. That's a short Ratcliffe car. That's a 10.07.
Single-seater.
So if the crew for 10.07, if you are in the main arena, you make your way back towards the truck.
Nearly, Billy.
I think you might need your assistance.
Who else have we got? Local boy Jake England sitting in 11th with a 39.37. Simon Tucker 39.35. Jackson Evans with a 39.53. The last of our 39-minute mark cars. And onto the 40s here, we've got the Pike entry car 75 Razorback frame thing with a 40-minute and 3 seconds.
Yep.
The Middle Miss crew 40 minutes and 9 seconds. Steve Bowie Graham and Ella in the passenger seat in 10.65 with a 40.18 in 16th position. Kurt Steffen, our main man from Teagle's Excavations here, with a 40.35 in 17th. Andy Brown, who we saw limp into the pits there just a minute ago, with a 41.31, and I would imagine that he was having problems towards the end. Car 624 with a 42.19. Sibbo in 20th position with a 42.38 from Sibbo.
Yeah.
Once again, that's when you look at the order. There was a 36 and he's on a 42-minute lap. I'll run through them all now while we've got a little bit of quiet time anyway, just so that the folks at home know roughly what their cars are doing. I see another car getting towed in the distance there, which looks like a green single-seater, either Keane or
Maybe Richardson.
So Patterson in the 175 car with a 43-minute flat. Tinker in that 10-10 single-seater, 43. Actually, is it a single-seater? I can't remember. Campbell's 43.20. Franklin 1110 car 43.25. The AAORRA entry 1015 car with a 43.31. You can probably hear in the background our Ratcliffe entry popping and farting on its way back into the pits. The Mark Burrows with a 44. That's out of character also, isn't it?
That is for Mark. But then again, probably have a little bit of traffic in that lap
Yeah,
as well.
the traffic, and depending on how we went yesterday, there might have been something that put them down the chute yesterday as well.
He
so
said he was chasing an issue with it yesterday, so they've cured that overnight, so he's got a little bit of work to do today. Also, car we haven't seen come back yet, and I know they're still mobile, and that's the 1161 of Western. They are still mobile.
They did. Yep, they're travelling at 105k an hour. They've obviously had some issues, but they're probably not far off coming into this picture on our camera. Ross Newman on his way. Obviously, I'm going to say that Ross Newman just had to have a quick fuel up.
Yeah.
So, and folks, if you can, folks in the grandstands today, I did a little bit of a rubbish pickup myself this morning down there. So if you are sitting in the grandstand, just
please
chuck your rubbish in the bin for us. They're right behind the grandstand, so you don't even have to walk far. I reckon he came in a lack of fuel. I'm going to say some of these cars. don't have the fuel distance to go and do 75 Ks, because a lot of those cars, I would imagine, will be built for short course. Some of these smaller cars. I'll carry on from before, mate, while we've got, like I said, a little bit of quiet time here. Mark Burrows was 26th position with a 44.05. Ian Middlemas in car 10.78 with a 44.22. Heath Weed with that teary-coloured GU 701 with a 45.11. Matty Hummer 6.33 car 45.13. Chris Land with a 46.19.
Yeah.
Trevor Chandler, 46.33. Matty Lavis, 47.35 in 32nd position. The Forsman 202 entry, which we just saw roll out. I think they went in for a pit, maybe a fuel up, with a 47.51. So I'm tipping they'll have a longer lap this time round as well. The Vanderwoods with a 48.27 in 34th position. The Keen entry, that was that single-seater 10.13. The other green...
The other green
single-seater.
That's just gone back out.
With a 49.23. The Dock 445 with a 49.39. 90 in 655 with a 49.43. The Gills in that GQ Patrol 760 car with a 49.49. Connor Cooper with a 53.41. Lynchy with a 55.19. Cameron in the Mitsubishi, the orange Mitsubishi Ute, which I would imagine would be out of place a little bit as well. Also with a 57.58, so that's a high lap for him as well, I would imagine. The Ratcliffe car, I think that we saw that struggling to come in.
Just coming back into
looked
the pits.
like maybe a fuel issue with an hour 4, and Ross Newman with an hour 6, and we've already seen Ross Newman leave on his second lap. So a couple of might have been fuel issues, a couple of overtaking issues maybe.
So if you look on screen at the moment, you'll see a bit of Teagle gaining speed on them, which will be Kurt Stefan in the 133. To the back of that bunch. So we look back down the road. There should be one just about to appear. So there it is. That's our rally safe. What is showing everybody at this point in time. Flick back. Next one coming into on the screen. Darren
like
Gill is one of those.
And either Lynchy, maybe.
Going along nicely.
It's car 655, I reckon that was.
That will be the Robert Knight entry. Riley Conroy,
I think we'll see
in that Can-Am.
Car 1041. Then we're going to see Danny Brown come around that corner, I think, on that screen.
So just a reminder that a lot of these cars, when they come back, they will be in for their 30-minute service break. So if crews, just a reminder that these cars will be
when they see them enter the arena, run.
It is a mad dash back to the pits.
Righto, I'm going to say that's Danny Brown.
leaps and bounds.
Well, mine doesn't. My speeds aren't entirely accurate, I'm going to say, on my rally safe at the moment. Next one on screen is going to be Patterson.
And the 175, the Patterson Motorsport.
I'm going to tell you that is not 42 km an hour. We've got quite a few coming around there.
There is Bo.
No,
that's Boston, yeah.
He's on the charge too, isn't he?
The crowd pleaser.
Is that Matty Lavis?
Would be 684, wouldn't be Newman as yet.
And then we're going to have the Vanderwoods.
Yep.
Followed by Matty Hansen.
Do you think Vander would be sort of...
It'll be interesting to see. He knows he's there. He knows he's there. Look at that. Very courteous man is Darren Vanderwood. Did I get that wrong?
Yep. And there's Simon Tucker. Should be the 110.
Indeed. Car 2 coming up next, which will be Matty Burrows. That's what I was saying, wasn't it?
No, it's the middle miss car.
Middle miss.
Because that's got a flickering
car
left.
2.
Yeah, flickering left.
10:41 stopped out there, and that's the Douglas entry.
That is correct.
Next car on that screen that you saw there will be Bowie.
At 10:65.
Yep, Bowie and then the Doc. There's a little bit of a gap. Bowie should be coming around any second though. And I reckon the next lot of cars will be coming down to our other camera. That one, they're cleaning.
That one?
This camera here. You should be seeing Danny Brown come down from the other direction, or come down into this screen, I would think. That there's Ella and Bowie.
That was you. Didn't do it. You can plead guilty later. So on that screen you should be just about not too far away. They'll be hearing the rumble. And notice the Westerns hasn't come back either. They were still mobile in the 1161.
Well, it looks like they're about to come in now. Like, oh, there they are.
On cue. We're doing well.
Literally was looking at the rally safe looking for them. They're the Western team on their way back in after their issues this morning. I'm just going to click on to Andy Brown.
They have also done a belt as well in that lap. So they got towed back in, went back out, done a belt. So the commentator's curse has got them on 2 occasions.
They might be trouble-free right now by the looks of that.
Yeah.
The Doc on your screen, folks. Once again, this car's been around a fairly long time now, hasn't it?
It has.
Westerns, as you can see, coming back in, they've literally got a K&a-half to the finish line from there.
Notice Chris is nursing at home. So just get standby for the 1161 crew. If you're in the public arena, just get yourself ready. You may be required at the truck. May be required. They may do a bit of a quick stop just to check everything.
I think out in the forest, I think Sibbo's next to come into our screen there. And what did we say? Red Road. Here. So we'll probably see them Barnett's come onto our other screen.
Thumbs up from Weston as he goes on through. So it's great to see Chris Weston thumbs up as he went past. So we're looking on our screen. There's Clayton Chapman. There is the 729 entry. And there is also on screen Matty Hummer in the 633, still with that bit of fiberglass hanging off the rear of it.
Well, Connor Cooper.
Yep.
Car 729, still mobile. Bo Robbo.
There he is.
He will be pumping gas in that car, I tell you. I don't know if anybody's out here's met Bo Robbo, but he's a man on a bit of a mission. He's a bit of a solid face on this fella.
He looks like Ned Kelly lookalike. The old Ned Kelly.
You take him and
there's
brother Trav, late father Brian, takes this the sport very serious over a long period of time. The Robbo, so he wants this championship more than anybody too.
And something that must be made note of too. Not only are they taking on their ARB championship too, mate, they're taking on the national one as well. So they're taking on 2 championships. And we were talking about on Friday night. They're one of those ones that I think they're mad. They've chased
doing a lot of races.
Yeah, they've chased a lot of racing this year. They've come from left home over in WA to come over here, and it's great to see him. There's the Jake England car, 1032.
So we should have Kurt Stefan next coming in there.
Yep.
Patterson. You can see the grouping. Rally safe. Camera's right on a long corner here.
There's about 3 or 4 of them together.
And then we'll have 624, 1017, 1110, the Franklin entry, and then Danny Brown in the car for 624, 1017.
So they'll make their way back in.
Make that corner wider, mate. We're glad we don't have a crop out here. We'll see the team from Teagle Excavations, and they get out here and clean this place up pretty quick, smart. They're out there as soon as the close of business on this afternoon. They'll be out there grading tracks and getting the roads back in position so everyone can go to work tomorrow morning in the forest.
There is the Holland team, so Boston. Rooster tail at the back of that.
It's a pretty snappy little V6.
So just reminding cars at the 50k mark.
We've got
sixes. Making their way back up to that 50k mark. Heading back towards the end of the lap.
brake and axle off the start line this morning as we saw it just roll to a stop.
Yeah.
1069's out with a CV. 202's changing a belt. They reckon they should be back out soon. I can see. Is that Connor Cooper or Heath Whedon?
So 1069, did you say?
Looks like Connor Cooper on your screen, folks.
Just trying to find the 1069.
1018, and that 1018 is broken, and that's Bentley, Sam Bentley, unfortunate, because he was doing reasonably well as well. Slid out, so that obviously the pine brakes are still a little bit slippery out there. He slid out and clipped a tree. So unfortunate for Sam, I would imagine possibly be some bent arms or something going on there. Looks like it didn't go over. It didn't hit super hard, so I would imagine him and his crew are in reasonable health. So.
Just trying to spot where that drone footage is.
Yeah, I couldn't pick it. If I can tell the car, we'll be able to know where the car is, where the drone's positioned.
They would be near the logging track, I think you'll find, mate. I think it's up in this straight in here. Around the 39k, 40k mark in there somewhere. That's the 50k
Next
mark.
time, let's see if we can pinpoint what car it is, and then we'll have a look and see where they're at on the track with the drone. Single front light.
Going at a good rate of knots. There you go, the Chapman.
That's not Chappie, that's Bowie.
That's Bowie. You had the right colour.
Nah, Chappie's got two orange lights. Is it Bowie?
Yep, that's 1065.
I'm just trying to see where he is. He should be at
50K
about,
mark,
I'm going to say he's about the 50k marker. Yeah, correct. Darren Vanderwood will come back into that shot next.
Near a major intersection, I know that. They turn back to the left.
That's Vandy.
Yep. So just be reminded that when cars do come back in, it will get a little bit busy. Cars and crews being at the ready, they'll have standby.
Righto, the drone is... No, the drone is there. That was 676. So we'll be waiting a while to get another shot of the drone. But here you are, Bo Robbo. No one around him, so it's given him a good time to get a bit of pace on. Now,
first car back.
First car back. Is that what we're seeing, folks?
I reckon.
I'm going to say that's first car back.
For the second lap.
What?
So he will be your first car to come back in after 2 laps of the 2024 Teagle Excavations ARB 400. You look confused.
I am. I'm pretty confused about that, mate, but it's what we're seeing.
There's 633. So that's Evans. And there is the Chris Land entry, car number 80.
Mate, that's going to tell me what's happened to Dale Martin. Oh, they'll be behind. Bo Robbo in for his break, folks. He'll be back out the door in half an hour at 10:33. The pits will get busy and
Brown's in as well.
fast, real quick. And we're going to see if we can grab a camera and head down and have a chat to some of these guys.
Where are you going to go?
Which means Bo Robbo actually gets what a spot for him to be in.
Exactly. First
He comes
car on
out
the road.
here, first car back out on track after a half-hour break. He gets fresh air for the whole first lap.
Yeah, exactly.
So what a cracking spot for him to be in. Him to be in front.
Here's Jackson Evans. Car 633 across the line. 2 laps down.
He's in a good spot.
Now Brown is also in the house too, car 4. Jake England is also in the house. Chris Land.
Look at Boston, what a loose cannon. Look at Boston over this jump.
You said a loose cannon. There's Matty Hummer too.
Like I said, the pits is about to get real hectic down there, folks. Matty Hansen back in as well. Danny Brown's crew, Danny Brown's back over the line.
Ian Minimus is also in. Heath Weedon, Jake England, Matty Hummer. There's 624. So the Toyota tyres, car 4 is in. That should be car number 85, it is.
Lap 2, Danny Brown with a 36.30, so he had an absolute bender on that one, didn't he? That was a fast lap from Danny Brown.
Also,
Bo Robbo
Barnett's
with a 38.51. 2.5 minutes behind, 2 minutes 21 behind Danny Brown.
So Boston in as well. Here's Heath Weedon.
Matty Hansen. And it's probably not a bad spot for Matty Hansen. He can overtake Heath in the first 10 seconds, but then he's got to try and catch Boston on the way out as well.
Here's Ian Middlemiss, car 1017. Also coming onto the front straight at 624.
Danny Brown was still 30 seconds faster than Matty Hansen with a 37 flat out there. So second fastest lap. Toddy Lehman with a 37.12. Boston with a 37.54. Bo Robbo 38.51. Jackson Evans with a 39.56. Jake England a 40 minutes and 28 seconds.
Thumbs up from Habies. He goes across the
Tell you
line.
what, the Habies will launch out of the grandstand. Back to get working on the car.
There's Dale Martin. Something hanging off the back of the 624 entry too.
Looks like maybe an arm.
Well, I was going to say it's something solid. It might be. I think it's more of a tree root, but then I've looked at that and said it's an arm. There's something hanging off the back of the 624. So if the crew are not down there, you'll need to look at the rear arm.
Dale Martin back in.
There is Simon Tucker.
I'll tell you what, Tucker seems like he's... Dale Martin, fourth fastest on that lap, mate, with a 37.07. For the Martins listening at home, I know Michelle always listens when there's a Martin racing.
Crew Chief Craig will be waiting for him. There is car number 2. That 7 Alice middle miss. Glenn Pike.
Well, mate, by the looks of it, we've had about 15 cars in out of our 50 starters this morning, and I know we've got about 6 or 7 probably out already.
There is Glenn Pike, as I mentioned. There is Simon Tucker. Simon goes in for his half-hour service. Joseph Patterson glued to the tail, 175.
Mate, I was going to say who we haven't seen, but I can...
What have you done to it?
I don't know. And I'm going to tell you, I don't reckon it's me. I reckon it's the computer.
Could be. 655 coming in. This is Robert Knight. Comes into the arena. Car number 2 goes across the line to complete 2 laps. 4 remain.
I'm going to need my tech guy back, I think.
I reckon next year we get a tech guy just to sit just for you.
I was about to say I know who we haven't seen in, and that's Clayton Chapman. So
Not as yet.
I just had him on the screen, but my screen's doing its own thing again. So
There is Bowie Graham. Paul Tinga, I think, is also in the house in the 10-10. Darren Gill coming over towards the ARB jump. So 6:07. There is Clayton Chapman there, 10-15. No, 15, sorry. There is the 10-10 of Paul Tinga. 6:07 into the for half-hour service. Darren Gill also in.
I'm just seeing a couple of little bits of info come in, mate. Unfortunately, Mark Burrows' car 21's out with an engine.
Oh.
Which is pretty devastating. And also Kurt Steffen with that car 133, our local man from here from Teagle's Excavations, is also out. So it's another couple out, unfortunately.
So there is Vanderwood. So there is 554 just coming into the arena.
Here comes Chappie.
No yellow lights on it. That's
Actually, he might be battling an alternator issue, which he did battle up at Gunby, and they shut lights off to conserve energy. So you never know, that might be an issue out here. So you're right, there's no battery. I reckon old man Rob would already know what's going on, probably have the parts ready to go. So
they'll be doing a quick change on it. So for the crew, car 15, it's on its way.
obviously troubled, mate, because his time is way down, a 44.36, 16th fastest on that lap. Now that's going to hurt him badly, because what that's done is put Bo Robbo in 7th on this lap. 7 people between them, which is what Bo Robbo needs.
He does.
Yeah. Mate, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if I can grab our elusive cameraman and go for a wander down in the pits as soon as I can. And we'll see what's happened out there during the race. Hopefully get you a couple of little updates, get up and personal with some of the racers and their cars. I'll watch them get angry at me for snooping where I shouldn't be snooping. So we'll be there.
They get angry at you. I could not imagine it.
I'll be out there.
There is Peter Simpson going across the line, car 412. So very shortly we'll hear what's going on down in the pit area. Sandy making his way to the pit area to find out what goes on in the pit, in our pit stops, well, if you can call it our service break. There is the Doc, car 445 across the line. He'll come in for his 30 minutes. And behind him will be one of our class 6s. That'll be 684. Across the line. Come in for his 2-lap service. Also coming in as well. Car we haven't seen for a little while. He's at 110. That is Darren Franklin. Coming for a service. Also in the house as well now, car 1181, that's Trevor Chandler, the King Chrome, 1181. He's also in for second lap. Very shortly, as I said, we'll cross to the pit area to find out all the ins and outs, what happens in service break. If you've never seen it at home, this one is what happens behind the scenes, behind the pit wall when cars head back into the pits. We're going to find out that very shortly. Up close, Sandy will head back into the pit area and find out what is going on. As we wait for Trevor Chandler.
Well, folks, I tell you what, I'm not sure if you can hear me up there, but we're down here at the start of the pits. They have all the local boys that help out with the event. They're all pit crewed up the front here. I'm going to go and stick my nose in their camp to start with, so and get the scoop on what's going on. Might as well start with Patterson's car over here. We've got scrapers. Oh, they're about to fuel up. I might stick clear of them while they're about to fuel up. Any issues over here? Just refueling, that's about it. Check some... I don't want to get in their way. I want to get in their way, but I know they don't want me to get in their way. Toddy Lehman, you can see there's a fair bit of dirt still out there. I don't know if they've opened the fuel cap, but I know I can't be within QE when they are fueling, so they are fueling up, so we can't actually get in any closer than that. We may as well have a quick yap with you. Sitting in the passenger seat, yeah?
Yeah, sitting in the passenger seat, bouncing along, so yeah, it's good.
So the track looks like it's still holding up fairly good out there. The water, there's not that much rain. We had a shower earlier on, but the track seems like it's doing quite well out there.
Yeah, the track's pretty good. We're going to chop up a bit. Yeah, if you can get out of the lines and that, you're probably a bit faster, but I think after that, like 4 or 5, it'll just be go wherever.
You'll be train tracked.
Oh yeah.
Cars all good. I see you got wheels off. Obviously, just cleaning dirt out, that sort of stuff.
No, I got a little bit of a flat tyre, but other than that, it's all good.
Just to fuel up and ready to go again.
Hopefully, if we don't find anything else.
Good luck, have fun. That's the Navigator in car 85 of Toddy Lehman's cars, the local boy down here. We'll wander down. Like I said, there's too many. Hey, what a man to run into right here. I tell you what, you guys were on a flyer earlier. This is AJ Navigates with Dale Martin in car 5. How is it out there?
Oh, the racing conditions are awesome.
Car's good?
Car's good. Car's good. You know,
Haven't made any mistakes?
No.
And lots of overtaking the first couple of laps, as we knew, everybody back at homes. We've got a reverse grid out there, so a lot of overtaking the first couple of laps, sorting out your positions for the end 4 laps.
Yeah, look, well, the conditions are perfect, the moisture's perfect, so everybody's, you know, looking out for everybody, and you could just got perfect sight, so you can see, and it's awesome, great racing. You should be out there.
I know.
It's not as good as, no, it's not that good.
That's AJ, sits in next to Dale Martin in car 5. Come over, wander over. The Englands are, we might just wander over straight over to Dale Martin's car here. Old man Martin, Dale. They're doing all the right things, fire extinguishers out, one person near the car, so the problem we have, I'd like to get in and have a chat with them, but I'll get Dale, he's having his break. I know you're busy, mate, and I know you're having a rest. You're working hard. We just had a quick... I get it. We just had a quick chat to AJ, said everything looked good, the car felt good, and the track was in excellent condition as well.
Yeah, the track's really coming into it there. We followed Aaron around the first lap, which was just a bit of a strategic thing there to stay with him because he just sets a good pace. So he also did the right thing. Then he stopped he did a bit of loop around at an accident. So he had put a couple of seconds into us, but he did the right thing, and so he really... you know, good sportsmanship there. Stopped and checked on those guys, so that's why we caught back up to him. But yeah, we're right on him. Long day though, just following people like that, like at that pace.
I think now, like I just said to AJ, there's a lot of overtaking happens in those first couple of laps with for a lot of you guys.
Well, yeah, especially with the break, yeah. So, but everyone's getting out of the way super quick. There's not one bit of dust. There's very little mud. You couldn't ask for anything better.
Yeah.
Good fun. Like when we followed Aaron for that, we've done 160 k's right on him. Yeah. Been good to watch. Yeah. So we'll try.
Car feels good.
Yeah, car's perfect. It's great.
Bloody good to hear, mate. You enjoy it. We'll see you at the finish line.
No, good. Thanks for a good weekend. Hope everyone has a good day.
You too. Good luck, Dale Martin. Car 5. We're going to wander down. Like I said, we can't get too close to the cars, unfortunately, in some instances, because they are fueling up, and we aren't allowed near the cars when they're fueling up. And it looks like Matty Hansen's crew. I'm going to see if I can get Matty Hansen out here for a quick chat. They're a very busy man, and like I said, they've got... while they're doing fueling and those sorts of things, it's a bit hard to get near the cars. Matty, I tell you what, you're on a stoncher out there. That was fantastic to watch.
No, it felt really good. Track, haven't been out there for a while, so yeah, good to get around. I don't know, where are we running?
I can tell you in a flash. I did watch everyone come over. But
really fast out there. We're getting around. Everyone's moving over, which is good. Fast down that road there. Seeing 2:30 on the clock, so it's pretty good. But it's
well,
good.
that's interesting actually. There, mate. I'm going to show you the overalls. You did second fastest out there, but we've got Danny Brown overall. Danny Brown in first, Dale Martin in second, and you're sitting third currently.
Yeah, beautiful.
All
Happy
in the
with that.
1 hour 28 overall bracket.
Oh, Danny Brown, hey, geez, we'll have to line him up, hey? Turn that boost stuff, I reckon.
I reckon. Car's good, obviously. Like I said, it looked and sounded fantastic, so I would presume you're just in here for the usual service stuff.
Yeah, we had a gearbox temp lighting up the whole time, but it wasn't too hot. I think we just haven't set it right. The car got rewired, so that was about our only concern. And yeah, everything else was good. Yeah, really enjoyable.
All right, well enjoy it, mate, and see you at the finish line.
Thanks, Andy. Good on you. Thanks.
Good luck. Matty Hansen, he's been a 2-time winner out here before. Bo Robbo, don't run away, mate. Bo Robbo, I tell you what, I saw something happen out there before that you'll be bloody excited for.
Right.
I saw there's about 7 cars between you and Clayton.
Yeah, right.
You're sitting on 214 points. He's sitting on 240 points, and your first car back out on the track, mate.
Well, fingers crossed, eh? Hate to wish for bad luck on someone, but this time, no.
I tell you what, the car looked fast. I know you probably struggled yesterday in the short course with such a big car in the tight stuff. I would imagine that was the issue. I know you can steer. We all know you can steer. So the car's obviously pulling the goods out there when you get to stretch its legs out in those roads.
Yeah, just the heavy going. It's really accentuating the weight of it or something. It's just it's probably the worst I've ever seen. The cars ever performed in the heavy stuff. So, but no, it's all good. It's actually not a bad track. I'm having a bit of fun. It's good.
Yeah. All right. Well, good luck. See you at the finish line, mate, and good luck for the championship, huh?
See you, brother. Thanks, mate.
They are Bo Robbo, folks. He'll be your first car up out of your break at about 10:33. I think I looked at, which is about 8 minutes time. And right opposite, I reckon they're shooting arrows at each other down here, throwing wheel nuts at each other. Right opposite his camp is, and I'm not going to get in their way too fast because I can see Clayton. First time actually seeing Clayton Chapman not smiling. Mate, I'm going to put it down and say you've got some sort of electrical issue.
Electrical? I wired the car, not a chance. No, no, we threw a belt out there. Just
that's random.
Yeah, we did it at Don like a couple of years ago. I think it's just a bad flick, you know, off the throttle, steering, whatever.
And,
so threw one on and kept going. But yeah.
You came in with no lights on.
Yeah, that's just because we forgot to turn them back on.
That's right. I'm like, that's the only reason I suggested an electrical issue.
Yeah, no, we literally forgot to turn it back on as we, the heat of the moment, getting back in the car.
It was a simple thing. Now, I just said to Bo before, I thought you'd be throwing wheel nuts at each other from here. You're literally camped opposite each other, and we know you're both in contention for a championship right now. About 7 cars between you and him, I believe. But you are... The car's looking like it was going well early on. Yep. Back on pace now that the belt issues are sorted.
Yeah, definitely. It's,
nothing else wrong.
Nothing else wrong. No, we just.
Adam's doing his job. It looks like he's having a moment just there.
Keep me out of the trees. He's doing well. So no, it's good. Well, it's just that game now. For starters, we were trying to run for a podium at the event. That's always fun. And but a little bit different mindset now. Yep. We'll short shift and take it a bit easy and try and keep the belt on. And just try and bring it home in a good place.
You've been doing it long enough, so you know what to do. So.
Yeah, that's it. We'll bring it home hopefully.
All right. Good luck. Car 15, Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire. Let's have a wander through. I know Mark Burrows behind us here. They're in the camp just that way. Mark Burrows' car out. Matty came in for a little issue, so I think Matty's actually still out on course. We might go over. The Tuckers are over here working on the car. They've got a reasonable crew. They've got a reasonable crew working on the car, but I'll just wait. They're working strong. We'll come back in a minute if I can see standing around. Short Ratcliffe came in with a little bit of an issue early on. Saw missing and farting, carrying on. I don't know where Bowie will be hiding. I can see him running. He runs the opposite direction. Ella, I can see you disappearing around the front. Come here. Ella, I've got to go and get you. Righto. Here with Bowie, mate. What's going on? What's the laptop hooked up for? Tell me the goss.
Oh, no, we download it after each section or we get into trouble for too big of files. So Ella just does that every time we pull up. Yeah.
Car's good. You guys are looking strong out there?
Yeah, car's good. It's chopped up really quick. So, yeah, she's pretty hard going, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of others said that the cars are working a bit harder than normal out here.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Well, it always chops at Pine anyway. The sands, I would have thought with a bit of rain, the sand would have held together a bit better, but obviously not.
No, it's just everywhere and it's dead as. So, just some corners you come in, you get a good line and you get good exit speed, and some you stuff it up and you're just losing. So, yeah, we're just looking at the big picture. So
now the corners out there, I've explained to some people before, the depths I know at the end of the race, they can get 1.5 meters deep. Are they still holding together?
Oh, there'll be a few of those. But yeah, I think also being, a lot of track that hasn't been driven on here, it's chopped up a lot quicker, I think. Yeah. I don't know. I don't do much sand racing, but yeah, that's what it seems like, yeah.
Well, there you are, folks. Well, good luck, mate. I will chase Ella's hiding around the front of the truck, but I tell you what, when you least expected, Ella, we're coming for you. She hates being on the camera, but doing fantastic. Thank you very much, and good luck to see you at the finish line.
Yep, no, that's the plan. Thanks.
There you go. Bowie in car 1065, folks. Always a super fast class 10. We'll wander over the Browns camp, even though they won't want us. Like I said, we're kind of the nosy bunch. Actually, tell you what I'm going to do, just while Chris is here, we're just going to see if we can get quick with Mr. Tucker. Hey mate, I tell you what, you are doing superbly out there. How sounds super strong.
Yeah, no, it's going well. We've had a couple of little moments on that first lap, as everyone does. But yeah, look, survival of the fittest. We said right from the start we're just going to go conservatively. And yeah, look, we'll push hard where we can. But yeah, she's a long way to go.
And currently sitting third in the championship, mate. And I've seen a little bit of a change around at the top too. And I'm not too sure if anything can happen to get you up in the top spot as far as points go. But I think it was Maddie Burrows maybe right behind you on the points.
Yes.
So there's only like 5 points between third and fourth in the championship. So
that's right. Yeah. No, we knew he was sitting right behind us, and yeah, Pedler, he'll stay strong. He's not out yet. I know he's backed off a bit. He had a bit of a selector problem.
Had a little issue. But
yeah, but look, we're not over the line either. No. So long way to go, and don't be surprised if the lead changes a few times.
Yeah.
But no, look, we're preservation mode, survival of the fittest, and we'll try and bring it home.
Oh, good luck, mate. Enjoy it. See you at the finish anyway. The 2 laps to go, then a half another 2 laps, and I reckon the boys are starting to roll. Matty Hansen and the Browns car. I think we might have missed the Browns. I think we could miss Danny, but Andy's just come in, and we knew Andy Brown came in before with a little issue. I'll just stay out of their way because, like I said, I think they'll be doing their checkovers and getting ready to do their fueling. So we might wander down the lower level. Good chat with some of the boys there, some of those front runners. I know down here at the Pines Enduro, the course starts off, you'd think, oh, this is an easy track. And like they said, some parts of this track haven't been raced on before. So what we used to do was run over the same tracks a few years in a row, but there's been a few changes and the parts have been chopping up. And I would have thought that the sand would have helped, the rain helped that sand together. But they said the sand actually started quite heavy and quite hard to get clear out of the tyre, sort of thing. So I reckon we're running out of time. I reckon I'm going to just check, but I'm going to say we're about 1 minute off seeing Bo Robbo off the start line. So we'll have a wander around. The Habies are just trying to start the car and get back out. And as you can see, crews like the Habies, who have been doing it a long time, look at the amount of people and energy that goes in to keep one car going. I know there's a couple of bystanders, but a pit crew, a solid pit crew, and a lot of knowledge in between a lot of these crews. So I'd say car, absolutely fantastic to watch. Guys are getting crazy. Once again, I don't want to get in their way. They've got a million things to do. You're right. Keep doing your thing. I'm just going to. How is it? You're in the middle of getting ready. I'm going to try and keep out of your way. But how are you going out there?
I'm going all right. It's a bit, but all in all, it's pretty fun. Yeah.
I tell you what, the truck was fantastic and super fast. So,
well, that's good. It's really good then.
I'll leave you. Keep ready, mate. Good luck. Boss, I know, like I said, we get in their way. They've got a million people doing a million things here trying to get him back out on track. So we might cut back up to you guys up the top. We're running out of range. I'll see if I come down here. Maybe see how far we can get down. Forsman's coming back in for their pit break. I'll see how far our cameras can get down. I know limited with reception distance down here. So if we can get down to maybe Sibbo, we will. And if we can't, so yeah, sort of limited with distance down here. I know there's a lot of people doing their thing down here. Cleaning, getting rid of mud out of where they shouldn't have mud, filling the car, that sort of thing. And well, I'll tell you what, we might wander back up to see the start of the other guys up the front there. Like I said, we're in the middle of people only have half an hour, and although that seems like a long time, if you have one little issue, I know how long it can take in a workshop at home, so doing it out here is a bit of a battle. I'll shoot it back up to you guys up there if we can, and Brad, you can call some of those cars off the start line, eh?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Sandy. That sort of gives an indication of what goes on in our pit break. Bo's left, Chris Land's left, Danny Brown is left. Also, Jackson Evans is also on track. Jake England. As I said, it was peak hour traffic in front of him. Here's car 68, the Barnett Racing, the Cougar Racing, car number 68 on the start chute. We'll wait for them to head off as we see one of our Class 6s, our 6684 or 6681. I'm not too sure which one it will be. It is the 8-1 entry. That is Newman. So Barnett away. Here's Toddy Lehman, car number 85. Heath Whedon. So Newman coming in, Whedon will be away. So Hansen back into the fight. Whedon just lets him go. Ian middle miss. Car 1017. Just remember, they're all on the rally safe. So that'll count them down time-wise. So they're all relying on themselves. If I was Ian, look across their big old gold truck. So this will be a bit of a battle too. Will Ian step aside and let Boston go on past? 624 gives us a wave. Here's Dale Martin, car number 5. The Mickey Thompson tyres, car number 5, rolling into the start area. Here's car 3 rolling back in. Here's young Matty Burrows. He would have passed Father Mark out on the racetrack. I believe Mark has stopped and will unfortunately take no further part in today's event. So car 21. There goes young Dale. That bike might be a good idea for you, pal. I'm sorry.
I know I'm fat and unfit, but
I didn't say that.
It's actually quite hot.
Aaron Habe's late to class.
Yeah, well, it was good to get a little bit of an inside scoop from some of those guys. I know
they all ran when they see you, though.
Yeah, I get it, because they're all in their zone. They've only got half an hour. They've got, you know, and the first 5 minutes of that usually is putting in fuel in the car, so you can't even have 5 people hanging off the car to do the job if there's anything else wrong. So doesn't matter. We've seen them get back out there. Bo Robbo's in a good position for the championship as well. So
here's Matty Burrows. Car 3 coming in for the half-hour service. There is the night team, car 655. It was the 6th car away this morning, car number 655. Now Now, another one I haven't seen for a fair while. I'm sure the crew will be wondering where the 1161 car is. I'm not too sure if they're still broken.
They have broken.
They have broken again. See what happens when Chris gets in the car. He breaks things.
I'll double check, but I need to fix this computer, which I have no idea what's even happened to it. So.
Technical support.
This is a lineup and a half, isn't it?
Patterson, Middle Miss, and Knight.
Taco's right behind him. Well, Tucker won't have been happy with that. Like he said, he's playing a smart game now. Same with Clayton. They've changed the way they're going to do things. I've had those issues too, mate. Car 655, whether they've had a launch control, sometimes they'll throw a sensor, those cars, and give them a little issue. But well, we're well underway for
lap number 3.
Indeed. Tucker does an early pass by the looks of that on Mr. Patterson. Tell you what, Tucker's car's fast for a Class 1
for
too,
Class
isn't
1,
it?
it certainly goes like it's on rails. There's Bowie.
Class 10, which is a little 2.4 Honda in Bowie's Class 10. Once again, one of the faster Class 10s out here.
And it's another one of those ones that's got consistency written all over it too.
Tinga, Pike, Campbell. They have to watch their clock themselves.
Yep. Remember the good old days we used to have the rally, the list in front of you of what the start order was, and you had the clock to count them down. Now I'm showing you. Remember doing that back in the day? Count them down.
Tinga, 10-10 away. Like the boys and girls said out there, that those laps, those corners have already started to dig out the track. Perfect conditions out there, except the track is heavy. And some of the big cars, even Bo said, you know, his car's struggling weight-wise, feels heavy and lethargic today. So whether that's something to do with the sand and the rain out in the forest, playing a big part.
Doesn't make it sound it though. It doesn't look it though.
Well, most of them have said the same thing, that the track's actually quite heavy. So, interesting.
Car 760 on the line. This is Darren Gill.
Ballerine Service Centre.
Yeah. Car that has been competing for a lot of years, mate. Peter Simpson down there as well in car 412.
Geelong Carburettors, Your Style Rendering, Ballerine Service Centre, Geelong Motorsport Fabrication. Backing these guys. We're out in the forest, car 489. And once my tech support Lammy comes and fixes the computer once again, I'll be able to tell you exactly where that is. I'm saying it's not too far out. Clayton Chapman, we know he was running late. We know he had a few little issues, spat a belt, and so he's been struggling. Coming off a blinder up at Gundy 500. Has had a little bit of a rough day today.
It's only early.
Well, like you said, you know, you got another 130 Ks, half-hour break, and then the last 130 Ks to decide this year's ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Champion. Peter Sibbo Simpson, car 412, who used to run around this here in a little white Beetle. Little car 412, which I believe he still has somewhere amongst his other Volkswagen collection. I tell you what, it's nice to be efficient. They're at the start line nice and early, aren't they? Well, we've got a moment, folks. Don't forget, I would say the bar is not far off opening over there to get your tickets, raffle tickets for your bike. Peter Sibbo. Panels off. They'll be doing that to get rid of a bit of weight out of the car. Like we said earlier, with a bit of mud and a bit of water out on the side of the track out there, that'll create a little bit of mud sticking to the panels, and the panels on the trucks can get quite heavy. So Class 4 being a car that currently can run up to a 6-litre engine or a 3.5-litre boosted engine. Next year that'll be opened up to 7-litre, as will the ultimate class, Class 8 and Class 5. So the Doc sitting on the start line here. The horsepower in those 4 classes will be upped. Well, when I say the horsepower, the engine capacity on a naturally aspirated engine as opposed to a boosted engine will be brought out to 7-litre, and the reason for that is to get them in line with some of the boosted cars. The boosted cars pulling massive amounts of horsepower out here. While we've got a minute waiting for Doc, we're out in the forest with our drone. Oh, looks like our drone just landed upside down. Trevor Chandler on the start line, 11:81. Like he said, he had a Franklin's running late for their half hour, so they're on their way. Trevor Chandler in front of you folks in the King Chrome 1181 car. They run an LS that a stroked, I think he said it was a 6.2 stroked out to 6.8. So a bit of an odd combination, obviously works well. This car used to run a V6 Jag motor in it and had a few issues with, but he said he had nearly lost the car with a fire out at Fink earlier on this year. Once again, another efficient team getting ready early and getting out to the start line. We've had, like, at the end of the day, we're all out here to have some fun. We had 55 starters this morning. I'm going to tell you, I reckon we've lost about 15 in total. Car 570, then that's the Cameron entry, that 570 orange Mitsubishi. It's good to hear Trevor leave the line. Car 570 is out with an injector issue. That was the LS powered Mitsubishi Triton we saw earlier. Vanderwood's on their way for their now. I believe Darren may be out of the car now and either Isaac is in. I'm not too sure who's in the car, but it was Isaac and Millie and Darren sharing the car this weekend. Maybe Millie might have done her dash with the car after the recent issues they had there. Well, we've got a minute, folks. Don't forget our amazing sponsors here for this race. We have Hards Transport, we have Teagle Excavations and ARB 4x4 accessories. Also for the championship, we have ARB 4x4 accessories putting in a huge amount of dollars and energy. Mickey Thompson Tyres and Raceline Wheels. 3 championship sponsors who we'll see tonight at the presentation dinner, hand out trophies. 2, it's a number of, any number of probably 4 or 5 people could still be in contention. So Clayton, obviously our leader on 240 points, Bo Robbo to 18 points, I think it was. And the Tuckers in 3rd position with Matty Burrows only 4 or 5 points behind them for the championship. So any of those 4 could still get up to be 1st, 2nd or 3rd outright for this year. .676 Lynchy on his way for his 3rd lap this morning. The final day of this year's championship out here in sunny Millicent. We have a sand pit over the back for the kids to play in, thanks to Teagles. Our bike is out on display, which means you'll be able to buy a raffle ticket for that bike. $100, 100 tickets, and it's yours, possibly. $3,800 push bike. Grab yourself a feed. There's still coffees going and food at the Lions over there. May as well run through our, like I said, our super raffles by Crater Lake Cycles. We have a number of people with, including recovery, the CFS, ambulance, the whole lot here on board this weekend. And I'm going to say it usually takes around 150 to 200 volunteers to keep these races going. I can see 7 of them down there at the start line. Not sure what they're doing, but there's 7 of them. Car 729 back at the start line. The Bogan Boy +1 literally led the race this morning in this GQ Patrol. Well, we've got a minute. Total Tools Mount Gambier. They have a new store, did you know that? Down Jubilee Highway, Mount Gambier. Forestry SA and 141 Rural IT Solutions. Open Road Caravan Sales and Repairs. Iberdrola Australia. Screenshot big screens that you're looking at the screen in front of you. That will show you also what's going on out in the forest. We have the Vanderberg Spirits, the Mount Gambier Times. Collins Court Butcher, Foster's Foodland Store, Cleanaway, KNS Mount Gambier Paints Plus, Express Signs, Shannon's Insurance, I think I said Rural IT Solutions, they've put a bit in, Art Sign Outdoors, righto, we've just had a steak sanger delivered. It looks fantastic. Andy Brown on the start line, Nacho Off-Road Racing, Off-Road Lighting. It's a new product in through your ARB stores, sitting out there in his Lumicraft, the old cheese. Done it here before, like I said the other day, I think he's done it here before in 1986. And he didn't want to tell me how much earlier he'd been racing from that. But that just tells you that's 40 years of racing. That's the 30K, that's the 33K marker camera there, which will be car 4 and car 7, I'm going to say, which is Matty Hansen. Should be coming into screen any second, I would think. There he is, Matty Hansen, folks. Ford EcoBoost. Like I said, I'm not too sure, but my rally safe's telling me 32k an hour, and I know that is not 32k an hour. So I'm not too sure what's happening there on our computer. But you can see, I don't know if you can see the mouse on the screen, but that camera, that's Matty Hansen there with the little dongle thing. This is me operating this. So car 85 and car 635 will be coming onto that screen, that camera. That's at about the 33k marker. There they are. That's Toddy Lehman doing a pass. Local boy down at Robe Earth Movers. Jackson Evans, folks, still going strong. His little 2-litre side by side. Bo Robbo's still first out on road, and Danny Brown looks like he's trying to reel in Bo Robbo. It'll be a few minutes before we see them come back onto our screens. 489 will be the Horan entry, come back onto there. That's Boston doing what he does best, letting that thing walk on the back wheels. Have a look at it. That was fantastic. Quick light shower just to keep the dust down for Andy Brown to leave the line. We did that specially, ordered that specially just for him.
Oh, did you just?
It's about to get real busy in that area right now. I think we've got Carl Havey coming up behind those guys. There's Barnett was in that mix there, car 1032. And also car 5, which is Dale Martin and AJ. There you are. There's the Habeys on screen, folks. Aaron, and I'm not too sure who's in the passenger seat with Aaron today. Had a few different Habeys in over the weekend. Was that sped up or was that my eyeballs? That was obviously zooming in at the right time. And I've got some devastating news here, folks.
Yeah.
Absolutely devastating. Clayton Chapman, car 15, looks like it's pulled over with some engine issues. And he was our current championship leader this year at the ARB, Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. So... Andy Brown off the start line.
Certainly no mean feat, is it? No, not mucking around. 10:13 sitting on the start chute. Had its dramas this morning, has come back in. And just going to go back out another one of our single seats. I think it has to be the second single seat still going with Ian Middlemiss and this car. About to go back out for lap number 3. So we're just making mention, of course, the camera we're seeing is roughly around the 30-odd K mark. And also the 50K mark is where we're seeing it. Also our drone footage early in the lap. So watch on the rally safe clock. So away he goes. So there's Jason Keane in the 10-13. So he was another one to leave it. So very shortly, cars coming back. Don't forget raffle tickets. If you haven't purchased one yet, $100 to go in the draw to win that fantastic bike. The bar is open. So while you're getting a drink, purchase a ticket. That will be drawn this afternoon, $100 a ticket. Now it picks up, if you are the winner of that, it's a $3,800 bike. So if, good Christmas present for someone. So that'll be drawn this afternoon around just before our presentations or just after our presentation. So this afternoon. There is the Ian Middle Miss car. That is the 10-17 on screen. I think you'll find that with the Tucker entry behind. Yep. So car 202, part of the Forsman Racing outfit. They have Dean cars in the shed. I know I was talking to Jason Forsman, one of our Class 4 competitors, unfortunately not here this weekend. Had a few issues with the car. Keep on screen. There are, just waiting for the rally safe to count down with 202. That'll be Glenn Pike in car 75. So our producer's talking in here where Bo should be. There he is. So first car on track. That is at the 50k mark. We go across what we call the logging track. Bounces across that. So there goes Brendan Forsman. So just also, there it is on screen, should be Danny Brown. The Toyota Tires car number 4. So if you look on that screen, behind him in car 7 in striking distance. And there it is. me, but just up in front is the car number 4.
Looks like they just had a shower out there.
Yeah.
Toddy Lehman looks like he's coming into that view. He'll be coming around that corner you're looking at right now, folks. The Campbell entry. Lucky and Greg in the passenger seat. Now, don't forget, while we're out here, just looking at a cumulative time, and Danny Brown is currently leading outright this race.
Wow.
3rd year in a row. Remember, he won last year and the year before, Danny Brown.
23.
Dale Martin is currently sitting 2nd. Matty Hansen in car number 7, 3rd. Aaron Havey in 57, and Toddy Lehman in 5th.
Wow.
Young Boston in 6th position. Bo Robbo, 7th position. Just 1 minute 27 and 4 minutes 44. 1 minute 27 behind Boston, and 4 minutes 43 behind the leader.
So that shower that just went
That's
through
Toddy.
here. It's just
Toddy Lehman there,
back
copping
part of
that
the
rain that we just copped 30 seconds ago.
Yeah.
But looking out behind us where the weather's been coming from beautiful blue skies. I can see the bar, I see some punters lined up at the bar.
Buying a
Obviously
ticket.
buying raffle tickets for our $3,800 push bike. They are Boston at the 50k marker, folks. We've got Jackson Evans will be coming. I'll tell you what, he must have only just overtaken Jackson Evans, and Dale Martin is not far behind Jackson Evans. Jackson Evans should be rounding this corner as we go around here. That's Jackson Evans' lights there with Dale Martin right behind him. So,
Right behind him.
I tell you what, Jackson's done a fairly good job for 2 laps to keep these guys off his tail, because he started in, I think, 13th, was it, this morning? And to keep a seasoned racer like Dale Martin off your back end, is one thing. What have we got back in here?
This is one of those
That I
cars,
missed.
669.
Oh, that's the Maverick.
Yeah. This is a car we haven't seen for a long time.
They were actually out early, so
They've managed to get it going again. So that is car 412. There is the Simpson team. There goes the Newman entry.
that must just be out on his 3rd lap after his break, I would say. He came in for a quick fuel stop
After lap 1.
after lap 1. So Matty Burrows sitting on the start line. We know he had a little issue early on. Car 669.
That'll be their 2nd lap.
Maybe their 2nd lap. I'm going to say that's their 2nd lap.
Yeah. Have been MIA for missing in action for a little while.
Yeah, they have indeed.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the Eli entry. They are on their 2nd lap. Well, we have 3 cameras out there. .669 did a radiator, so that's why they're back out and going. They've obviously had a repair out there. Well, it's good to see them back out there. I know we've lost a few competitors throughout the day through a few different issues. Both Chapman entries with a little engine issue, which is not right for them. They're usually pretty much spot on with their engine issues, so not too sure what's happening in their camp, but Matty Burrows on his way. We know he came in early, but currently sitting 4th in the championship, I think it was, and Matty Lavis right behind him, obviously running a little bit late on his time as well. Just remembering that the championship points currently read Clayton Chapman first, Bo Robbo second, Simon Tucker, Matty Burrows, who you just saw leave the line sitting in fourth, Jackson Evans, Lockie Campbell, Craig Barnett, Matthew Hummer, Chris Land and Justin Ryder, who I don't believe is competing this weekend. So Bo is in the chute on the way back in, folks.
As Burrows leaves. Probably see each other as they come back in. So car one.
You will see Bo literally come over that ramp about now. I reckon I can just see his flash there. There he is. Bo Robbo and 113, second in contention for the championship this year. And with Clayton Chapman with an engine issue, I'm going to say he could just be sitting in a sweet spot. He just really just needs to finish, I would say, with the points and whoever else is in the race out here this weekend.
See,
not thinking that Tucker could also possibly, I'm not too sure on the points gap whether that's achievable for the Tuckers to get up there and get a prize, but as far as the top spot, but definitely in contention to sit on the podium.
So Bo might have been told by communication-wise too that the Chapman has stopped. So just remember that
Danny Brown in over on our right, folks. He's closed the gap on Bo Robbo. Matty Hansen right behind Danny Brown. And both these guys, both Danny and Matt, both won in recent years.
Yeah.
Once again, Danny Brown there over the jump in front of you. He's won the last 2 years. Matty Hansen's been a previous two-time winner here at the Pines. And don't forget, he nailed the prologue yesterday with a blinding time.
So Bo would also be aware too, we wouldn't have seen the 15 car yet, so at this point in time, Bo would probably know. There'll be some communication talking to the crew, from the crew to Bo to say, hey, look, don't back off, but the 15 car is sidelined. Onto the straight. About to start lap 4.
Big dog, Bo Robbo, 113. Now, he had a clean air run, so it'll be interesting to see his time on that lap.
Be very interesting
to see. As soon as my amazing lap 3, as soon as my amazing phone here
Your amazing
reboots
phone.
the information that I needed to reboot, I'll be able to tell you where he's sitting.
There goes Brown.
Bo Robbo with a 37.56.
So Hansen certainly now, he would see him.
Now we'll start seeing who's sitting where. That will be in our distance. Toddy Lehman with the green lights, folks, about to jump towards you. Boston, big air over the ramp on the way into the stadium. Tell you what, can't young Boston steer? Look at that. Braz, that's cool.
That is standing on 3 wheels, if you don't mind.
Yeah, boy from New Zealand can pedal. They are, folks, outright road times at the moment between those top 3 we've seen through. Matty Hansen is currently sitting first on time with a total time of 2:04.07. Danny Brown with a 2:05.03. Bo Robbo with a 2:10.45, and that's going to be hard to make up. That's really going to be hard to make up that amount of time, but obviously we'll see the next half a dozen top-end cars come through. We'll see changes in those times. It only takes a little bit of track placement, whether they're stuck behind a slightly slower car, to get them back up the pointy end. Dale Martin in front of us, folks, on your screen. Oh, sorry, Toddy Lehman on your screen. Toddy Lehman rounds the last turn.
Boston nosedive.
Boston. I love the respect that Boston has for that truck.
Yeah, okay. He has not lifted.
It's a fast combo and well-dialed suspension. Darren Vandy on screen out at about the 30k marker, 33k marker.
Yep.
Righto, we've got some more times in. Matty Hansen still sitting first, Danny Brown. Toddy Lehman comes in, total time of 2:06. Boston Morgan jumps into 4th position on track in front of Bo Robbo with a 2:09 total time in 11 seconds. And Bo Robbo rounding out our 5th with 2:10 and 45. We're just waiting for Dale Martin's time. I'll refresh that right now. It'll take a couple of seconds for it to boot up on my phone, but this will be one to watch. Come on. Dale Martin has jumped into 3rd position, folks. They are 3 wide in the forest. It's out at your 49-kilometre marker.
That's Heath Wheaton, one
Heath
of those.
Wheaton in front, the Campbell's on the left, and I'll be honest, I don't know who's on the right, but I'm going to say it's car 99, Land. Ah, see, it's not just me that stuffs up the tech, is it? Lammy here.
That's a
607, car 80, Chris Land.
Yep. There is the Barnett.
Jacko Evans on your screen. Tell you what, hasn't he done phenomenal this weekend?
Yeah, he'll be certainly happy. Everything will be.
Justin 624 out with a steering issue as well.
Yeah, they did go back out.
They did go back out, but that was
A little while ago.
Jake Van Vliet. Righto, a quick refresh. Matty Hansen 2:04 total time, like I said, running on total time here. Danny Brown, Dale Martin, Toddy Lehman, Boston, Bo Robbo. Jackson Evans sits himself in 7th in front of the Habies. So we haven't had the Habies time come in just yet. Very interesting in this top, when the score starts coming out. Like I said, a lot of these top-end cars now have fresh air, and I'm going to say fresh air, for a few laps, and some of them probably or possibly won't see another competitor hold them up, which is why we start a reverse grid down here.
It'll be very interesting to see he comes back in front of Brown if Hansen rounds him up.
Barnett's, they are Captain Consistent, I'm going to call him, Craig. They have done so well this year. I think they only really had their torque converter issue up at Gundy in the prologue, fixed it back out and did a blinder up there as well. So the Cougar Racing team, you can relax for another round.
Only relax, you reckon? So it'll be very interesting to see what happens with Brown and Hansen. They were both neck and neck as they came in. Very interesting
Craig
down.
Barnett, total time of 2:20. I'll just get some stage. They are just out of that lap. You got Matty Hansen with the fastest lap out on their 3rd lap with a 35.42. Danny Brown with a 36.58. Dale Martin with a 37. Boston out with a 37. Bo Robbo out with a 37. Toddy Lehman with a 37. And Barnett's and Jackson Evans both in the 41-second bracket. So I tell you what, there's Boston's pedaling that thing. Just 6 seconds between Boston's class 4 and Bo Robbo's class 11. Some interesting
interesting stats.
Yeah. And looks like car 57, which is the Habies.
Yeah.
It looks like they might be out for the moment with a power loss, whether that be engine power or electrical issues. Who
Come on, you're meant
knows?
to know this.
That's just come through now.
Just to be so that here is Tucker.
I'm just about to have a look and see if we can see where car 57. Abies.
There is Chris. There is the Tucker entry. Simon Tucker, car 110, and behind him it's a 1065.
The Abies look like they're probably at about the 50k marker out of our 65k lap.
So Bo Graham.
Oh.
Yeah.
Amy Chapman, wife of Clayton in car 15, our current championship leader, has just sent me a photo of their multiple piece block.
Multiple piece.
The 2J has let go, unfortunately. Clayton's 2J has let go and blown to pieces.
Not a pretty photo, Dan. Not
So,
a pretty photo.
Unfortunately for those guys, they definitely won't be back out here, which obviously puts Bo Robbo right up in contention for a championship win.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Clayton, especially coming off an absolute burner from Gundy, leading start to finish, coming back to this was, especially having this finish for his championship, is devastating.
Glenn Pike also in the house, car 75. As we see onto the front straight comes Simon Tucker.
Simon Tucker, Bowie and Ella, Class 10, pushing a Class 1 around. Pretty much unheard of. Like I said before and previously, you know, back in the day, you would mainly only see class, ultimate class cars and class 4s out here in the top. But now we've got a good mix of cars, everything from, you know, Jackson Evan in his class 6 in the top 10. We've got a class 4, we've got a class 11. So bloody good mix of cars up there at the moment.
And there goes the middle miss car. And as we say that, looking on screen, there's one coming in behind us. That's Ian middle miss in the 1017. And on screen,
81 Chandler?
that would be Chandler, the King Chrome. Yep. So there goes car 75 in Glen Pike. And will disappear.
We can probably get some times up for those guys too. Glenny Pike, 9th fastest on that lap. So there you are. We've got Toddy Lehman's, excuse me. Excuse me. We've got Simon Tucker with a 41.04 sitting in 8th place behind Bowie in 10.65. He's sitting in 7th place with a 39.58. So there, they've popped off Pike, sitting in 9th with a 41.15. Barnett's with a 41.16. 1 second. That's phenomenal.
That's phenomenal.
And then Jacko Evans been pushed out of the top 10, unfortunately, with that fastest. And I'm just talking about that lap only. That's only for their 3rd lap with a 41.21.
Yeah.
The middle misses with a 41.55. Overall, Matty Hansen, Danny Brown, both won here in recent years. Dale Martin sitting in 3rd, Toddy Lehman 4th, Boston 5th in 489, Bo Robbo in the 113 car in 6th, Tuckers in the 110 car 7th, Jackson Evans been pushed down to 8th in the 635, Bowie and Ella in 1065 in 9th, Middle Misses 10th, Barnett's 11th, Pike 12th, Habies, which we heard they haven't come across the line. So we've heard they've had a little issue, so we'll find out a bit more about that as time goes on.
Yeah, young Joseph Patterson in car 175. So as soon as Bo gets back, he'll be in for his service break again too, mate. And then get ready for the last 2.
He will do, will indeed. we'll try and go out. And,
You're going to haunt him.
I'm bloody going to haunt him, mate. Don't you worry about that. Like I said, I understand everybody's. I totally understand it because I've been out there, I've raced cars, and I've been pit crews and all that sort of stuff in the past. So I understand the stress that goes on, especially if it's okay if everything's going smoothly, but if not, I understand the stress that goes on in the car and the crew when something isn't going quite right. And that should be 676 on your screen with 670, the gills right behind that side by side in that GQ Patrol. That should be them coming in your screen right there, folks.
Yep, that is.
Still motoring around nicely, and they're fairly consistent as well. I understand that they're not the fastest car on the track, but a lot of these cars, they might not be the fastest. A lot of them are contending for class wins, class championships, that sort of stuff. So it doesn't matter what you're racing out here. We don't care. We just want to see you out here racing.
Yeah, exactly.
And racing over to get yourself a raffle ticket, by the way.
Yeah.
$100 for a $3,800 push bike. Why wouldn't you? Patterson, 175 over the finish line. Campbell on your screens as he weaves the last couple of corners towards the finish line.
Yep.
None other than Heath Whedon on the way back in with Michelle in the passenger seat. Chris
Now there's another
Land.
consistent run too.
That's an interesting shot when they take a shot of the big screen, isn't it? You get the tunnel of mirrors down there. Yeah. From what I could see out there, and obviously if I'm wrong, but it looks like Matty Hansen and Danny Brown are actually in front of Bo Robbo. And remembering Bo Robbo,
it was a fair way in front.
He was in front regardless, you know.
Yeah.
So maybe the boosty cars and the buggies. I'm going to say the buggies are definitely having a better run out here with traction wise as opposed to these solid axle rear, you know, the trucks like Sibbo that just went past in front of us, folks. I'm going to say they're having a better run with traction out here than some of these solid axle trucks, whether that be through the water on the track, as far as obviously gets slippery out here in the mud, but as far as out further in the forest where the sand gets a bit more heavier and dead as such.
There is Matty Hummer, 633 in the race line wheels. Heath Whedon across the line.
Last year's Class 7 champion, going for another one. Vandy on your screens, Van der Wood, and then I'm going to say that's Andy Brown with the Nacho off-road lighting on right behind him. Oh, look at that. What a gentleman. Lets him round. Not sure what the issue Andy had earlier on. Have a power steering issue. I have the main man, Wellesley, here, Darren Wells, who's been in the commentary box several thousand times in the past. He is probably one of off-road's most knowledgeable crew chiefs, is Darren Wells. He just tells me he had a power steering issue, and he did that by just waving his arms in the air. So that's a technical way of describing things.
Ben Eve
I've got to
upsetting.
lock
He's now
the
coming
door.
here to talk to us.
He's come charging for me in the door here.
Told you. Lock the door quick. Didn't lock it early enough. How are you, boys?
Wellesley, I don't have a microphone, mate, but I know you've been down there. I know you sent us. Oh, there you go. We can give you a microphone.
Evening or afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Darren Wells here.
Beautiful
on board.
day, isn't it?
And I'm going to call him crew chief of the Browns this weekend because he directed me into Andy's trailer just to get us through arms thrown at us. What's been happening down in that camp, mate? You said power steering issue?
This weekend, Andy's brought old Sheila over, and which last race being up a gun to windy, Andy smashed the four-wheel drive buggy, unfortunately, so that's gone back to America to be repaired, and he had to put together the spare buggy, so he's done a great job. And the car he's in at the moment he calls Sheila, and it's a car that we went over and raced in 2018 in the Mexican 1000, and he did extremely well over there in that. And anyway, it's got a 427 in the back of it, and just all been rebuilt up, sandy. And unfortunately, somehow one of the fittings on the power steering pump came loose, not very far out on the first lap, and pumped all the oil out the back. Fortunately enough, no fires, and Andy had to strong arm it all the way around that lap.
Oh, he's got big, strong arms.
Yeah, he has, yeah. And got it back into the pits, and we were able to fix it. He wasn't happy with his tyre selection, and so we changed that.
Speaking of a brown, that looks like a brown. No?
It could be one of them.
He's having a bit of fun out there now anyway, but and then Danny came in, and Danny's car was perfect.
That's a Havey. I reckon that's Aaron Havey. No, sorry,
Trevor Chandler.
Trevor Chandler.
How's us a bunch of experts?
Yeah, no, Trevor Chandler, yeah, so there you go. I was just talking to one of the Chandler crew, and they said that Trevor's having a few converter issues out there.
Yes.
But no, isn't it a great day for a race here? The conditions are perfect.
Like I said, you know, Pine's got this stigma about weather back in the day, but I've got to tell you, last year there was nothing but absolutely amazing weather, and apart from a couple of little showers, and I think that's actually helped race conditions, because the track, even directly in front of us, looks phenomenal as far as traction, etc. goes. A lot of guys saying the track's heavy out there, but
I tell you what, I'd sooner be driving on a heavy track and being able to pass people.
Dust.
When you can come up on someone, we just noticed before that Hansen was doing about 230k out there, and he passed Danny, who was doing 220. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. They are using the bottom part of the throttle out there on all those straights everywhere.
Yeah, that's phenomenal.
This is a turbo car track, though.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I was saying. Some of the V8s are really struggling out there. So, look at you, Wellesley.
Look at this. You got lunch too. Did they even feed you in the box?
Yeah. You step in. They must have known you were coming, mate. They are Trevor Chandler over the line as we watch Bo Robbo disappear at the 15k marker. So it looks like Danny and Matt Hansen may be around Bo on the way out there.
Isn't it? Won't now Chapman stopped out on the circuit. This will make very interesting to see who's going to win the overall championship for the year.
Yeah, well, we're just talking about before. Bo's obviously in. Bo still has to finish, but and finish reasonably strong, because Tucker could quite easily. I think the points are close enough that the top four anyone could have taken the top rung. So you've got Matty Burrows sitting in fourth with just 5 points behind Mr. Tucker in car 110.
Well, Matty Burrows came in before, and of course they're pit right next to us, and Matt broke a shifter cable.
Yeah.
So that was a bit of a bummer for him. So he's been set back a little bit, but he's fairly consistent. Of course, there's...
I was going to say Rana, but Boston. I'll tell you what, phenomenal. Toddy Lehman, folks, on your screen. Local man.
Well, I better get back to the pits, boys. Thanks very much for having me in the box
no worries.
today.
Thanks for coming to give us your technical knowledge there, Wellesley.
No, thanks, and we hope to see everybody at the presentation tonight.
And
big night.
And not only that, championship next year.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
2025 season should be. It isn't sorted yet, but it'll be sorted very shortly.
Only
and we'll
hours
know all the
away,
information.
mate. We'll know who's going to stand on the top step, and at this stage, might be Bo Robinson. By gee, they'll paint the town tonight, won't they?
I reckon so.
If the Robinsons win, we'll all be getting a free drink.
Yeah, I reckon so. Well, we'll hit him up. We'll say you said it. Thanks, Wellesley. Everyone, Darren Wells, the most knowledgeable man in off-road racing. The best crew chief you could ever have. I think he was just heading back out to see if he could grab a raffle ticket, because Darren said he wanted a new bike. So he was going to go out and put his number on his raffle ticket. While you're over at the bar, folks, don't forget our $3,800 push bike, $100 raffle ticket. So you can get yourself an absolute cracker push bike over there. Be drawn at the end of today, so you've only got 2 laps to go, so get over there, get on it. I can see car 1145 on its way back in the chute, car 760, which is the Gills. Andy Brown will be coming into your view over on your right at the tunnel. Over the ramp, there he goes. Andy Brown. A couple of bright white lights at the front there, followed by the Gills in car 760. This is the car in front of us, folks. It was just on your screen. That's the one that Darren was just talking about. Came in early with a power steering issue. We're following that car right now on your screens. So I'm just seeing here, you've got your current on-track leader down here, Matty Hansen in the middle of your screens, folks, just below the centre of your screen, followed by Danny Brown. There's Matt Burrows, and then Bo Robbo's just here on the back end there of that group. So they've just gone through our camera out on our screen. That's Andy Brown just coming over the finish line in front of everybody here. Window net seems to have opened itself. There's Jackson Evans at the 15k marker. Oh, sorry, the 33k marker this weekend. And isn't he doing well? Sitting up around in the bottom of our top 10 there, about 8th position outright for the weekend. Andy Brown through the Quarry section, dropping off before he does a big long right-hander. And that, you can see how grippy that track is on the right race line. That was mud this morning. A few bits of rain that'll get wet. But you can see the sky, folks. I told you it was sunny in Millicent. You didn't believe me. There it is, bright blue sky. Back on the chute on the way out for Andy Brown. What a way to follow him. Like I said, normally we have more drones here. One of our drone operators, Tex, sitting at home with a broken neck. Something to do with a drone, flying, parachuting, I don't know, falling from the sky. But he'll be back next year, loves it. Darren Vandy. They are the dock. The dock is on your screen. I'm going to say followed closely by Connor Cooper. That's the Barnetts. The Barnetts are still in the top 10 outright for championship. So once again, just to get a top 10 in this championship this year will be phenomenal for many of these people. Once again, those folks just sitting in the stands, please chuck your rubbish in the bins directly behind the grandstands. That'll be great. Did a little bit of a clean up out there this morning myself. If you need to, go get yourself a raffle ticket for the push bike. Not even if you need to, just get a push bike. $100 for a ticket for a $3,800 push bike. Absolute cracker. Matty Hansen on screen, folks, and that guy is your current on-road total time race leader. Won it here a couple of times, followed closely by Danny Brown. They've got a car in between them, so the gap looks like Jason Keane or Richardson.
That will be the Keane entry, yes. 10-13. Just quickly on the bike too, at the moment, it will be given away, but they've only been sold 50, 60 tickets, so you have a 1 in 60 chance of winning that. So the odds are getting better.
And I'm quite happy if no one else buys a ticket, but
you got to
get over there and get yourself a ticket. I see Chris Weston down there eating chips. That means he's been over near the bar somewhere, and he still hasn't bought a ticket. Chris Weston?
Yes, we can see you.
So when you go to the bar next, mate, grab yourself a bike ticket. $100 to win a $3,800 push bike. Hey?
You're saying I don't need one now. I don't need it. I need $3,800 to fix the car.
Fix the car. Yeah, that happens. Righto, folks. I'm going to say... Yeah, they just passed the 50K marker, so about 15 Ks off their
returning
fourth lap. So that'll be, and they'll be back in for another half-hour break. We'll go for a quick wander again when they're in.
There's Simon Tucker on screen.
Simon Tucker.
Bowie Graham behind him at 10.65.
And then Pike should be coming around onto that camera view any second as well. Matty Burrows. They must be coming into that corner quite hot because I see they've all been using the White Metal Road, which they have been trying. We've tried to keep them off as many White Metal Roads so the Forest can keep working.
There's
Bo Robbo.
Scandinavian flick.
Tell you what, he's still pushing quite hard, and he probably needs to, because even though he may now be in contention to win the championship outright, he can still have a points. There can still be a big points issue there if he doesn't place well and get enough points. And don't forget Mr. Tucker there sitting in third and Burrows sitting in fourth. If they finish quite close together and finish close to Bo, they could also get a good amount of points, which could put them in quite easily in first or second position for the championship. They are Toddy Lehman, and that looks like Boston. Oh, who's behind Boston there? Car 5, Dale Martin. Toddy Lehman, Boston, Koran. They're just trying to keep them in a straight line there. You can see that standing water on the White Metal Road over on the right-hand side of your screens. So obviously the shower out there has made a little bit damper.
Just have a look at Boston how quick that squirts up that hill.
Well, there are, folks. That's you. That's the people watching here. You can see that
see if you can spot
in
yourself
the background, the pits.
If you can see yourself on camera, wave.
And we are literally 2 minutes out of the main street of Millicent. 1 minute out of the main street of Millicent.
If that, yeah.
And that's the grandstand. Got our drone coming across in front of you all. You can have a wave. And you see that truck there full of sand for the kids. You can see what sort of environment you've got down here. When I came out here on Thursday for a sneak peek, it literally, like I said last year, even this year, it looked like a golf course. So fantastic.
Car 202, Brendan Forsman just going past the 50K mark. Yeah, I knew you would.
Bloody, I'm getting on the camera. Oh, change the shot. Tell you what. Middle miss.
Yeah.
33k marker. Super quick husband and wife combination.
They've been together forever in that car. As we look back down the road.
He's only just past the 50k.
So isn't that an awesome shot?
This goes into our Teagle's VIP area over there, and down to our scoring caravan. As you can see, we've still got a fair few cars circulating down here. We've got Bo Robbo coming up the chute any second. We've got Matty Hansen, and I'm going to say that's Danny Brown right there, car 4. 445, that's Darren Vandy. It looks like 1010, which is that...
Did you say 445?
445.
That's a Smith.
Oh, sorry, that's
the Doc.
Smith entry. Doc's not...
That's John Smith.
And then 729. So, Matty Burrows, Bo Robbo, they've got a couple of cars to overtake here before they come in for their second break. If you keep your eyes on the ramp over on your far right,
ramp
with the what do they call it? A crossover chute. The end of the chute here into the stadium area. You will see Matty Hansen in about 3 seconds.
2, 1. Where is he? Shouldn't be too far. Look over the pits.
Tell you what, my timing was out, but he's coming. There he is. There he is.
Yep, there he is.
It's kind of daunting that because it's actually quite a steep peak. It doesn't look it from here, but the inside of that ramp is quite steep.
Isn't it?
Matty Hansen, two-time
He'll come in for his service.
Two-time champion here at the Pines Enduro. Current race leader on overall time, and his crew will want to be wandering back there before they get in trouble, because if he beats them back, I think tipping they'll be handed out a penalty warning or a warning notice or something. Matty's pretty strict when it comes to racing. I know you've all got to wear the same pants to presentation, same freshly ironed shirts.
There is Danny Brown.
I tell you what, mate. Just who I've found in the distance.
Who did you find?
I found young Simon Evans floating around out the back.
Floating?
Threw a can at him, and we've got him in the box, mate. I tell you what, young Jacko, as we see, that's him on screen.
That's him on screen.
I tell you what, nailing it today.
He's doing a top job.
And the car looks fast. It looked, it's super impressive even just to watch it pull away when he's contending against some of these ultimate class and class 11s, triple the horsepower.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he's going to show that side by sides have stepped up a new level,
mate. From there, when they started come into the championship, and I'm talking probably 6 or so years ago, 7 years ago, whenever it was. They've come a long way.
Yeah, they're not really golf carts anymore.
No, they're starting to get a little bit of cred, aren't they?
No, look, I love them. I've been involved with the side-by-side since 2016. And when I first drove one, I was blown away by how good they actually were. So I thought 5-6 years, these things are going to be unreal, the way the manufacturers were developing them and the competition between Can-Am and Polaris. I thought it won't be long before we've got cars capable of matching it with these things out there, the Class 1, the Pro Buggies and all that sort of stuff, and the trophy trucks. So, Jacko's proven it today. It's definitely, we're getting closer.
Yeah. 100%.
And they're still evolving, so I'm looking forward to seeing what the next evolution of side-by-sides actually is.
I think so too. be interesting, very interesting. The car, like I said before, the car, there was no problems with the car. There was just a quick service and fuel up and out he goes again.
Yeah, it was
obviously
all
no drama doing 2 laps of the fuel.
No, not at all. That was just all routine maintenance, just checking on things. But yeah, the little Polaris Pro R out there is just absolutely perfect, like it's humming. So.
All right, well, mate, good luck. I just missed, we just missed coming over on the right. We were trying to time to see Boston Horan come into the arena. And he's screaming up behind Bo Robbo there. I'll tell you what, there's a bit of a battle.
He's absolutely pushing. Look at him. This is committed as. He's going to have a crack at passing him through here.
Without a doubt.
Oh. It is on.
I reckon what'll make Bo Robbo angry is that.
Yeah. Yeah,
but Bo's also sitting strategically now as well.
Absolutely, so. He's driving smart. He knows he's got to do it.
And not only that, you guys are in contention. Like you're right up the top end as well for a championship. Jacko is, and also to place obviously a championship in the class, but to place outright, you're well within the top 10 this weekend.
Oh, absolutely! It's definitely been part of the conversation. When we've been chatting
Puts
about it.
Puts the nerves on a little bit, doesn't it?
Jacko's, he's a real thinking driver, so I've been saying to him, just relax and just drive and let the championship play out. At the moment, our focus is on side-by-sides.
All right, mate. Well, thank you for stepping in. Good to have a chat. Good luck. And I'm sure we're going to see Jacko at the end up on a podium somewhere.
Mate, I want to see the King Chrome on top.
Thank you. Jeez. Simon Evans from the King Chrome crew. Here with Jacko Evans. There you go, Boston Evans. Oh, sorry, Boston Evans. I'm confused now. I've got people talking to me everywhere. I'm going to go down for a chat. He wants to adopt me. I'm going to go down, see if we can get in to the pits for a chat, and we'll see some more cars come in.
Boy, oh boy. See what happens when you talk to people. You get confused. So very shortly we'll cross down trackside. There is Boston, the crowd pleaser. What are we putting in his cereal this morning? I want to know what was in the cereal. Yes, Owen. We want to know what's in the cereal this morning from Boston. Bit of that New Zealand good stuff, I think it is. There's Dale Martin, there is Bo Robertson coming into the pits. Strategy of Robertson now. Here it is, 7.29 in the Bogan Boys +1. They'll still continue with their lap number 4. So in the house will be the 10.13. So they'll come in for their service break. So very shortly crossing live to Sandy, who is going to try and have a chat to some of the drivers and try and put the microphones into some of the camps that possibly he should keep well clear of. No doubt it'll be all routine at some of them. Just remember the bike too, folks. It will be given away presentation this afternoon. So car 10.13 in for a service break, or just a routine. So 10.13, which is Jason Keane. So Jason chasing a misfire earlier. They have come back in for lap number 4. So here's car 202. This will be the Brendan Forsman car 202, only car in the Super 1650 or Class 2 category this weekend. As we've always made mention, As we've always made mention with the Forsman, normally have a brigade of cars. This weekend, choosing to run one vehicle. So very shortly we'll cross to Sandy, who's out and about. Don't forget, for those competitors, presentation tonight at the Millicent Civic and Arts Centre, starting about 6 o'clock this evening. Crown not only this weekend's winners from the Teagle Excavations ARB 400, but will also crown someone the winner of the overall championship for 2024. And at the moment, we may mention, if you're just joining us, Clayton Chapman had his hands on the cup. They almost had the sign writer to engrave his name on it, and unfortunately today has been sidelined. I did see a picture that came back to us that the motor is in bits. There is car 2 on screen. David and Alice on screen. That's just on the 50k mark. So on their way back into the stadium. And here is Forsman's. And on cue, there he is, 633. There is Jackson Evans. Certainly showing everyone today that be a serious contender for not only in Class 6, but also outright. Stands it on the nose. And then points it back in towards the western end of the complex.
Navi's sitting in the ballsy seat with Matty Hanson. I'll tell you what, you've had a phenomenal effort, phenomenal job out there today. You haven't had much of a job to do at all, have you?
Of course, it's all about me. No, mate. It's been pretty good. Matt's done a great job. You know, we're sort of on the lower settings of everything, so we've got a little bit more in the tank if we need it. But yeah, the car's going really well. Fantastic. You know, do I start rattling everybody off? You know, Albin's gearboxes. The wiring is sensational from Ryan at Prologue. If you ever want your car wiring, he is the man. That has just game changed this whole car. It just runs so much better. Wilson race engines, Albin's gearboxes, Mickey Thompson tyres. I'm sure I've lost a few Dutton garage. I'm just getting plugged in.
Well, I tell you what, your times out there, obviously Matty knows what he's doing. He's won it here a couple of times in the past. Mr. Pendlebury, you've recently jumped in the passenger seat with him.
We won here back in 2018 as well, so I've been in with him for a little while. So, it's good fun. I love it. It's just, I mean...
And you're obviously doing something right to get the placings.
A lot of it's in the navigation and all that sort of stuff now, so as well. So, hey, go and have a chat with Matt. He's right there.
All right, thank you, mate. I'm glad you're doing well, and we'll see you at the finish line. Once again, the boys are filling up fluids. I'm not too sure where Matty's disappeared to, but he's out the front. I'll tell you what, let's sneak around the front because Danny Brown's out there as well. And I'm going to sneak up on them. They both haven't had a chance to run away, and they weren't expecting this, were you, boys? You thought you were going to get away from me, Mr. Brown.
I did.
Both doing really well out there today.
Yeah, good fun. Yeah, we're out there. We're having a bit of a back and forth. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, it was good.
Tell me what the problem is, mate.
We've had a turbo come a little bit loose, but it's fine. It's just a bit doughy out of the corners. But Bo, Hans and I went out to dinner on Thursday night, and we were out on the track together running around, so it was good fun.
I know, what a weekend, eh?
Yeah, Matty got us, and he's setting a cracking pace. We tried to stick on the back of him and just couldn't, so we might just try and see if we can get on him again and just get a tow so we can keep the pace, keep away from Dale.
and you're currently sitting first in class, first outright as far as overall time goes, mate.
Oh, that's good. We're really happy. Like, as I said, we just haven't driven much, so it's good to get back in a rhythm. Love this event, you know. Love Dyson with Danny and Bo out there. We're waving as we go past, and there might be a small wager on this between Bo and I. So it'd be good because I've lost plenty of to him over the years. So he's going good.
He reckons he's struggling a little bit, but he's the car feels a little bit lazy out here. But it seems to be loving the turbo cars. Seem to be loving it this weekend.
Yeah, it is. It's a fast track, very fast. I think Danny would agree. Yeah, tell you what, geez, you're coming off some of the top load and you're in the air for 3 or 4 seconds. Pretty cool.
All right, mate. We'll see you at the finish line. Good luck, Danny. Thank you, mate.
Cheers. All the best.
Danny Brown and Matty Hansen. Car 4 and car 7. A couple of our top shooters. I'm just going to. They're in first and second. Dale Martin sitting in third and Toddy Lehman in fourth. And Boston. We're going to see if we can't get down with Boston. Boston was down there in that big gold truck before the Chapman's camps out. I'm going to wander around here. Well, both his cars. Stu's standing over there, unfortunately, with an engine issue. Clayton with an engine issue. 10:15. Yeah. Tell you what, we've got a few cars out. I know even we had. Sorry about the wind. Might as well wander in past Danny Brown's car and have a look what they're doing over here. We just spoke to Danny over there before. I would imagine by the looks of it, he said they had a little bit of a loose turbo issue. Wellesley, who we saw in the box earlier, I'm going to call him the crew chief, but you can see the dirt. They're topping up some oil. Nothing too hectic in this car, like Danny said. Literally just a slightly loose turbo. It'll obviously be simple stuff they're repairing and fuel up and be ready to go back out once again. They've got about 20. I didn't see their time coming in, but they've probably got about 20 minutes left. I'm going to see if we can't go down and have a quick chat. They're all spread out a bit more. We missed Bo Robbo down the end there, didn't we? We probably could have gotten a chat with Bo Robbo, but we might wander down because we didn't really get much out of Boston. And Boston, he's not the greatest chatter, is he? But I tell you what, he's on a charge. Currently sitting about 5th outright, if I'm not wrong. Boston sitting 5th outright with the total running with 209. So we'll just go over, have a quick chat with Tuckers on their way back in. Southern Cross 110 car behind. But Jack and Evan, Simon in the commentary box back of the here. The Campubara King Chrome Racing team down here. I get a word from Jacko. Mate!
Honestly, you know more than I do, man. I'm just driving my own car right now.
Keep driving your own car, mate. You're doing fantastic.
Cool.
It's awesome to see. The car looks super fast, and even up against some of those unlimited cars and those big horsepower cars, still looking fast and grounded. Suspension's working really well too.
Yep. No, our shock setup's really good. We clicked up a couple of clicks in the front. We had a few big hits in the front, but yeah, just trying to keep my nose clean. That's the key. And yeah, we're just pushing where we know the car's fast and looking after it where we should be looking after it, which, to be honest, at the moment, it's not many spots. This thing's eating it up, so we're just trying to stay focused.
2 more laps to go, mate. Enjoy it.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
All right. Jack Evans, like I said, you can see how many people there are in a crew just to keep a car sometimes going. We've got, I'm going to say 6 or 7 people on that car. Walking around, there's a little bit of a graveyard down here. I can see the Western's car, unfortunately, on a trailer. Chappie's on a trailer up behind us. The other Chappie car out getting hauled in. Ratcliffe's car was on a trailer back there. So it's all part of it, mate. Sorry. I know we're interrupting your rest time, but I'll tell you what, you're the most chilled guy I've ever met out here.
Yeah.
Hey?
Yeah, well, I think I like to be chill. Bit of an ego.
I'll tell you what, you're on a blinder, mate. The car looks so good out there and fast. Track looks like it hasn't really degraded greatly. I would imagine in some of the corners it's gotten some bigger holes as it usually does out here.
Yeah, massive ruts too. Coming too hot a few corners, we just keep blowing them out and overshooting. So no, it's a good track.
And no changes to the car, just fuel.
No, just fuel. That's it.
Fuel
and
quick
water for me.
Well, I was going to say a quick pee and a quick drink and away you go.
Yeah, that's it. Anywho.
All right, well, keep doing what you're doing, mate. You're doing awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, Boston in 489, the Big Black Motorsport entry. This thing is super, super fast. We were all surprised to see how quick this is. Yeah. We might go over and see Mr. Pike in the 75 car. I don't know if they're having issues over here. I'm going to let them do their thing as much as it'd be good to have a chat. They're buried deep in there trying to fix an issue maybe. Not too sure what the issue is, but once again, as much as we'd like to get in their noses, under their noses and have a chat, I tell you what, Craig, I know you didn't have, I'm going to say you didn't have the best start to a weekend as far as positioning goes. I know you're a lot further up normally than that. You seem to be clawing your way back a little bit, and now you've probably just got to stick it there. You're in the top 10 and right for the championship anyway.
Yeah, no, we'll just take it, we won't say steady, but just be sensible now and bring it home.
Yeah. There's only 2 more to go.
Yeah, exactly. We picked the fence up down there on the last 5 minutes of that first set, and locked up, lost 5 minutes there, but except for that, we're going good.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
No worries, mate. We'll enjoy the race.
About 50 metres of fence.
Okay. We'll sort that out. So that was it. Craig Barnett in the Cougar Racing car 68. I'm going to see, I know it's a long walk back up to Bo Robbo, and he's probably, I'm going to say, not too far off heading out to see the last 2 laps of this year's ARB Off-Road Racing Championship, Australian Off-Road Racing Championship, down here at the Pines Enduro 400. We've got the Middle Mist car coming in behind us, and I'm not even sure, I think they're camped right here, aren't they? Yeah. We might as well get them swing right in. They're about to swing right into us. Once again, a little car, last year's second place getters in the championship. As you can see, there's a crew. As soon as the car's off, wheel chocks under, everything's happening instantly. They'll do the quick basic checks. I would imagine things like wheel nuts. If there's any issues, the issues will probably be addressed first. Little, maybe a heating issue they're trying to address there. Now these guys, like I said, I understand they don't want to talk to us too much because they're in the zone. They've just done 130 Ks at Australia's toughest off-road racing. Obviously wheel bearings, rod ends. As soon as we can. I just heard LIVESTREAM just put fuel in it, so that's always a good sign. I'm going all right. How you going, mate?
Yeah, not bad. Just
I'll let you get your gear. I'll let you get some gear off and. There you can see the amount of safety gear people have got down here. It's not a 3-second job to get out of your gear or even out of the car. So I'll say it's just fuel and that's it by the sound of it. But car feels good.
Yeah, no, car's going really well.
Yeah, just keeps circulating.
It's doing its thing, doesn't
Keeps
it?
doing its
Keep doing your thing
Yeah,
too. So
keep doing our thing. But yeah, no, it's all going well. Some big rocks and that's starting to appear, and some
Tree
really big
roots.
tree roots. Yeah, so just trying to so we don't have any downtime. Yeah, changing tyres. So yeah.
well, I'll go and get a drink and go have a wee and get ready for the next round.
Sorry, but yeah. Thank
you. They are Dave Middlemas in car number 2. Last year's Huskies in the championship. They'll be back. They're actually in a Class 1 car. We're going to try and run up. I'm going to try and run. I'm going to say I'm not the biggest picture of health. It's my man here with me. So we're going to wander up and see if we can have a quick word with Bo Robbo, who at this stage has popped himself into a really good position to take out the championship overall for this year. So once again over here we've got Toddy Lehman, local boys. Kurt Steffen's car's not back in. He had a little issue down there earlier. I think Jake England was here. Hey, we might just quick word with Toddy. You got a second, Todd? Mate, another car that looks super fast out there, and I'm just going to check the times. 4th position with a 2:06. Literally 2 minutes 49 off the leader.
Yeah, mate, we're having a good run. We just got to keep circulating, and yeah, 2 more laps, and I'll be happy to get a checkered flag.
I tell you what, cracking weekend in the track. Everyone seems to say that the track's holding up reasonably well. Like we know in the past, Pines corners can chop out and get to a metre and a half deep, even 2 metres in spots. But
Yeah,
overall, the track seems good.
Yeah, it's real good. The track's great. They've done a good job. Couple of holes out there, but you just drive to the conditions and yeah, just get to that checkered flag. That's the biggest thing. We're pretty happy with where we're sitting now, so we'll just get the job done.
All right, bloody oath. Good luck, mate. See you at the finish line. Toddy Lehman, car 85, Roberth movers entry, and if I can wander around here, I might be able to get a quick word with Bo Robbo about his thoughts on the championship. Now, just looking here at my times as I walk up, we just spoke to Boston before in car 489. Bo Robbo is 6 minutes behind the leader, but currently sitting 6th. Where's our big man? Are we all too busy down here? I'm not too sure. I think they got a little issue, so we might just let them keep working. When things aren't 100%, we like to make sure that they get their time. They do only have half an hour. Oh, mate, you got 2 seconds for me. You're doing pretty well. I see you sitting in a really good spot now, sitting 6th outright. So for the race for this weekend. So let's keep it on. The car didn't look like it usually does, mate. It does look like it's down a little bit on power. Did you have one too many burgers this morning or what?
We saw Clayton on the side of the track there on that other lap, so we just backed it right off and
just doing your thing.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll let you keep going. Looks like you got a few little issues to sort. So, good luck. We'll see you at the finish line, mate.
You may look forward to it.
Yeah. Oh, Robbo, 113 truck, the OBR entry. I tell you what, there's that's your top few competitors, and even a couple that have fallen a little bit further down behind. We might cut back to you over there. These guys will be getting ready to go back out, not too far away, I would imagine, mate. So we'll cut back to you guys over there, and in the meantime, if you're out of your seats, go grab yourself a raffle ticket to get that bike, $3,800 push bike, just for $100.
If you look on the screen too,
We'll go and
Sandy.
check it out in a minute.
Yeah, go check out how many tickets are sold, Sandy. Just looking on screen at the moment, you're riding in car camera with the 7 Start Me Up Racing. We're going to have a bit of in-car footage from this car as it heads back out into the forest. As you can see, Nigel Penderbury. So Nigel in the navigator seat. There is Matt. The crew now pushing it backwards. So this will be an interesting 2 laps to the finish. The race is on. Everyone The top three have now purchased that ticket to the final 2 laps. So there'll be a race to the finish. Don't forget, presentations just in front of us here this afternoon. We'll give some hardware away this afternoon to our top 3. There is the 1181 of Chandler. Rolling on through. Did hear that they were having a few minor detail issues as well. Matt now rolling back towards the start chute. Danny Brown certainly has made it known that he has a few little issues with the 4 car. Just to say that one stopping in the arena too. As we look on screen, there is Melbourne our Class 6s. 624. So over the centre jump for the Matty Hummer team, that's 633. Again on the screen, they're putting a sign back up that had been knocked over at the 50k mark. Wouldn't have bothered. So we ride with him, folks. Your current outright leader for 2024. Thumbs up from Matt and Nigel. So first car rolling up to the start chute, and he's got company. Car number 4, the Toyo tyres of the Brown team. So Hummer in for his 4th lap. There is Heath Wheaton 7:01. Rolling into the arena as well. So the final 2 laps. So there goes John Smith up the 33k mark. Welcome back. I'm not fit.
Mate, what a walk. Some teams down there doing an immense amount of work. I can hear a little bit of a whine out of one of our 2 race leaders on the start line. I'm not too sure which car was that, but Matty Hansen's away, folks. Your current race leader. Once again, he's done it here a few times before. So is the next man in line, Danny Brown. On board with Matty Hansen.
Yeah, be interesting these last 2 laps. We're right on board with your current race leader. Big bump there.
They are Danny Brown, folks. He's got a little bit of distance to make up on road.
There is the Darren Franklin car coming back into the arena. Also Heath Wheaton to go across the line.
Now, remembering Heath's got a half-hour break. These guys are starting their last 2 laps down here. We've got Matty Hansen sitting 55 seconds in front of Danny Brown. Dale Martin. Now, we haven't seen Dale Martin come back out on track.
He has been in.
He's in now.
Yeah.
So,
he shouldn't be too far away from coming back in to start the last 2 laps.
Matty Hansen, Danny Brown, Dale Martin, Toddy Lehman, Boston in the 489. So we're actually missing Dale Martin, and it doesn't mean he hasn't stopped for some other competitors. You can see we're en route. We're here with Matty Hansen and Mr. Pendlebury on the way out on our White Metal Road. And if you look far into the distance over on your right, you should be able to see them screaming out in that White Metal Road just before the road jump.
He's in 4th gear. We're going down there too. That's 5th.
5th. We're probably around 200k an hour right now, folks.
If you look over that left arm, you'll see
they
a 5.
Are just behind the jump on the way into the stadium there. There's a couple of pine trees. That's Matty Hansen on his way out. Hauling 6th gear.
No, he hasn't changed.
No,
it's over the road
jump. So that's about where you top out, just over the road jump. And I'm going to say he's doing 220 to 230k an hour.
So just past these
and you'll
trees,
see
there'll be a 300
you'll see the braking markers.
They're a blur. Yeah,
there's one. There's the
2.
next. And back to 100 metres about here. There's a 100-metre marker.
Yep.
Around a hard right-hander, sweeping right-hander, should I say, past the farmhouse. And then they'll drop back off the White Metal Road and onto the side of the road.
No, they don't actually drop back now. They actually veer to the right and up on the White Metal. They stay on that up to the pines.
And then back on and then back off.
There you go. So he's on the White Metal due to the fact that they pulled that out, bit that little road section out this morning, that grass section.
Oh, they got rid of it altogether. Twin turbo Nissan motor in that 489 car. There's Dale Martin, Toddy Lehman. He's going to want to try and get the jump on Toddy. Toddy doesn't even know he's there. Washed him out, which Dale won't be happy with. Bo Robbo. They are your top 6, folks. Matty Hansen, Danny Brown, Dale Martin, Toddy Lehman, Boston, Morgan Haran, and Bo Robbo.
There we go, on board with Matt in
Matty
that
Hansen
first little bit.
And Nigel Pendlebury.
Yeah. Isn't that a good shot? 3rd gear through there. You'll flick it back up very shortly to the right.
3rd gear will be well over 100k an hour, probably more like 150k an hour.
So if you're at the road jump and you can actually hear this conversation on the live feed, you got 3 cars coming at you at full noise.
Here's Andy Brown on your screens on his way back in. Once again, he had a little power steering issue early on and could hamper you for the rest of the event, really, can't it?
Yeah, well, it's just one of those things, isn't it?
Is that, that's an element. That's the Habies.
They got it going.
We're back. Excitement. I tell you what, I'm not too sure what their issue was out there, but it's good to see them back on the road.
We just read your lips there, Liz. Whatever it was that managed to fix that problem.
Car 1030 out. 1032, should I say.
1032, yes. So we ride with Matt. Look at this going down the road. This is the White Metal Road alongside there. Head up here, they'll veer back to the right.
Hard left.
That's a hard
Matty Hansen right there.
So he's up in here. Go back hard left and then back in through here.
Second of the Brown entries.
I wonder if Rowan knows. What was the problem, Rowan, with the 57? Do you know? No idea?
No idea what wrong. What happened
He's
to
the
the
brains
Havey
behind the
entry?
operation here, and he has no idea.
The Habies on their way back in. They may come in for a pit unless they are confident. Nah, they're back out. They're still on their 3rd lap then.
So this will be their 4th.
That'll be out for their 4th lap with their issues obviously sucked up a lot of their time, but doesn't mean they're not out of contention for a finish. It's an electrical issue. They're not too sure what the electrical issue is. They just know it's an electrical issue.
That's the best you can show us on the phone. Never mind. So it'll be the Barnetts, the next one riding up in the chute, car 68. Car 624 bouncing.
I just saw Habe leaving the right hander there, just a wheel in the air the whole way around that corner. It was beautiful. Here he is, Jacko Evans, up at the start line.
Isn't he having a great run today?
He's doing fantastic. I tell you what, the first of our Class 6s and the only one of our Class 6s in the top 10. Actually, I think he got knocked out of the top 10 a little bit, didn't he?
He may have, yes.
Just going to go back into my scores overall. No, he's sitting 9th. So there you go. First of our Class 6s in 9th position. Jacko Evans, Craig Barnett sitting right next to him. We know Craig had a little bit of an average start to the weekend, but hopefully he's back on pace.
So car 624 coming back into service break. Just waiting on that clock to count down for Evans. He'll head back out into our, as I said, sitting in the top 10 at the moment. Great result, the King Chrome Tools Polaris. Also sitting alongside the Cougar Racing of Barnett. Will be possibly chasing the 635 entry. So we're into the last 2 laps for some of our competitors. Not too sure where the 624 car is heading. Did come back into the pit area. Oops. There goes Evans.
Jacko! He is, like he said before, he just needs to keep doing what he's doing. No one's getting near that Class 6 this weekend. Phenomenal amount of effort there.
Obviously to go back out to that 4th lap for 624. Come in obviously for a quick splash and dash. Oh, that's on screen. That is a wheel.
I'm hoping that's a spare tyre.
So am I.
And we'll get a recovery out to that point, which will be at our 33k marker. There's not a car in sight, so unusual to see, and I'm not too sure, but I'm going to tell you.
Who was around that area?
I'm just about to zoom in and to see who was around that area. Car 1010 is the only car in that area. That's where that camera is right there, isn't it?
That is that. That is on the 33k mark.
So
that is possibly off the Tinga entry. So if the crew for car 1010 at this
if
point,
he's missing a tyre, you know where it is.
Yeah.
And I'm sure recovery will pick that up as soon as they know about it. It'll be put in the back of a ute, brought back into the end of the race. I myself have had panels brought back in from all over the countryside out here before and tyres. So
and they give them back to you.
They do.
With an invoice. Thank you very much.
Mr. Tucker in car 110 and the Barnetts, car 68. I think these 2 guys finished that last round
They did very well
Not
last
forgetting
event.
while you're here, folks, we really need you guys to go over, grab yourself a raffle ticket to win this $3,800 push bike. Over at the bar while you're getting a drink, slip in an extra green one and put your name on a number up there. Yeah, Daz just tells me he did a Sandy, lost a spare tyre. My mate Daz back at home, he's yeah, he said he's lost a spare tyre. We did that at Millicent here recently, another one of the Millicent Sand Buggy Club's races. And we're just having a look. Danny Brown is still going, but on our screens, car 7 is stopped. So I'm just going to see if we can get an update there. I'm getting updates from every direction here. It's a bit hard to tell. But
Here's Darren Gill. What a consistent run this car is every time you see it.
Indeed. Doc on your screens, folks, the 50k marker. Watching Simon Tracker leave the line. The Barnetts are well on their way. Tucker's underway. Bowie and Ella and the Pike entry of car 75 also lined up the start line. Yeah, we're watching the Tucker entry just in literally 800 metres from the start of the race there. And we'll switch over and watch the Vandies by the looks of this drone shot. The Vandies will come into your screen on the right, or not. Righto, 6681 on your screen, folks. That's the Warwick vet, Ross Newman. He came in each time just for a fuel stop.
Yeah, probably needed a bit more.
Elderly gentleman enjoying his time out here in the Pines in Millicent, South Australia. Is that Matty Burrows?
That is Matty Burrows in car number 3.
Trying to get around the gills, and if he can get around the gills, because he was laid in for a service as well, so he'll be coming in for a service now for his second break, I would imagine.
That will be correct.
And if he can round up the gills beforehand, it means he'll have a clean start to the last 2 laps of this year's ARB Teagle Excavations Pines Enduro 400 here at Millicent. Just had word that Riley, one of our cameramen out there at the 33k marker, has the tyre to that car, whoever's car that was. We saw the tyre roll off, and we believe it may have been the 1010 Tinga entry. So
we'll see that when it comes back. If it
yeah,
doesn't
that'll
have a
get
spare
back
wheel
in.
on it.
He's at least pulled it off the track. I'm not sure what car he's in out there, so he may not have room to bring it back in, our cameraman. The Gill entry over the line. Matty Burrows is over the line. I may as well see if we can't get some overall times. Excuse I. Lap 4. We've seen some of our guys go back out the Barnetts. The middle misses will be the next crew out. They're on a total running time currently of so Matty Hansen, current leader, who I'm going to say is stopped out there. We haven't seen his car move for a little while.
That's a shame, isn't
But
it?
he was at 2 hours 39 run time, and we're down. It's the next car out, which should be the middle misses at 3 hours and 3 minutes, 50 seconds run time. Sibbo's 3:09, the Campbell's 3:14, Chandler, Trevor Chandler in that 1181 car 3:15, Pato 3:16. Ian Middlemas 3:18, Andy Brown 3:18, Darren Franklin 3:28. We're going, I tell you what, we've got a fair gap rolling out here, don't we?
There is that fair gap, and we look on screen too, we're on another on-board camera.
Looks like a Middlemas car. Is it?
Is it Middle Miss
No,
or
no,
is
it's
it the
not.
Pattersons? That's I reckon that's
Patterson.
Patterson.
It's got a, yeah, Patterson's blue frame and still in the pits because the Middle Misses have just rolled up to the start line to go again. So we've seen about 24 cars in for their left for their last lot of laps. 26 cars.
So Knight is also one of those ones that have just left. Also 669 is also rolling out.
And I think 669's still on his. He had the radiator issue early on, so this could well be his 4th lap.
Third or fourth, yeah.
Don't forget, folks, the Foresman entry 202, the only of our 1650 cars here this weekend, Class 2. Well, we've got a little bit of a breather in here. Don't forget, race over, grab a raffle ticket. Go grab a raffle ticket, go grab a raffle ticket. I'm going to keep saying it, go grab a raffle ticket to win yourself a $3,800 push bike. We've got a couple of good sponsors on board for this weekend. Once again, Teagle Excavations, we're here in their quarry. They've done an amazing amount of work here, putting some berms in and that sort of stuff. Hards Transport Services and ARB 4x4 Accessories. They sponsor the Pines Enduro 400 out here in Millicent, run by the Millicent Sand Buggy Club. Our championship sponsors, once again, ARB 4x4 Accessories, Mickey Thompson Tyres and Wheels, and Raceline Wheels. So, Crater Lake Cycles has put up our bike for this weekend's raffle. Once again, we've got 141 and Forest GSA helping us out, letting us race through the forest out here in the Pines.
We can't do it without them either.
One absolutely unique race out here. Screenshot big screens. Lammy and the crew giving us our screen that's right in front of you folks, watching Pato drive out to the start line again, I would imagine. Total Tools in Mount Gambier with their new store. Iberdrola Australia, Open Road Caravan Sales and Repairs. We've got the Vanderberg Spirit Company.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Vanderberg Wines, mate. Nice drop. Mount Gambier Times. We have Colin Court Butchers, Cleanaway, Foster's Foodland Store, K&S Fuels in Millicent, Express Signs, Mount Gambier Paint Plus, Shannon's, which you can see them over in the tent room, Artside Outdoors, Sharp Cranes in Mount Gambier and in Millicent, Somerset Hotel, which is down in Main Street here, Limestone Coast Party Hire, Lawrence and Hanson. The distributors in Mount Gambier, they do food and beverage. SWF, and that is Southwest Freight.
Yes.
Hillview Caravan Park. And I'm going to say that's just a number of them. The city of Mount Gambier, we've got MR Trans, that's Michael Marson Race Transmissions, Mills Media Productions, Smythe, I'm going to say Smythe Electrical Air Conditioning and Generator Hire. Once again, they're just some of the sponsors and some of the people that help put on the event here out at Millicent, Pines Enduro. Millicent Tyre Centre, Heemskirk Security, who have looked after the place all weekend, thank you very much. And Mundoolan Dairying. I see Kurt Steffens just standing outside the commentary box here. It's hard to crack a smile out of Kurt at the best of times, but you got a second to come inside, mate. I don't want to take away from family time, but Kurt was obviously out there in car 133, just watching car 1017 leave the line. Mate, once again, thanks massively to Teagle's Excavations for putting on a show and giving us the grounds to race on this weekend here in the Quarry. But we see you were in car 133. What happened out there today for you?
We did a good sighting lap, first lap. All was going good. Second lap, we got into it a bit. And car was feeling great, really confidence inspiring, and we probably just going a bit quick. Landed, bit of a tank slapper, it went over and went over and went over and went over. Parked on the side and anyway.
You're both okay?
Yeah, both fine.
That's the main thing.
Which is good. So luckily for Mark, it kept landing on my side. So yeah, now it's missing the front right wheel.
A little bit of work to do.
Yeah, it's a pretty good neck really for what it is. It didn't even take the bonnet off of it.
Oh, beautiful.
All of our spinning was done in the air. So, yeah, but big thanks to the guys that stopped and made sure we were all right. And the guys out there that come and recovered the car. So
the track was looking, from everyone's word out there, the track looked fantastic this weekend out there in amongst the forest as well, not just in here.
Good fun. The first half of the track, one of the King Chrome side-by-sides, and Jake England in his Class 10, those lighter cars, they just up and get on top of that sand easier than us. And then in the back half of the track is sort of quicker, and we sort of come good there. But we're having a good race with those guys, and getting through a lot of cars, a lot of field. It was going really good.
All right, mate. Well, thank you very much. Great to have you on air. Commiserations for the race, unfortunately, but once again, a massive thank you to you and the group at Teagle's Excavations for everything you do for us here at the Pines Enduro.
No worries. Pleasure having you all here. Thanks.
Thank you. There you go, everybody. Kurt from Teagle's Excavations unfortunately had an issue with traction and wheels on the ground in car 133 this weekend. We are on board with Pato. Sippo on his last 2 laps. Trying to chase down that little bit of onboard there we see from Pato.
There it is, back on board as it heads out towards the chute. Towards Teagle Excavations crossover.
There's definitely Tinga's spare tyre. My mate Daz has screenshotted it for me, leaving the car on video.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yep.
And there you can see it in the air. So thanks Daz for that.
That's good.
Definitely Tinga's...
leaving the scene of the crime.
Scene of the crime. The Doc, I'm tipping's coming in for his half-hour service break.
He is. Yeah, that's called leave the scene of the crime and then pick it up later and just go back to creeping back to get it. But hopefully no one sees it. On board, going down the railway line with 175 in the Joseph Patterson car. Go to the right of the tree. See what the gear is on the right-hand side there.
Yeah, it looks like Matty Hansen may be back in action out there, mate.
Yeah.
Toddy Lehman should be coming up to about our 50k camera mark. Closely followed by Boston in that 489 beautifully presented gold V6 turbo car, and Dale Martin.
So riding out on the white metal road, heading out. This is 175.
5th gear. I'm tipping this might be it's a six gear car.
That's one-hand driving down there. Would you do that?
In my cars, I'll be honest with you, I run patrols obviously Class 8s usually, and some Class 7s, but I actually can't let go of the wheel down here because when I hit around 190 to 200k an hour in our cars, and our cars only just tip over 200k an hour, I might do 206 or 208 down this one particular bit of road, our car starts wheel spinning because of the air pushing against back and the air coefficient back against the car. So I can't do what these guys are doing. There's a bit of a difference there. sounds stupid, but yeah, that's what happens in here for us.
Give away something, just went past that, and it's just gone past.
Greg Campbell,
607.
607, there you go. Into the 100 metres about now, and then it's got that, it's a super tight, but it's a right hand around the farmhouse. They used to go straight ahead here into the dirt and then jump back off, but it looks like they've deviated off the dirt earlier, like you said, track operation. I think it was mentioned in driver's briefing that I missed this morning.
Yeah, a good excuse.
Going to sponsor that.
And we're going to have one in your car, right? Maybe. Come on.
Pato. They do a hard left-hander, I think. They do a hard left-hander.
Yeah, turn left and into the pines they go.
Right, on their way back down the chute any minute now will be 684 and 1010. So last of our stragglers. There's a couple of people being out there being overtaken. Danny Brown's currently leading from what I can tell on road. Danny Brown, then Toddy Lehman, Austin in the 489 truck, and Dale Martin right up the top of Boston. And Matty Hanson's obviously having a little issue out there because he's way back in 5th spot.
There goes the Trevor Chandler entry, car 1181. And on screen. Just trying to spot who that is on screen. That is Danny, yes. Pops in onto the white metal just to.
There was another red arrow there before. I don't know if that's still standing, but once again, if there's one single red arrow, you have to stay to the left of the arrow.
Left hand.
Oh, sorry,
Got to go on the left hand side.
Yeah. If there's 2 arrows, you must go between the 2. And obviously, throughout the day, there'll be this looks like a Teagle, and I'm going to say he's going to jump quite nicely because he's got no extra weight on the back. Now, Matty Hummer's on his way back out, folks. We've got a couple in back in the stadium here as we're watching Pat on the screen. Tinga coming back in without a spare tyre. We saw that sitting at the 33k marker where our first of our 2 cameras out there are sitting out there this weekend. And that's Matty Lavis following him in. Big gap before we see Danny Brown again, I reckon.
Yeah, Danny's just on that last little bit now. Oh, big bump there. So Pato back into.
Pato is around about.
It's about the 10k mark.
Probably a little more. He's going to be over here. Here somewhere.
It should be here somewhere. Up in.
Right there.
There is car 202. There is the Fordsman's. Pato should turn right very shortly. Head up along straight.
Off getting to our 33k camera. Pato's right beside car 110 and 68. He's not too far off 68 and car 110, which is the Tuckers.
There goes the Dale Martin. In front of him though was Todd Lehman. There is a 684 car.
Next onto that screen, mate, should be the gold truck. There it is.
There it is.
And
He's got a car in front of him, so Robertson shouldn't be too far behind.
That's car 80, Chris Land, isn't it? In front of him.
Could be.
It looks like car 80 from what I can tell. In front of him. Rounds him up pretty quickly, obviously. And then there's a big gap between him and Bo Robbo.
So Franklin pulls up to the line in the 110. Here is the Bogan boys +1, heading across the back of the arena and just about to head over the jump in front of us.
Once again, these cars at the start line, they're both Class 11s. Andy Brown's being a two-wheel drive Lumicraft 7-litre, and next to it, the Franklin side-by-side, which has only had a front diff change to make it jump into Class 11. So, two totally different cars, really, but dropped into Class 11. Next year, I would say that 1145 car will be dropped back into an ultimate class.
With a 45 on it.
It'll be back to a 45 rather than 1145 as per next year's 7-litre rule, which allows ultimate cars, Class 5, Class 8, Class 4, Class 5, Class 8, all will be going to 7-litre capacities next year.
Yep. Riding on board with Patterson. Going through the forest. He'll be on his way back towards our second camera angle. Just waiting for the clock to count down as we look on screen. There is Simon Tucker, and glued to his tail. We can find that will be car 2.
Bowie should be coming into that screen now at that 33k marker.
It's a long straight. They'll go to the left up here shortly. There is Bowie Graham, the 1065 of Lumicraft.
And you'll see Bo Robbo out at our 50k marker. Camera on his way back in too. Cooper's left the panel out there. There you are, Bo Robbo.
Have a look at it.
He's in big contention to take out this year's championship. Now, I think Clayton Chapman's had a little issue with his engine. Unfortunately for both Chappie's engines had an issue this weekend, which is very sad to see, but Bo Robbo, 11-13. Odin Hardware entry, OBR boys.
And they've done a big effort this year, mate. They've come from WA to race over here. And
racing the best championship in Australia, that's for sure.
That's for sure.
The only championship in Australia, the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship.
Now that was a car that just went past and thumbs up.
Of Patterson.
Yeah, so Patterson just went past someone that...
Andy Brown must have come in. It looks like they've got fresh tyres on the back of that car in front of us.
Yeah.
So he's put some muddies on for the last section. All-terrains on the front. Nacho off-road lighting, ARB. You know, Andy Brown is the big dog of ARB for a long time. He's stepped back now and enjoying retirement a bit more, I think. There he goes, Andy Brown, 11:45. As the second of the Brown cars comes out, well, I'm going to say the first of the Brown car comes back into screen here. Danny Brown in the Toyo tyres, sponsored number 4. The boosted car, they had a loose turbo earlier on. They put a little bit more oil in the engine, so it was a little bit light on oil. But he seems to have a fair gap now, doesn't he?
He does.
Because looking at this, if we zoom in on our rally safe, 6681, we've got 85, which is Toddy Lehman, number 5, which is Dale.
Yep.
And we also saw earlier that
489.
Matty Hansen had pulled over, so at 489, which is Boston.
So Boston shouldn't. Now, we want to see if we can get Boston launching over the top of that crossover this time. We've missed him every other time. So if we can, we'll let you know, Dean, when to watch the crossover. If we can, onto the camera, we've got to get this. We've got to get a shot of it. Or if anyone's got a photographer, we need a photographer to be over there to take photos of it leaping. I'm sure you could stand under it before. So riding with Patterson.
Your current Teagle Excavations ARB Pines Enduro leader, Danny Brown, car 4. He did it here 2 times the last 2 years, folks. That car right in front of you. Tell you what, that footage on board with Patterson's phenomenal. You can see how fast these guys get moving through the pine breaks. He looks like he's in 5th gear. I'm tipping well over 150k an hour if you're in 5th gear going through those pine breaks to a standstill. Around the right-hander and away you go again. We are coming into the stadium here. Toddy Lehman sitting in 2nd. Right behind him, Dale Martin, and I reckon Dale's going to put a pass on in here. I think Dale Martin might have the legs here with a bit extra boost. That Ford motor seems to be doing quite well, doesn't it?
It does. Dale will just go out wide. Todd will go in close. And behind him, here comes Boston. Certainly not afraid to have a go.
They are. Dale Martin around Toddy Lehman.
I want to know what Boston had for lunch.
Danny Brown did a 36-minute 38.8, folks. Your current race leader. And we'll get some more times in the next couple of minutes as we get... I think Dale will be wrapped to get around Toddy before the last lap here. Here he goes, your current second on road. Dale Martin and AJ Rowe. A little bit of a kick up on the back end of that. Hopefully Craig was watching that. Toddy Lehman in car 85, folks. He's our local guy just down the road.
There's Boston diving on the nose. I want to know what Boston had for lunch, Sandy.
And I'm going to tell you.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you. We're just going to wait for it to refresh so I can get Toddy Lehman's. There you are, folks. So we've got currently your current race leader. Your current race leader.
Yeah.
Hang on, I might as well wait for Boston's to refresh in there as well.
Say, what are you going to do? You're going to tell me something?
The suspense is killing me.
Yeah,
now, this is it. Your top 4, folks. Current race leader and second on road, Dale Martin and AJ Rowe in car 5. 3:17 and 48 seconds. Danny Brown with George Apted in the passenger seat in second with 3:18.01. Toddy Lehman, our local man, in car 85 with a 3:20.09. And Boston in 4th position with a 3:22.42. So there you go. They're 5 minutes behind, basically, Boston is. And we're still, Matty Hansen, we know, who was our race leaders, pulled up. I believe he's going again.
I believe he's still running.
We're waiting now on our Big Bo Robbo's truck to come down, and they're not far off coming back into our final shoot on the way back to the finish line here. Matty Hansen looks like he's no longer going. He's sitting out on a white metal road. Looks like he's under tow back there if we have a check of our rally safe.
That's a shame.
That is a shame.
It's just heartbreaking to hear it.
working so hard and...
yeah, the commentator's curse, mate.
I don't actually believe in that, so...
You don't? Nah. Here's Chris Land.
Chris Land.
Has landed.
They seem to be motoring around reasonably well. Matty Burrows on his way back out for his final couple of laps. Obviously, you said earlier on he had that shifter issue, so...
Again. So there goes Forsman. Car 202 will come in for a service break. Craig Martin standing behind us.
I was going to put my head out the window and see if I could holler him in here, but he's it looks like Craig Martin's going over to buy a raffle ticket for a push bike, maybe.
Maybe.
$100, Craig. $100 raffle ticket. He's going to get 2 of them. He's got a feel in his waters. There, everybody can go over to the bar, grab yourself a raffle ticket to win a $3,800 push bike.
And on screen, Jackson Evans at the 50k mark. Here's Bo. We ride back on with...
Bo's he's in preservation mode. He kind of edged to me earlier. He's trying to keep the car in good condition as well. We know he's still got 1 lap to go. And he knows that Clayton's had an unfortunate. So
we walk on
only
screen.
had
That'll be Glenn Pike on screen.
car 624 is getting escorted back to the pits.
Yeah. We'll watch it with Patterson.
676 out of fuel earlier on. Car 80, that's Chris Land in front of us. They had an overheating issue, so car 65, no power in the pits, 676 racing again, and yeah, 624 out to tow. Looks like a green single-seater Keen, or like I said, I can't really tell those two apart from a distance.
That's a Havey. I reckon that could be Aaron.
Yeah.
It's going.
Oh, it is
maybe
too.
not.
Sorry. Yeah, you're right. The 2 element lights in the front. No mistake. It is the Havey's car back in action. They did have a little electrical issue before. Obviously, got it running again.
Here comes Bo.
Unfortunately,
Start his last circulation.
I'm going to say in about, you can see riding on board with Patterson, he's about to do his final turn, or final couple of turns, and head back in towards the stadium as well. He is probably at about the 55-ish kilometre marker, that in-cab with Mr. Patterson.
There is the Ian Middleman's car. That is the 1017.
Single-seater. And when you see this car 75 do this next right-hander, he should be turning onto the grass. He'll follow the grass for a little bit, and then he'll hit a really fast section before you do a left-hander onto the short piece of bitumen before you head back in. Elements buggy, element buggy over the line. The Havies is coming in. The crew rushes off.
That'll be for their service break. Go past that camera.
Sounds like a little misfire in that thing. Maybe. A bit hard to tell, actually. A little bit of a backfire and a pop. Sitting out at the 33K marker. Should be Sibbo on your screens, folks.
There he is.
There he is.
Just on cue.
Peter Simpson. Seems like he's standing along quite well too.
Patterson.
He should be popping out of that now. Think about here. Think about. There's only within a K. He should pop out into the side. Do a right-hander out to the side of the road.
That will be the local track. Or Tower Road.
Before they come up to, there's a high-speed section. Howell's Road should be popping out at 27.
This is great footage. To the left. Just went past the K mark. I should have checked it as a back past.
Actually, 175 here. Mistake. Oh, that's a massive mistake. But one is only just in front of Sibbo. So that means he's only probably at the.
If you look on the map.
Here. Means he's about the 39-kilometre mark.
He just went past our camera a moment ago.
It's interesting to see what happened to some of these cars. Like Mark Burrows was on a flyer here this weekend. He had a podium last race it out at Gundy 500 up in Goondiwindi. We've got there's Jacko still going strong. Jacko Evans, our only Class 6 in the top 10, folks. And I've got a what's the Maverick?
Yeah, that was that 669 entry.
Yes. That's the
That's right.
They look quite relaxed in that car, don't they?
It's just like a Sunday drive. Typical Sunday drive. But I can guarantee you
it's not happening that
it's
way
not
inside
happening.
the car.
Yeah, turn hard back to the right.
Once again, Cradle Lake Cycles have put on a push bike, $3,800 worth. It's a 2025 model. Not yet released by the sound of that. Meridia, 16500 medium bike. We're valued at $3,800, folks. While you're over at the bar grabbing a drink, grab yourself a $100 raffle ticket because there is only 100 tickets to be sold.
So there goes Vandy, aka Mr. Facebook himself.
We have a number of things that help to keep this event going. I'm going to run through some while we can.
Yep.
As you can see down in front of you, the screenshot big screens TV supplied by the Lambs. AORRA and AASA back this event as well. We have Teagle Excavations, ARB 4x4 Accessory and Hards Transport Services, all major sponsors of this year's Pines Enduro 400 out here in sunny Millicent, South Australia. The weather and racing conditions is fantastic. You just see that racing line on the screen there. You can see a bit of dust pour you off the back of the wheels there. So although we've had a couple of little showers over the weekend, they've only literally lasted, I'm going to say, anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes max, and cleaned up and cleared up very, very fast. So I've got, looks to me like 6, that'll be Jacko Evans coming in behind car 75, which is Pikey. Not scared. Tell you, Jacko has done a phenomenal job this weekend. And it doesn't even look any dirtier than when it left yesterday, or was that Show and Shine? He's obviously got a good detailing crew. See Stu Chappie out of his race suit there, unfortunately, mate. Commiserations. Things happen. Tuckers back into the stadium area. Car 110. Once again, 141 have sponsored us here for many years. Also Forestry SA, Open Road Caravan Services, Mundoolan Dairying, Millicent Tyre Centre, Heemskirk Security, Mills Media, and Marson Race Transmissions. Before we get a couple of Smythe Electrical Air Conditioning and Generator hire, just as we see Mr. Pike, car 75, going out for his final lap today. Jacko Evans over the finish line here for his 5th lap, so he's on his last run.
Yeah, last lap.
Who's that coming towards me when I haven't been concentrating? Bowie.
Yeah, 1065.
That is Bowie, 1065 back in here as well. So that's bloody exciting to see. Any of those people out there that do race or know what it's like to be in a race car or run a race crew or team, it can all go wrong really quickly and really badly. So it's good to see a lot of these cars still circulating. Remembering these guys, Tucker's 110 in that Southern Cross, they are in contention currently, sitting in 3rd in the outright points. So they'll be trying to keep this last lap super clean, and that may even get them into a 2nd, seeing as we have unfortunately seen Clayton car 15 drop out of the championship round so far.
Yeah, it's a shame.
I've just got word that car 7, which is, we know, Matty Hansen, dropped out with a smoking issue, so he might have put the moz on himself out there actually, because he did tell me the engine's been well sorted. Barnett's through the finish line. I'll give you a few updates on some times. As we know, on road was Dale Martin, Danny Brown. Sorry, not on road, on time.
Yep.
Dale Martin, Danny Brown, Toddy Lehman, Boston in the 489, Bo Robbo. Simon Tucker's jumped into 6th place. Outright, currently in that Class 1 car. Mr. Pike has jumped into 7th place. Jacko Evans currently 8th. The Barnetts in 9th. And Matty Hansen is dropping away in 10th because of his engine issue. So we'll see him dwindle away. And with a quick refresh, and I'll tell you where Bowie Graham has landed.
In the top 9 or something like that now. You've lost
7th. They are. Bowie Graham, 7th.
Wow.
A little bit of a change around.
That is a great
Our
result.
top 5 seem to be standing at the moment. Mr. Tucker in 6th, Bowie in 7th, Pike 8th, Jacko Evans in 9th, the Barnetts currently in 10th.
Wow.
The Middle Misses 11th, Sibbo, Hansen's in 11th. So we'll see, like I said, we'll see him drop down. Then we've got Middle Misses with a total running time of 3:03 and 50 seconds. Sibbo 3:09.42. The Campbells 3:14, and I think some of these guys are still got laps to go. So yeah, so there you go. Well, I mean, we've got a pretty strong contention still at the front end. We've got top 5 cars. Pretty much anyone can do it, really. In the meantime, once again, total to get that on camera, right in front of the camera, so we're going to thank those guys later.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's that, Lynchy? No.
That'd be Franklin. Possibly the Franklin.
We should be able to show if we just zoom out on it. If I just zoom out on our rally safe here, it is
Yeah.
the Franklin entry.
Yeah,
And then
Darren
Heath
Franklin.
Whedon should come back into that 33k marker in a minute. And also we'll see car 607 around at our 50k marker down here. We'll also see 1017 and 175 who we're riding on board with.
And we've been
coming to
riding on
that
most of
screen.
the lap with Joseph as well. It's great to see it. So you'll see that at home. Now we go back on board.
Right there, we'll see him come into our camera view.
The drone just overtook that Class 6. Up by the top of the circuit.
.676.
Yeah.
Lynchy. Number 2 should be our next. That'll be the middle miss as well.
That
Coming
is
back
correct.
in. They're on their way down the chute to get over the crossover. What are we calling that thing over there?
Tunnel.
Crossover. whatever
Teagle
it is.
Excavations crossover.
We need to name that, I think.
We did. Teagle Excavations crossover. I can remember when Jeff Teagle actually put that there all those years ago. Never used to be there.
And if you look over on your out the far left window here, you can actually see the old Teagle's Excavations 555 XFXG Ute parked over in their VIP area with 1 million races under its belt.
So this will be car number
Miss.
2. They left the line a little bit on the vocal side too. Glad to see him still going. So we look at our drone shot. And we look on camera.
Boston.
That will be, yes. Not afraid. I was trying to think who was close behind Boston when he left here. Robertson left not too far behind him.
Yeah, I think there's still a little bit of a gap behind Boston, isn't there?
Yeah.
Boston's about here. Bo Robbo, look at the gap, mate. If you look at the rally safe, Boston's just come through this first camera area. Bo Robbo's way back up here, which would set him at about like the 13, 15k marker somewhere.
Yeah,
Bo
near.
Robbo, somewhere around there. So yeah, there's a little way to go before Bo Robbo
comes back in. So the Tingers have put another wheel on the back of that 1010.
Middle miss through for onto their final lap here final lap of this year's championship, mate. The ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship down in Millicent, South Australia. One of 4 glorious events we've done this year. We started out at Rainbow, Victoria, went to Hillston in New South Wales, up to the border at Gundy for the Gundy 500, and then now here we are, sunny Millicent. Have a look at the sun shining down here. I can't believe it. It's phenomenal weather. The track is glorious.
2 days ago, mate, we would have said there was no way this was going to happen.
Well, last year, remember, we didn't have a drop of rain here last year.
No, we didn't.
And I think the showers, we've had a couple of 5-minute showers this weekend.
Yeah.
And that has just done wonders for the track. It's been bugger all. Yeah, Tinker's on his way, car 1010.
Look at the drone. Chasing. Yeah.
They are. The Maverick are. And Tinga, our drone. What a shot. What a shot. I'm about to swing around and head out of the chute. And I'm going to say he's got 2 laps left on that Tinga entry, maybe. Folks, we're just having a quick discussion here in Microsoft, unfortunately for you guys, but we got car 4. We know Matty Hansen, who was leading earlier, is out. Car 4, who's Danny Brown, who's first on road. Not necessarily first on time, as we noticed at Dale Martin's first on time, but they're around about 15 k's out, we'd say.
Yeah, about 15k now. It's just on. If you watch on the screen, so I'll go past the house. Go past the house in a moment. There's a house up here on the left-hand side. They're having a barbecue there.
Party going.
They have.
There they are. And then they'll be into a hard right-hander.
200. There's your crossroad sign or your T-junction sign. No one's hit that thing, I'm surprised.
Well, you wouldn't want to hit anything out here because look there, those concrete pylons, concrete barriers. Definitely on a fast section of road on the way back in.
That's on that white little road coming back in. You'll turn very shortly to the right. Back onto the railway line. So he's near the end of the lap to start his final circulation.
Danny Brown may be nearing the 50k marker. Second of our forest cameras are out.
So young Patterson is on the railway line. We'll see a gateway in a moment. Through that. Now there. Now he's back in the run home.
Back onto the well, the opposite side of the prologue track.
Yeah.
From yesterday. Right, just a quick one. Open road caravan sales and repairs. Mudbull and Daring, another couple of those guys that support us as we watch 90 come in that 655. Cradle Lake Cycles will put on our bike, folks. So I'm going to tell you again, get over, get yourself a raffle ticket, $100, $100, get yourself a $3,800 bike. And good odds on getting one.
Yeah, and a very good odds at the moment. As we ride with Patterson, but as we flick back to the screen.
That's the Grand Poobah.
Your
Andy
great man.
Brown.
That's Andy
out at
Brown.
the 50k marker. Bo Robbo out at the 33k marker. Between Boston and Bo, isn't there?
There is.
Just there, and Boston's already.
Also rolling into 412.
Danny Brown seems to have opened up that road gap between him and Dale Martin. Now, we know Dale Martin was fastest on track, but there might be a bit of a difference on this last lap. $11.81. Trevor Chandler, we know, was struggling earlier with a torque converter issue. Seems to be out with that same torque converter issue, unfortunately for him.
So there's Peter Simpson, car 412.
Now 50k marker out in the desert, Dale Martin with Toddy Lehman. Should be running up to that camera. There they are, folks. Car number 5, Dale Martin. And we'll see how close behind Toddy Lehman is. But look at the track. The track looks fantastic. Straight past you and in the hot seat on your camera, on your screen. Seems to be working well, that live feed.
It does.
I'll do a quick refresh and get some times up here, because it won't be too long until we start seeing our race leaders start rolling back in, because Danny Brown isn't too far off popping out of the pine plantation and back onto the white metal roads on his way back in. We just saw Patterson go through. He's running current road overall time as a 3:59.55, and that's in 14th position, but still 42 minutes behind our race leader, which is the Martin entry.
Yeah. So there is Boston. Soil shifter. Rooster tails out of the back of that, if you don't mind. And across the road about now, and thank you very much. Did not even lift.
The next car through there will be, I would imagine, will be car 701, which is
Heath and Michelle.
Heath and Michelle, they'll be coming down to that 50k marker soon, which is down about here on our screens, folks. You see over on the left-hand side of your screen right here, I'll zoom in, that's Danny Brown. He's just come off the bitumen on the way back in on the white metal road. So what we're going to do is we'll probably in the next minute or two, we'll grab a camera and we'll head down to see them cross the finish line and get some words of wisdom from those guys now.
Words of wisdom. Is that what you're going to call
well,
it?
How to do it. I mean, he's been at the pointy end. He's won it 2 years in a row. He's leading first on track, which is obviously with corrected time may not mean he's first on time. So whatever they come in will be provisional until we're told otherwise. But there seems to be a fair gap between him and Dale, who's the next on track. Oh, Dale and Toddy Lehman's first on track in front of Dale by the looks of it. But Danny Brown, folks, will be coming in on your right-hand side. Will be the first car on the road to cross the finish line for this year's ARB Teagle Excavations and Hearts Transport Services backed Pines Enduro 400 out here in Millicent, South Australia. And the last round of our ARB Championship. We'll wander off and see if we can get those guys as they come in over the finish line.
So we'll watch Joseph Patterson head up in towards the pine forest. We'll turn left very shortly. Here's Chris Land rolling in. Joseph alongside the pine plantation. He'll turn hard left. As we say that, there is 7:01 There they are, Quinton. Still going strong. Just as we say that, if you look over towards the railway line, coming in at a full head of steam, this should be, it is the Toyo Tyres car number 4. Very shortly we'll cross down trackside. Catch a word. There goes the dock, there goes Forsman. And as we look over towards the railway line, there is a car stopped. We're still motivated. I think you'll see that'll be the 669 entry. That'll be the monster off-road vehicle. I think you'll find that has come to a grinding halt over by the back side of the course. Lights go out, lights go on. Finding out what is going on. So Chris Land, the team Land Racing 80. Checker flag in hand, folks. Come on, folks, put your hands together. First car across the line. So very shortly. So there goes Chris in car number 80. So very shortly. Standing parked over there, just catch his thoughts. It's now the nervous wait. There is the old man in Andy Brown, currently 11:45. As Havey pulls up to the line. So there's a bit of a gap between them. Look over towards, there it is. Our next car. You see Tucker on our live screen at the 30-odd K mark. Here's Dale. He's not mucking around. Dale realised he got some time to make up. Here goes the 669 entry. Go back out for another circulation. Catch a word very shortly with our top 3. Also Toddy Lehman in the house as well, so very shortly over that crossover will be the 489 of Boston. So there's Toddy Lehman. So you look towards the crossover and yeehaw! This is a truck that crowd pleaser. You tip it in. Checker flag for Dale Martin.
Folks, I'm down here, first over the finish line, and he's sitting here refreshing his feet, just watching Dale come over the finish line. Mate, I know. What a race, huh?
Yeah, there's no more boost left in that car. 27 seconds looks like.
It looks like you've done it again, mate, and this is all provisional, obviously, but third time in a row, boys. You can breathe a little bit now, huh?
Yeah, we came over the finish line and the guys let us know that Dale had put 13 seconds on us, so I said to George, it's the last race of the year, we'll turn the boost up, and there's no more boosts left in that thing. So, yeah, yeah, we couldn't have gone much quicker in that last lap. We've got a few lappers and stuff, but everyone's really good here. And yeah, I mean, it's provisional, of course, but yeah, good day in the end.
I tell you what, mate, fantastic job. It was awesome to see. And obviously, you had a couple of cars drop out here and there early on. Matty Hansen had a little smoky issue. We don't know exactly what that was. Chappy with an engine, so that probably relieved the pressure a little bit watching Matty Hansen drop out as well, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, it sucks. I mean, and Matt's, Matt was the fastest of the day for sure. He'd have kept going. There's no way we would have beat him, but it's a bit of tough luck, but it's the aim of the games to get to the end.
Yeah. All right, mate. We'll let you pull up. Mark's up there. He's going to pull some people in. We'll Mark Heemskirk, the boss man, is going to pull some people in. They're just trying to refresh times. Boys, well done, mate, getting to the finish line. I know you're hot and sweaty. I know you've had a hard day, but it looks like there's about a 7 or a 17-second gap, I think there was, and I think Danny might have just pipped you at the line. Obviously provisional. 27 seconds, unfortunately for you guys, but what a staunch weekend. You did an absolute flyer, hey?
Yeah, thank you. No, we didn't put a foot wrong all day. It was a dream run, actually, to be that close to other cars and just battling like that with your mates. It's awesome. We had really good tussles with blokes and just seeing everyone put in maximum efforts it just gets you going.
Yeah.
So and the car was faultless. Great result for the team. And look, we've had a good year, really, to put this thing together and come out and have four races and up the front every time. And look, these 4 tyres have been on this car all year. We have had these Mickey Thompsons on here for over 1,000 kilometres of racing now, and we haven't had one issue. So look, gone are the days, I think, of having to take 20 tyres to the track. You just need a good quality Mickey Thompson.
Once again, for those folks at home, they're the same tyres that I just went to Cape York on my standard road car.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, isn't it? So we haven't. What you put them through is wild. Like you bugger without tyres, and to know you got these tyres that can put up with that is it's really good. So we had a great weekend.
All right, well done, Dale. Well done, AJ, car 5. Provisionally sitting in second position, Mark, the boss man over there in the yellow fluoro. He'll tell us who's going where. We're going to come up, have a quick yap to Toddy Lehman, our local boy, car 85. I tell you what, mate, you guys have worked hard as well out there this weekend.
Yeah, mate, we had a good run. Just stoked to see that checkered flag.
That's the provisional times, mate. Just 3 minutes 39 behind Danny Brown and Dale Martin. That'll be confirmed in the next few minutes, but third place out right here this weekend at the Pines Enduro 400.
Yeah, mate, I'm bloody stoked. We've had a few cracks at it, and new car now. Tanner's been bloody unreal. Couldn't have anyone better beside me, just pushing me along and, not pushing too hard, but just get the job done.
All right, I'll let you go up and see Mark get settled. And congratulations, and good to see you home safe.
No worries, thanks, mate.
Thanks, guys. All right, we'll get our young man, Boston. I tell you what, Boston in this gold truck behind me here, folks, he came out. He had a blinder win out at Loveday recently, and we'll get maybe one extra traffic controller down here to line them up, but we'll have a quick word with Boston when he pulls up. Mark will do traffic control. Tell you what, Boston, I know you love chatting to me. We'll get to know each other over time. Absolute blinder, mate. This thing was phenomenal to watch, and you steered it absolutely amazingly. About 6 minutes behind the race leader, which I know sometimes can all just come down to try and steer one of these rear-wheel drive trucks around the short course yesterday. That'll be a bit of a hindrance to these sort of cars as well sometimes. So well done, welcome back. Glad you got here safely.
Yeah, me too. It was definitely hurt the last couple of laps going around, or the braking bumps, etc. But to make it to the end is phenomenal, I guess. Yeah.
Well done, mate. It was good to see the truck looks like it's pretty well unscathed, correct?
Yeah, I didn't have any hairy moments. Overshot a few corners, but that was really it, yeah. And then obviously in the pond bit at the end here.
Saw that at the end there.
Yeah, that was really it. It was a pretty clean run.
All right, well done, mate. There you go. Boston, car 489, all the way from New Zealand. And there's your top 4, folks. Danny Brown with a total run time of 3:53.31. I'm reading this as we go here. Dale Martin with a 3:53.59. Toddy Lehman in third position, provisionally at the second, with a 3:57.10. And Boston Morgan Haran in that 489 truck right behind us here with a 3:59.49. And the next car in, I think we'll be waiting to see who was there was a fair gap between these lot, who will be currently hoping he gets over the line in a blinder, is Bo Robbo in that 113 truck, because he's currently, with Clayton Chapman's little issue this afternoon with an engine, that puts Bo in contention to win the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship outright. So we haven't got too long till we've got to wait to him. We can cut back up and get some times up there if you want for a few minutes, Brad, and we'll come back down when the next lot of cars come in, hey?
Yeah, thanks, mate. Just watching on our live screen on the 33K mark, there is the Ian Middlemis car 2. There is Glenn Pike. Here's Heath Weenan coming through. Car 701, he'll start his final circulation. Top 4 in. Another one going through our 33K mark. And this is also a bit of a battle too in the championship for Class 7. Not too sure how it would work out. Darren Gill, Heath had to finish in front to redeem 701. It was along those lines. Well, Heath had to finish in front of 701 to get, 760 I should say, to get that 701 plate back on the car. So it's a battle in Class 7 between those cars. So as soon as we get a few more cars, official presentations be very shortly. Don't forget our event presentations tonight at the Millicent Civic and Arts Centre. We go through today's event and also the overall championship. As we were saying earlier, just when Chapman thought that he had the engraver's just about to engrave his name on it, something happens. There goes Patterson, still on board. There's Lynchy, the 676 entry. Watching on their rally safe, we'll count them down. And here it comes, you'll hear it coming over by the railway line. You will look, here is the 113, all the way from WA, the West Aussies. You'll certainly come and have a chat. Went out that second section this morning, led the field out. And throughout the day, as soon as he went past young Clayton, became more and more clear on what he had to do. There is young Matty Burrows, car number 3. So he'll come across the line. Swings onto the straight for the final time for the 2024 event. Put your hands together. Come on, Millicent for Bo Robinson. So Bo gets it home. It will be our 5th car back into Parc Fermé. Now this will be an interesting conversation.
Mate, I tell you what a stellar effort. And Big Dog, guess what you've just done?
How good is that? How good is that?
Well done, mate.
Thank you very much. Nuts. A good feeling.
Obviously provisional. Can't say it's confirmed yet, but you, my man, looks like with Chappie's unfortunate today, you might be top dog for this year's ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Champion.
Thank you very much, mate. Good feeling.
I tell you what, you've worked hard for it. I know you've got a lot on your plate this year, but well done.
Yeah, no, the boys have done a great job, and no, obviously this is the perfect reward, isn't it? So this is what we've been working towards, and yeah, it fell our way. You know, it was out of reach there, I thought, and you know, these things happen. So
you never give up, and guess what happens?
Yeah, unfortunate for Chappie, obviously, but he did a good job, obviously, all year, and he's pretty quick all year. You know, he's pretty. But yeah, that's how it goes. I guess it's good.
And the boys said you're going to shout the bar tonight because of that.
Why not, eh?
No, we'll let you get out, mate. Bo Robbo, car 1113. He came in 5th today. Obviously provisional. I haven't got locked in times yet, folks. But this guy here has done a phenomenal amount of racing this year. He's pushed this truck all around the countryside and to its absolute limit. Bo Robbo, hey? The provisional Australian off-road racing champion for 2024. Finishing out our 4th round of our championship of races. First one, obviously, Rainbow, Victoria, then Hillston, off to Gundy, and then down here at the Pines Enduro. These guys have battled hard. They went into Gundy, would you believe it, neck and neck with points with Clayton Chapman, and they had a few issues which put Chappie out in front on 240 points, and they came into this race. Chappie was on 240 points, and Bo was on 218 points, I think it was. And I'm not saying he's got it because it is provisional. He's first over the line, but we do have the next 2 cars on track, folks, are currently sitting. Sorry, not the next 2 cars. The next car on track is currently sitting 2nd in the championship. So we've got, there's going to be a little bit of math going on up there, which I don't know how the points work for it. I'm going to say Bo's the man, well done. We'll go for a little bit of a hiatus here until the next lot of cars come over, which won't be too much time anyway.
Simon Tucker will be one of those. Will be back shortly with Patterson. So he heads back towards the end of the lap as we look over towards the railway line. So next car in. It will be the Glen Pike entry. Flying Glen will have maybe another lap to do. As we head back on board. This is great pictures, in-car camera from the 175, the Patterson Motorsport. Calls Portland home. And he will make his way back into the final part of this lap. As we flip flick back out to the 30k mark. There is Ian Middlemiss in the 10:17. So this car will come across the line onto the front straight. Checkered flag in hand to car 75. So Glenn Pike across the line and complete 6 laps. And here is our next contender. Is car 110. So this is Simon Tucker that is in the house. So that is
Mr. Pike, I tell you what, you're over the line. It looks like sixth over the line. I'm going to show you quickly. That's the times. So 4:20. So I'm not too sure what Mr. Tucker will come over in, but welcome back. I'm glad to see you home safe, and I hope you had a bloody amazing race.
Yeah, it was really good fun. It was awesome.
It seems like the car's really, really strong and nearly ready to go again.
Yep, all ready to go.
Except for your body.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll let you get your gear off here and get out and enjoy a drink, and well done and welcome back.
Thank you very much.
They are car 75, Mr. Pike. Phenomenal F. Total run time of 4 hours and 20 minutes and 26 seconds. And that is, folks, 26 seconds and 55... 26 minutes and 55 seconds behind our leader. Now coming in behind us, guys, is car 110, and that's the Tucker entry. It's a Class 1 car. They were currently sitting, I'm just going to jump to my other results here. They were sitting third outright in the championship with 209 points, and Bo Robbo was on 218. So once again, I'm not too sure whether that's going to land them totally overall with the points. We get Mark. We'll get Tucker's over in line. Provisionally, I'm going to say provisionally the Tuckers might have actually taken out. They're definitely on the podium, I'm going to say. Definitely on the podium from this year's ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. We'll let Simon just get some gloves off and shut down. They'll be cooking in this thing. They've worked hard for a total of 400 Ks for the weekend. We did obviously 6 laps today. Just going to check out some issues on the car. May have been having temp issues or something. Takes them a second to get out of the car. Like I said, they've got a lot of protective clothing going on in here. Undergarments, balaclavas, race suits, gloves, Hans devices, wrist straps, the whole deal. So it's not just a jump in and out like you do in your normal road car. For those that know. Righto. Hey mate, welcome back. You're in about 7th position provisionally overall for the race, but it looks like you might have come in about 2nd for the ARB Championship, and I'm only going to say that provisionally. We'll see tonight at the presentations, but I know you put in a huge amount of work in this year, and it looks like it's been paying off.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, honestly, we, apart from a crack in the exhaust, We could have done another lap. So, car was going good. Track was getting rough, but yeah, look, we've had a good year. We've enjoyed it. A lot of people behind the scenes that have helped keep the car moving. My pit crew, it's pretty good, pretty special.
All right, mate. Congratulations. Welcome back. I'm good to see you guys home safe. So we'll see you at tonight's presentations. I'm going to say provisionally, possibly our second place getter this year for the championship, right behind us, car 110. Simon Tucker. We've got a couple more in here. Ella thought she could sneak around the front of the truck and get away from us earlier. Also, another car there was currently sitting 7th in the championship. Barnett's behind them, but Steve and Ella Graham and Jacko, all three getting in, trying to ungear. Cool cars down. Obviously, these cars have come off full throttle for the last few hours. Ella thought she was going to get away from the camera, but you're not. Welcome back. Welcome back. How was it, Ella?
It was good. It was better than last year. That's for sure.
Oh, good to see you guys back safe. Well done, mate. Obviously worked hard as hell, and first of the Class 10s over the line.
Yeah, that's good. That was the plan, just to come here and just finish. Yeah, look after the championship. So, yeah, no, we're stoked.
Well, see your presentations, mate. Thank you. I'll let you get out anyway. Like I said, these guys they've been sitting in cars for hours, and I know how rough it gets out there. So the Barnetts, this car right here, they are super consistent all the time. They're always in the top 10, and they're always finishing well. The Cougar Racing entry, car 68. We know they had a little torque converter issue last race, but obviously, I'm going to say you had no issues this race, Craig.
No, mate, except for picking up a bit of wire in that first seat this morning. No, we had a clean run, beautiful run.
All right, it's good to see you guys back again.
Yeah, no, spot on. I'd be really nervous if I was a can of Great Northern right now, I tell you. She's on now.
There you go, Craig Barnett, car 68, they're back, they're happy, they're out of the car. The car looks in good condition. I've got to tell you, these top 10 cars, looking like they, apart from a wash and a refuel, they look like good to go another round. I'm going to come over and hassle Jacko. Jacko, mate, I've got to tell you, welcome back. No, welcome back. You guys have done a stellar effort, and like I said, with points change around there, it may even see you guys, I don't know, I'm not calling it, but it's possibly going to see you guys on a podium for the championship this year. Unreal. Possibly.
Yeah, look,
I don't know. I'd have to see how the point scheme works, but they'll be up there working it out like crazy.
Look, I don't even feel like I'm on this world at the moment. We got about 30 k's out, and we got a wicked noise and vibration through the car, and I just spent the next every meter just waiting for the car to explode. So I cannot believe we're here. I got nothing else to say.
All I was doing is just doing a quick refresh of the times. A quick refresh of the times, mate. 9th outright, provisionally, obviously, just in front of Craig, with a 4 hour 25 run time as opposed to Craig's 4 hour 28. So well done, and good to see you back safe, mate.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, unreal event. I don't know. I got another voice, Andy.
We'll see them there tonight. Jacko and the King Chrome 635 entry. Once again, we've got about 9 or 10 cars back. We'll cut back to you until we get a few more over the line.
Yeah, thanks for that, Sandy. There is the Mr. Facebook himself, car 554. That is the Vanderwood entry. We'll continue on another lap. This is lap number 6 for him. So there is Joseph Patterson. Joseph on his way back in. That'll be at the 50k mark. He's just gone past our camera. There is the Gill entry. Start his final lap. 554 and 760, starting their last circulation as we look out onto the pine forest. Just caught the tail of who that was heading back up. And there is the 684 entry. Great job by our camera crew today out in the forest bringing you live pictures. Where the cars are at all times. One of our Can-Ams on screen. As we say that, coming over the top of the jump, this will be the car that had a tyre go north. Car 1010, this is Paul Tinga. So to the Tinga crew, if you're looking for that spare wheel, if you give our camera crew a call, they'll certainly get it back to you. There is Peter Simpson in the 412. So he's remained line astern with Patterson, was behind him, still is behind. Also in the house is car number 2. This will be the middle miss entry. They'll head up to the western end of the complex. They'll swing back in, drop into the quarry, and then onto the front straight. Here's car number 2. So there it is. The Tinga onto the front straight. It'll be followed in by car 2. Checkered flag comes out for the Middle Miss team as the Tinga car continues on their way. So pull into the Parc Fermé area as we see the car 1010 heading back out into for another lap. Don't forget, very shortly we give away some hardware for our top 3 for this afternoon's Pines Enduro. So the Middle Miss team pull up on the infield. Don't forget, official race time for this afternoon will be 3 o'clock. Track will be closed to competitors. So Sandy at the back of the 2 entry. Just waiting on Sandy to have a chat with David and Alice. So official placings.
Well, David, you guys are making a habit of this, of just coming in strong every single race.
We just do our thing, Sandy.
I know. Sort of silent achievers, though, really, aren't you?
Yeah, well, it's no secret that these sort of events are won in the shed, and I've got my boys and my little girl that help me in the shed, and we spend plenty of hours just making sure everything's right before we come to each event, and that generally leaves us in pretty good stead. So
you're feeling good?
Yeah. I haven't raced since Rainbow. I had a little operation on my ankle, so I'm a little bit
sore.
Yeah, out of match fit, we could say. As you can tell when you saw me at the break, I was a bit flustered, but no, I found my groove and away we went.
All right, well, good to see you. And I was back nice and safe and home once again for another round. I think you're in about 11th overall.
No, that's really good for this car. Thanks, mate.
All right, there you are, David Middlemiss, the little beam car. Once again, first of the beam cars over the line. Once again, they've done it, the Middlemiss car. Don't forget, last year this car finished second in the championship. This team finished second in the championship, so they know how to do it, obviously. And they know how to keep the car going for some of these rougher tracks. Gundy, obviously, everyone said it's got a bit rougher out there during the day. The wind's picked up a little bit. It's a little bit chilly down here, but I don't think we've got too much longer before we do some presentations, folks. In the meantime, you can go and get yourself another raffle ticket. You can go and get yourself 5 raffle tickets for that $3,800 push bike if you wish. We've got about 33 cars totally competing, which means we've still got about 20 out on track, mate.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. As we look at that, we look on screen. That'll be the Burrows entry, car 3, just at the 30-odd K mark. And as we say that, one coming back into the arena, which is 6:07. Sneaking back in. And as Sandy made mention too, folks, just before we have our official, after our official presentation, we will be drawing our raffle, our lucky square or raffle for that bike. So if you want to grab a ticket, please go and do so. The odds of you winning that are very, very good. So $100. A $3,800 bike can go back in someone's trailer or go home with someone tonight. I would love to give that to someone that is actually here. The onboard footage of car 175. Here they are, the Patterson Motorsport. Great to see this car. And what great footage it was too, from the in-car camera over the last 2 laps this afternoon. Unfortunately, our other in-car camera on Matt Hansen, unfortunately, we didn't get many pictures out of it. But he swings on to the front straight, which is our 6:07. And across the line. And we'll head into to the Parc Fermé area. I'm just wondering, Rowan, have you heard anything from the 57? There is 701 on screen. Just passing the 30-odd K mark. Here is the car 412, the Peter Simpson. Where is D and all the team? They will be ecstatic to get this car home. Across the line, Joseph Patterson. Joseph was going again, he was that keen. He'll make his way into our Parc Fermé as we look on screen. There is the Chris Land, car number 80. And just as we see coming over the back.
Tell you what, we're down here with Lockie Campbell.
Yeah.
6:07. I reckon you made a top 5 or so in the championship outright for the year, but you're sitting about 12th outright for the event, 12th or 13th. Well done, welcome home. It's good to see you back.
Yeah, thanks. That was quite something out there. Those braking bumps and ruts are just, something else. So it was a bit of a tough day in this little machine, and we realised in that last section that we'd actually been running most of the day in 2-wheel drive. So once we plugged the thing in 4-wheel drive, it was like a rocket ship out of some of those corners. But it is what it is. We had fun. So, it's good.
Well done, mate. Good to see you. We'll let you get out and stretch your legs. Lockie Campbell with Greg Campbell in the passenger seat, 6:07. Got the Patterson machine we rode on board with for the last lap and a bit. Over the finish line. Sibbo's just over the finish line behind us. We'll come around and get a quick word. How was it, Jason?
And it got pretty rough towards the end, but no, it was really good. Good to be back.
Jason's good to be back. Mate, you're looking quite refreshed in there.
I don't know if that's quite the word for it, but no, it was a good day, mate. Start forming up really well, and we sort of just started getting momentum at the end of it, and it was good. It was really good.
All right, I'll let you get out. Welcome home. Joseph Patterson and Mr. Gibbons in there in the passenger seat. Car 175. Like I said, we rode on board with this 175 car with the in-cab for a lap and a bit today, so that was pretty good viewing. We'll just wait for Sibbo to get out of the car. Like I said, sorry if I'm cutting you off up there, Brad, but I kind of can't hear any of the speakers from down here.
Yeah, so just before we go back to you, mate, there goes the Andy Brown, the 11:45, crosses the line. And also coming.
Waits for Sibbo. A lot of these guys are wearing earplugs and stuff in here, so what we'll do is just round of Sibbo's car, which doesn't seem to be any smoke or anything coming off it, so maybe it's come back in good condition. Might be ready to go for another round. I know Sibbo said, I remember Dee saying at the start of the year, Sibbo only wanted to do 1 or 2 events, and here he is, probably 5 events deep for the year maybe. So. Mate, it looks like you're over the line about 15th, but sitting possibly 13th outright for this year's Pines Enduro 400.
Good. I'm happy with that. I'm glad there wasn't any more laps. It was starting to hurt.
Truck sounds well, sounds good, look good. So it looks like it's in good health to go again.
Yeah, we could just do with another 100 horsepower.
We all could, mate.
Oh, it's boggy out there. It is boggy and the ruts are deep.
Yeah.
But it sure is good to be finished, I tell you.
Peter Sibbo, thanks, mate, and welcome home.
No worries, Sandy. Thank you.
Peter Sibbo's, folks. The second in the middle, Miss Entry's coming in there. Tell you what, it's kind of fresh out here. We'll let some of these guys get out of their cars. Andy Brown in this 11:45 car, folks. Looks like his time's in with a total run time of 4 hours and 36 minutes and 37 seconds. Obviously with a power steering issue early on. They came in, fixed the power steering issue, went out again. It looks like he's possibly finished 12th on road, 12th on time. So although he was about, I'm going to say 15th or 16th in on road. Ian Middlemas is in 16th on road and on time. So with a 4 hour 51:35 total run time. I may as well have a quick yap. Quick chat if I can.
Yeah,
I tell you what, single seaters, we all know single seaters do it hard out there, but how was it?
Had a ball. No, it was really good. Everyone passing was really good. Plenty of room. Tracks wrecked, but had an absolute blast.
All All right, awesome. Good to see you back. We'll let you get a drink, stretch your legs. Welcome back, and good to see you back home safe.
Thank you.
The Ian Middlemiss in the single seater 1017 car. I don't know if we can grab a yap with Andy Brown as soon as they shut this thing off. The breeze has picked up here, and we might be getting another little sprinkling of rain. Oh, nice to see it shut, mate. Andy Brown, how was it out there?
Oh, Sandy, it's been a long day, this one. We started off this morning, we had, we're going down the road, the first road, and sitting on about 205, 210, and everything just cuts out. Nothing, no one home. So we stuffed around with that for a while, shutting things on, shutting them off, and then it started up again and off we went. Then what did we have? Then we lost power steering, came in, then we got fixed that up. Torque converter issue with the pressure, so then we changed that. Then we had a flat, and then we had 2 clean runs.
Oh, well, good to see you back again, mate, and home over the line. Looks like you're in around the 15th-ish or 13th-ish position overall, so...
That'll do. Thank you very much. Great to finish. Thank you.
All right, welcome back, Andy Brown, car 1145. And we might have another little break. Whilst we do, you can still run over and grab yourself a push bike ticket, folks. $100, 100 entries.
Yeah, don't forget about that. So if you make your way to the bar, a couple of people over there at the moment. Don't forget to grab your raffle ticket. We will draw that very shortly after our presentations. We will draw that raffle. So if you've got a ticket, make sure you have it handy. Make sure, would love to see the person that actually wins it actually here. That would make a lot of sense. So someone can take that bike home as a shower passes on. Don't forget presentations tonight at the Millicent Civic and Arts Centre. Kicks off around 5:30 for a 6 o'clock start. Official presentation for the overall championship just after 8:30 tonight. There is the 3 entry of young Burrows. Matty Barrows in the 3 entry. And if you look back down the road, that should be the 684 entry. Down towards that 50k mark, so they're heading back in towards the finish of this event. On the other side, it's the Franklin entry. Car 110. Making their way up to, they'll turn hard right where that car's just going over. Just up there on the right hand side you'll see a track. That's where they used to go. They used to turn back to the right. They went up to the next one due to the fact that it was a bit of a pine track, not a rubble road. So very shortly, as I mentioned, we'll do official, make it all official, our top 4, or top 3 anyway for today. We'll look at the championship tonight for the overall for 2024. As we see 2 coming together. This could be interesting over the jump. Will they go side by side? Who's going to yield? That'll be 202 and car 80. So Brendan Forsman and Chris Land both coming together. So if we look on screen, we'll give you a Lynchy entry. 676. So Land gets on by. So bounces off the berm. And here is the dock, car 445. This is John Smith. John coming back in. John's had one of those days at the office. Did hear earlier that the car was bogged. Had to be recovered. And at one stage, so that's where the car has been. They have still going. It's great to see them finish. Another way coming down the railway line. As we said, the dock coming into the final corner to complete the lap. There is Matty Hummer. Heath Whedon. Notice on the side of the Bogan boys, they've lost the other panel on the other side now. I hope you guys are going out there to find them. If I was you, I'd make them go find it. They lose it, they find bits of the car. That's how it works. They break, they fix. So we always call them the Bogan boys, but this weekend it's Bogan boys +1. Sorry, Dan. You might get shafted out of that car, you realise that? Play crew chief for him. So Matty Hummer, car 633, that is the raceline wheels, comes onto the final straight. You will greet the checkered flag. We're glad that's over. So they come into the arena as we look on our screen. Car 1010 is the Paul Tinger entry. Coming onto the final straight, just give the car a wash. So they go on their final circulation.
And as we look over towards the railway line, you'll see another one coming in. This should be the Matty Burrows, Max Burrows bulk haulage number 3. Disappears behind the ARB jump. Yeah, there it is. Now 3.
Sorry, Brad, just, I don't know, not sure if you're still yapping up there, but if you are, sorry, but Matty, I tell you what, you worked hard out there this weekend too, didn't you, really, after your little issue early on, but I presume you got seeded and coming around about 16th, 17th outright.
Yeah, we were still dealing with issues the whole day today, but yeah, we just kept pushing on and pushing, and we finished again, so
Yep,
we're doing well. That's what we wanted.
Yep.
So once again.
Well, welcome home, mate. Like I said, it's always good to see races come home safe and without many incidents, and I believe this weekend's gone off without too many incidences with trees or anything like that. So good to see your car in one piece, and hopefully we'll see you out for the next year's championship.
Thank you, yeah. Cheers.
Yeah, Matty Hummer. Car 633. Once again, we're down to about, I think we had a total of 33 cars still running before on that last lap, Brad, so I'm not too sure how many we've still got out there.
Yeah, not real sure. We'll find that out. There is the Max bulk haulage. There is Matty Burrows coming on to the final straight. Checkered flag for 2024. He gets that over the line. He will be ecstatic to get it home. Car 3. Also in the house as well as one of our class, our 684 it should be. So just looking on the screen, 729 is just heading out.
Matty Burrows in car 3, folks. Just doing a quick points tally. The group back up there at the... he's coming in provisionally 17th outright for the weekend. And I'm just reading as I go here. It may well put you with a 2-point gap above Jackson Evans. So provisionally you might be up there again, and you may be able to keep that number 3 at a minimum. So well done, welcome home, mate. I know you worked hard. I know you had a few issues early on with shifter cable, they tell me, but the car seems like it's still going strong now.
Yeah, no, really good. We had a good second half of the day, obviously. Car's going unreal. It took me a bit to get used to the track, and she's pretty loamy, obviously, not much of a low horsepower track. But yeah, we lost the shift cable in the first lap and got stuck in third for probably 3/4 of it. So dropped down a bit, but I think we clawed our way back a little bit, and good to be here at the end. So,
all right. Well, we'll see you tonight over at the presentations, but well done, welcome home, and good to see you guys are back safe. Matty Burrows, car 3, and like I said, I've just been shot a message to say that it looks like Matt is possibly third. I'm going to say provisional, but they've worked it out back up in the scoring area, and it looks like Matt might be provisional third outright, which means that you might have this year's champion would possibly be Bo Robbo in first position, folks, in that 1113 car. Then you got the Tuckers in the 110 car right behind us. a Class 1 3.5 litre, Matty Burrows, and then which that'll probably tip, unfortunately, Jackson Evans, who I know was looking forward to it, out by 2 points. 2 points. So unfortunately for Jacko, it might have popped him out of the top 3. But I'll tell you what, to finish top 10 in any championship or any race is a fair battle on its own, and definitely to finish out here in the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship in the top 3 or the top 10, you've done bloody well. So well done to everybody that's come across the line and the organisers of this event out here at Pines Enduro. Phenomenal weekend.
Can't back that up, Sandy. It's just one of those things that, not only to the Millicent Sandbugger Club, but to all the clubs that have participated in this championship for 2024. They've done a great job putting on 4 great events. And it came down to this weekend. Official placings, official presentation very shortly out on our infield. As we see another one of our Class 6s onto the start straight across the line. That'll be the 676 entry. That is the Lynch entry. So that we flick to another one of our Class 6s. Say that before we get official presentations over on the back straight. It's great to have these two come back in. This is car 701. This will be the Whedon entry.
Whilst we wait for the rest of the crew to finish, we will do our presentations. These guys have got, everyone's got a lot of packing up to do after this year's championship. The ARB, Australian Off-Road Racing Championship, round 4, the Pines Enduro, mate. 3rd outright for the day, Toddy Lehman, car 85. Fellas, well done.
Yeah, thanks, mate. It's been a great event for us. Tanner's done a bloody good job next to me, pushing me hard. Nothing silly. We had good tussles with everyone in front of us and behind us, and yeah, it was good, clean racing. All the slower cars got out the way when they could, and yeah, we just got the job done.
I believe it was a really neat race out there for everybody. No major issues for the weekend.
No, there's a couple on the side there with bits torn off them, but yeah, they'll be back.
Yeah. All right, well done. The 3rd place getters, folks, for this year's Pines Enduro, Toddy and Tanner. Car 85 over to the Martin camp. Dale Martin, AJ Rowe, car 5. 2nd place this year at the Pines Enduro. How's it feel?
It's good. For the runner-up again, it would have been nice to pip Danny and George, but they weren't messing around. But look, faultless weekend. Didn't leave the track once. AJ did a great job. It was perfect for both of us in the car. It was a great combination. So great result for the team. Great result for the club. Perfect weekend.
And I'm sure we're going to see you back here next year for next year's championship. So well done again, guys. Dale Martin and AJ Rowe.
Thank you. No, we'll be back. We'll rebuild. We've got another car in the shed there. We've got to get Brent back out, and we'll, you know us. We'll be back.
Yeah.
We say we'll ease into it, but we'll be back.
All right. Congratulations, guys. Well done. Well done, AJ.
Oh, thank you very much. I just wanted to say hello to my 2 kids at home. Hello, Riley and Deegan. Daddy says hello.
The 2nd place, Dale Martin and AJ Rowe, and top dogs again this year, 3rd year in a row, George.
Yeah, what a drive, Danny. Well done to Danny and the club.
Thank you, Sandy, all day for annoying me too.
Quick word there from George. Sits in the passenger seat. Danny Brown, 3rd year in a row, outright. Like you just said before, mate, where do you go from here?
We try and win them all now. This is actually the first race we'll finish this year, so we've got to finish a few more and get a few more points on the board. But no, it's good when you have a good run. And George, it was only this quick because your navigator can tell you where to go and keep an eye on things and keep you calm and make sure everything's right. I don't have to pay attention to anything but driving the car. So when we turned the boost up in that last lap, it was I was a bit cautious on have we got enough fuel, is the converter getting hot, all that. So George was like, just shut up and just look where you're going. Yeah, so that was good. And as I said, it was a shame that Matty Hansen didn't finish. He was having a ripper run. He was and he was clearly the fastest this weekend. So a bit of a shame for him. It would have been good to see him have a good run, but good for us.
And I'm sure we're going to see you out here for the championship again next year, mate.
Yeah, we'll be back. We'll it's got some cars. We'll work out which one we're going to use next year, and might pick something a bit more reliable next year. But actually, the car's been really good. It's just been little things. So we've got a fresh engine to dump back in and send this one off. This one, we've used all the boosts out of this one, so we'll throw a new motor in. Stewie Knowles got a fresh one for us there, so we'll go through that together.
All right, well, there you go, folks. Congratulations again, Danny Brown and George Apted in car 4. First place getters this year at the Pines Enduro 400, backed by Teagle's Excavations, ARB and Hards Transport. Dale Martin and AJ Rose, 2nd place, and Toddy and Tanner in car 85. Well, folks, you've still got a little bit of time to grab yourselves a raffle ticket. They're important. You can win yourself a $3,800 push bike. Over there, $100 a ticket. Over at the bar, we've still got a handful of cars. The action has not stopped, but we've still got a little bit of time to go before we start winding it up. So I think we've got about another hour online or thereabouts, and we've got another, I'm going to say around about another 15 or so cars still on track. So we'll come over, we'll have a quick chat to Heath and Michelle. The first of our Class 7s over the line, last year's championship winner in Class 7, and I'm going to say provisionally this year's championship winner in Class 7. No? I haven't actually looked at the point scores there, but first in Class 7 over the line here this year at Pines, mate. Well done.
Yeah, no, good day.
You've had a couple of years here, I know, where you've been the last guy out on track doing it tough. So I think you did quite well this year, and about 18th or 19th outright over the line.
Yeah, no, it was good not to get in and out of the car about 10 times. So, yeah, it was good. Real good.
Car's going well, obviously, over the finish line. It didn't sound like it was having any issues, but ready to go for the next race?
Yeah, ready. I would just test a couple of things and put a new windscreen in it, and we should be right for Barrangal. So in about 3 weeks. So yeah, that should be fine.
All right, congratulations, mate. First of the Class 7s. Michelle, how was it?
Very rough. Yeah, ruddy, very ruddy. That's all good.
All right, they are Heath and Michelle Whedon, Class 7, the teal coloured GU Patrol. Tell you what, having a wander around some of these cars, they've actually fared fairly well, most of these cars, and I know we had a couple out there with engine issues. We know we saw the Chappie's car out there, engine issues, Matty Hansen, engine issues, Mark Burrows with engine issues, but we've still got about 15 still circulating.
Yeah, just having a look at the official count for cars. About 15 cars left out on track at the moment to come back in for this year. So don't forget, very shortly we'll be drawing our raffle. Quentin, have you bought a ticket yet? $100 for a push bike. You need one. Go and buy one. You can buy me one too, thank you. look on screen there is the 554, Mr. Facebook. That is the Vanderwood entry. Just over by the 50k mark. Head over the, what we call the logging track. We're back towards the final part of the lap. So on screen, that'll be car 57. That'll be Aaron Havey. And up, now over the road. Make his way back in. Should get the checker this time for Aaron. So our top three, Danny Brown, Dale Martin and Todd Lehman, your top three. I think we would have had to shut down Millicent if the New Zealanders got onto the final step of the podium. We would have had to shut Millicent down. There would have been a big party tonight by our New Zealand group. They still probably will party tonight, fourth home. If they had got that truck on the final step of the podium. They tried ever so much. Unfortunately, there's one spot ashire. Here's one of our Class 6s coming along the railway line. That'll be the 655 entry. That'll be the Knights. They will have bragging rights in the Western camp this evening. You came down with the Western crew from Queensland. They will have bragging rights. They're still going. The Westerns aren't. Also coming back in, another one just coming over the railway line. Couple three together. This will be the Paul Tinga entry. No, yes, Paul Tinga, car 1010, the Spitwater entry. Behind them is the 110 or the 1110 of the Franklin entry. I did hear they were limping that home. So one more lap for the Knight entry. So on to the straight. This will be the 10-10 entry. Here we'll receive the checkered flag. Cross the line. One of those cars that had their dramas today. I think there will be some stories told tonight at the presentation dinner.
Also across the line to get the checkered flag will be the Franklin entry. So the 11:10 across the line heading into Parc Fermé. So just a reminder that presentation tonight, Millicent Civic and Arts Centre, 5:30 for a 6 o'clock start. Then we get into our presentation around 8:30 this evening for the overall today, and also into the overall championship for 2024. The ARB 4x4 Accessories Australian Off-Road Championship, ARB 2024. Once 25 got installed for us, we're going to have a championship that comes down to the last round, as we may mention.
Well,
yeah, go ahead, mate.
Sorry, Brad, up there. I'm just going to interrupt. I just did a quick refresh on the times here. Got Mr. Tinger in car 10:10. Looks like a 19th outright. Beat Heath that just pulled in on front of you about 5 or 6 minutes. So well done. Welcome home.
No, thank you.
How was it out there? We see you lost a spare tyre. We know where it was. It was a 33k marker. I think our drone operator or our cameraman either has the tyre. But, yeah, so that's out there. If you need it, go grab it or catch up with someone. They'll get it to you anyway. But congratulations on coming home, mate.
Thank you. No, we went well. We broke a power steering line, so that cost us probably 20 minutes. So, but we got it fixed and got it home. So.
All right. Well, good to see you back. Enjoy your celebrations and a well hard-earned beer. There you go. The Tinger entry 10:10. Franklin's getting out of the car over here. Once again, another car that doesn't look too badly shredded. A little bit, when I say that, I just look inside and see a little bit of belt hanging off the casing there. But, mate, where did you guys finish? 21st by the looks of that, with a total run time of 5 hours, 22 minutes and 48 seconds.
Yep, well, Pine's done it again. Like, when you think, yeah, this track's not too bad. One tyre, front drive shaft, 3 belts in the last 5Ks, which has been wearing me out getting back in and out of the bloody thing. But anyway, we developed a bit of a bad vibration on the last lap, and it must be the clutch, I think. So, but anyway, we limped her in. We got her here, so we're all done for another year. Put her in the workshop, fix her up again.
All right, I'll see you the next one. Congratulations, mate. Mr. Franklin, and I can see, I think that I can hear Habies. I think that's Aaron, and I'm not too sure who's in the passenger seat, Brad, but I'm pretty sure I can hear Aaron over the background there. I can, that's him. So we've got a couple of more corners. I'm going to hang out down here and wait for him and whoever's in the passenger seat right now to get them. But in the meantime, once I've done that, we're going to wander back up and we're going to draw this raffle. So, folks, you've got about 5 minutes to race over, throw your last greenback at the bar to get a raffle ticket. 100 tickets. There's not many left, I wouldn't think, but there's 100 tickets. They're $100 each. You're going to win yourself a $3,800 push bike. Now, I had a look at it before. Fantastic looking bit of gear. I've got my own raffle ticket already, so we'll do that on a number generator on the phone in front of you. You can see the Habies coming in behind us here over the finish line. Ecstatic. A little bit of flame. They battled earlier on with I believe it was an electrical issue we were told that they battled with. tell you what, maybe Chelsea in the passenger seat with a smile, ear-to-ear smile. So that's bloody awesome to see that after such a long haul, they can still get out the car smiling. I'm just warming up down here. Aaron's been pushed up into 19th outright by the looks of that time, with a total run time of 5 hours, 9 minutes, 42 seconds, including all their stuffing around they had to do with wiring and electrical whilst they let the car cool down. Well, mate, where did you pull that hat from? I tell you what, well done, welcome home. I saw your smile coming over the finish line. Hey, good to be back.
Yeah, very good, very excited.
Cracker weekend, mate. I know you had some dramas, but it's good to see the car back in reasonable condition.
Yeah, look, it's a bit of bad luck this morning, but that's how it goes. You know, broke a wire off the alternator there and lost charge, so that's it. So we've got battery charged up, got it going, and fixed the wire up, all good to go. So yeah, still goes good.
All right, there you go. I'll let you get out, get refreshed. Aaron Havey with Chelsea in the passenger seat, folks. Car 57, like I said, they have done it here once before outright, so they have claimed the prize, but not this weekend, unfortunately. We're going to, while we wait for a few more to come in, we're going to wander back up to the top. We'll chuck it back to you for a minute, Brad, and we'll wander back up the top, and we'll go to that push bike and see if we can't get a lucky winner. Hopefully it's me. But we've got a random generator here. We'll get that happening on in just a few moments. Get up, grab your tickets in the meantime, folks.
Yeah, that's it. If you want a ticket, go get it before they get up here. $100, $3,800 bike can be yours this afternoon, and we'd love the person to be here at the venue to take that bike home with them. That's coming up very shortly. Just looking on the rally safe, looking on where cars are at the moment. Hearing Darren Vanderwood, the 554. You'll find that has must be heading again. It's Darren Vanderwood. This is currently doing 54.4k, so maybe moving one of those stragglers out on the racetrack. As we say that, here is car 760. Is the Darren Gill entry. Gill and Kayleen. Darren and Kayleen Gill. They're one of those cars that has consistency written all over it. Possibly about 10 cars still out on track to complete the Teagle Excavations ARB 400. So car's been now told by race control they can officially return to the pit area. Onto the start, onto the straight. Go across the line, car 760. The Gill team across the line. Sweep car gives us a wave. Hey, Sam.
Brad, I'm not sure if you can hear us there in the box, but we're down here having a look at this push bike. Once again, we just show you Crater Lake Cycles has put on a 2025 Merida 160-500 medium. Have a look at it. It's a cross between a sandy taupe and a bit of a gold colour. Beautiful looking push bike. Rock shocks on it. It's got all the gear. It's what you want. And we've got a handful of tickets left, folks. I'm going to call this. We're going to put this raffle out in about 2 or 3 minutes. So I'm going to give you all 2 or 3 minutes to go and get those greenbacks out, get them up to the bar. You can grab yourself a can and grab yourself a last-second ticket. Literally going to call this out in 2 minutes, folks. So get up here and get it. Thanks again to Crater Lake Cycles for putting this bike up. Been a phenomenal effort, and anyone wants, you got the last second chance to grab a ticket, and I'll come back and call this in about 2 minutes.
So for those people at home that are still listening on our live feed, our sweep car has officially left the start area. So the sweep car is now out on course. So what cars are out on track will be basically flagged as soon as they get back to the main arena. So we'll so don't forget, as I said, official tonight, the championship for 2024 will be at the Millicent Civic and Arts Centre. It will be a great night to come along. Bit of fun, have a bit of a meal, have a bit of a feed, have some drinks, catch up, talk about the season that was.
Literally 1 minute left, folks, to grab a ticket, and I'm calling it. So get up here now, get up to the bar, middle of the food line, up here, grab your ticket, $100, 100 chances.
Get that bloke in the Burrows t-shirt and the race suit there. You know, see if he's got a bit of money to splash around. Get to buy a couple of tickets. So just looking at car 554, still moving. 684 still out on track. Car 80, which is the Chris Land. Car 202 and also car 445. So the dock and that are pretty well together. Car 676, 729, 6681, 6881, 6681, sorry. 729. So if I'm reading this correct, car 655 will be your last car on track, which is the night entry. So just about to turn onto the railway line is car 684. It should be the Matty Lavers car to come back in, and just behind them is the Vanderwood entry, car 554. There is, as we speak, there is the Forsman entry. Now, behind him, if we flick back on that camera. Before that, yes, Sandy?
Brad, yeah, we're down here at the, I'm going to call it one of the world's best bikes here, donated by Crater Lake Cycles. Your chances are up, people, unless you're standing right behind me with 100 onto the numbers. It does come with pedals. We took them off so you wouldn't ride off on it already. So we've got a random number generator here, and this will do our number between number 1 and 100. Here we go. Ticket number 19. 19. We'll have to see if ticket number 19 is taken. If not, we will draw again. Tell you what, it is Sally Telford. Sally Telford. Oh, what? She's right here. How good's that? We don't even have to call her. Huh? How good's that? One Merida 160 push bike to take home for you guys. There it is, folks. Lucky ticket 19. Congratulations, Sally. And I don't know where you're going to stick it, on the roof rack in the back or what, but it's yours to take home. The guys will organise anything that needs to be organised with it. Congratulations. Thanks for playing at home. Unlucky for everybody else, but next year, get in early, get more tickets, and you'll have more chances. So there you are, folks. Thanks again. And once again, thank you very much to Crater Lake Cycles. So fantastic, fantastic prize.
Absolutely fantastic, Sandy. And to have the person just in an earshot of when you announce that number too. There goes the dock. That's car 445. And that is actually, Brenda's actually got away from him in that last one, in that last run. Also car 676 should not be too far away from our camera position coming onto that straight. Not too far away from them is 729, and 6681 is not too far away from them. As I said, 655 and 669 are the last two cars on track. Just clicking on that is moving at the moment. And also 655, which is the night entry. And also the Eli entry. Now that at the moment says it's moving at the bottom end of the circuit. I'm just counting 8 cars still on track, with the 2 Class 6s at the back of the pack. Welcome back, my friend.
Oh, I feel like I've walked the track myself.
Oh, what one? The 6Ks or the...
No, the 600 metres out there and back.
I was going to say, you haven't gone far.
Well, what a weekend, mate.
Look,
we've got about another 10 or 15 minutes up here, and then we might wind it up. We've got a few cars to come in. I see Vandy's just coming in over on the right there.
He stopped as well this lap as well. I don't think there'd be a crew member today that hasn't stopped out there somewhere.
By the looks of who we've had in so far, we're down to around about, I'm going to say 25 cars or thereabouts. Darren Vandy is currently 24th, so he's going to come in hopefully 24th outright. And like you say, we've only probably got a handful of cars still going.
Let's see,
Matty Lavis over the finish line. The checkered flag.
Now, who would have said at the end of this weekend we would have dust?
Well, like we said, and everybody said to us, the track, although it's been a little bit heavy out there in Loamy, you know, and the cars have worked hard, I've always remembered my cars working hard out there regardless. Like once you get in amongst the pine trees, the air stops flowing, the sand gets rustled up a bit, and you just can't get the power, you know, without creating heat, you can't get the power you want. But
yeah.
Everybody said the track's been phenomenal. I'm going to call it the weather has been...
Testing.
Well, I wouldn't even say testing, mate. Look, we've had a handful of showers all weekend, and they haven't really scared anyone off. It's only been the odd 2 to 5 minute shower of rain, which has helped more than anything on the track condition. And the sun's shone the whole afternoon. It's been phenomenal. I think it's been an absolute blinder of a weekend, especially, you know, last year we had sunshine the whole weekend. This weekend we've had... all bar 10 minutes worth of rain, we've had the sun shining all weekend as well.
Yeah, so you couldn't script it, mate. You try to script it, you can't. So coming onto the start line, onto that start straight, and for the final time, won't he
Darren
be happy?
And Millie or Isaac, I'm not too sure who's in the passenger seat today, but the Vanderwoods car, 554, over the line. Matty Lavis is over the line. Once their times come up, I'll let you know. Takes a minute to refresh. Ross Newman snuck over in front of them. Oh, sorry, Matty Lavis snuck over in front of those guys. And he had a total run time of 5 hours and 48.03, sticking him in around 24th position until I'm handed the official... official paperwork tonight at presentation when everything's been checked. People will have some time allocated for crashes and helping and all that sort of stuff.
Now, this will be the first Class 5 home too, by the way.
Will indeed. There you go.
So, just trying to think what other Class 5 there was out there today. It was this one.
Doc, oh no, Doc's not close. No, the Mitsubishi that broke down.
Yep.
He had issues. Cameron in the 570 car.
570, yes. He did have an engine light sensor come up. Had a quick chat to Andrew, that's right. He said the engine lights come up and he said, well, we shut it down just in case.
Darren Vandy, a 5 hour 49 and 48 seconds, putting him currently in front in 25th position outright. Last handful of cars, folks. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to let you know, once again, all of our sponsors from top to bottom, or bottom to top, side to side, whatever you want to say it, they've all helped out immensely here at the Millicent Sand Buggy Club race, the Pines Enduro for this year. The championship sponsors that have backed us for a long time, ARB 4x4 Accessories, Mickey Thompson Tyres and Raceline Wheels. Sponsors, major sponsors for this year's event, and we can't thank them enough. Teagle Excavations, ARB 4x4 Accessories and Hards Transport Services. Those three have put an immense amount of time, money and energy into doing this whole setup for us. We've got the City of Mount Gambier. We've got 141 and Forestry SA. We have Smythe Electrical Air Conditioners. Electrical air conditioning and generator hire. Just watching the land entry. They battled with some heating over the finish line. Welcome home. Marson Race Transmissions, MR Trans, Mills Media Productions, and don't forget Clutch Life Media's been out here this weekend as well, taking a lot of snaps and video. Millicent Tyre Centre, Heemskirk Security been looking after the place all weekend. Open Road Caravan Sales and Repairs. Mundoolan Dairying out at Mount Shank in South Australia here. Once again, Crater Lake Cycles. Lucky ticket number 19 winning
Lucky ticket 19, mate.
Screenshot Big Screens, which is the screen in front of you all. And what you're seeing on the big screen in front of you all, you're seeing at home as well. So thanks to Lammy and the crew for that. Total Tools in Mount Gambier in their new store out on the Jubilee Highway. Iberdrola Australia. We have Vanderberg Wines, Mount Gambier Times, Colin Court Butchers out in Mount Gambier also, Foster's Foodland Store here in Millicent, Clean Away, K&S Fuels in Millicent, Express Signs, Mount Gambier Paint Plus, Shannon's Insurance, Rural IT Solutions, Art Sign Outdoors, Sharp Cranes in Mount Gambier and Millicent, Somerset Hotel, Limestone Coast Party Hire, Lawrence and Hanson. I tell you what, that's a lot of sponsors, and I know we've still got a few. We've got Southwest Freight, we've got the distributors in Mount Gambier for food and beverage, Hillview Caravan Park. I tell you what, there's a massive amount of sponsors to help put on the event. Thank you to all those guys. We appreciate it immensely. We know that a race can't happen without those guys. We know that a race can't happen also without all the volunteers out in the crowd, out in the field there, recovery, etc.
Etc. etc.
The last couple of cars coming in here.
This will be car 202 now. Car 445.
The one and only 202.
That is correct.
Only class 2 this weekend, 1650 car.
That is correct. And also very close to him then, coming over the jump and putting on a show, is the Doc.
Car 445.
They were together and they've been together most of the day. I did hear at one stage that unfortunately they were bogged in the 445 entry. So they certainly fought their way back. And now he takes on the berm. Hasn't wiped off
even the Doc's car is not quite looking on its normal pace. It's actually a reasonably fast car.
Certainly having to go this one.
It's just might have a little boost issue there going on somewhere, somehow.
Across the line he goes. It's car 202. So he's home, car 202. And just coming on to the straight. Checkered flag in hand. On to the straight. Checkered flag in hand. He grabs the checker. Across the line. So he gets home, puts on a show.
I reckon the Doc's had a fair amount of time in the seat too this weekend. I'm going to say nearly 6 hours, and I can't remember what the total run time was for these guys this weekend.
7 hours they had to complete the event.
But the Doc looks like he's done it in 5 hours 53:42 in 26th position, just in front of the 202 car, that only 1650. Of the Forsmans with a 5:58.32, Chris Land with a 5:59.05. So unfortunately, I know Chris struggled with a lot of overheating issues throughout the weekend. So that's probably what's put them back down there. I reckon we're going to have around 3 cars left on track. And that's going to be 676, which is Lynchy.
Yep.
We've got Ross Newman in the 6681 car. We've got the Bogan Boy +1 in the 729, and we've got 655. So a couple more cars, folks. We'll probably wait at least until there's a massive gap between Connor Cooper and 655, which is the night entry in that side-by-side with the Brewing Company sponsorship on the side. So what we'll do, we'll probably give ourselves about another 10 or so minutes for Cooper to come in, and then I reckon we might call it a weekend. Call it a year.
Yeah.
We're going to go live later tonight, folks, with the presentation. So if you want to watch the presentation, that'll also be live, I believe, later on tonight.
Oh, you better put your suit on then.
Yeah, I'm going back to do my hair and get out there.
Put the hair on.
Like I said, we've still got the kids' playground in the back of the Teagle's truck over there, full of sand.
How much sand has remained in that back of that truck?
I don't know, but we've got. You can still grab yourself a bite to eat, probably, and a drink somewhere out there. But most people are winding it up now for the weekend. Once again, what a weekend! I think it's been phenomenal, and I know this afternoon the sun shone with I think we had one little shower of rain this afternoon.
I think we had two. So other than that, it's been a pearl of a weekend, but who would have scripted 3 years in a row, 22, 23 and 24? Who would have scripted that?
Well, Danny Brown, George Apted, they started, I remember, back in the little Chenoweth. I think they actually started in cross-country rally in a Rodeo, for memory.
Oh, yes.
And then came across Andy Brown, obviously been racing for a long time, but his father. But good to see Danny Brown 3 back-to-back here, Dale Martin in 2nd, Toddy Lehman 3rd, and we've got the Haran entry in car 489 in 4th. Bo Robbo in 5th, which we believe has secured Bo Robbo this year's championship. The Tuckers in 6th, which will put them in 2nd. We're just watching 676 come into the arena here.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal result.
There you go. Lammy just reminded me that Danny Brown did a couple of years in a Trekker Class 2 as well there, which I forgot about when he first came from his father. Andy did a lot to do with the old Australasian Safari.
Yes.
In his Frontier, etc. as well. So, but they've been off-roaders for a long time.
He also had a truck there at one stage too, didn't he?
He did. He
Monster,
had that,
Monster Energy
Monster
on the side of it.
V6 truck. That was a reasonably good little thing too.
Probably still in the shed at the Brown camp.
Yeah, I think they actually sold that one. They don't sell many.
So that'll be the 676 car in the arena. Just trying to see who's behind that.
Lynchy.
Yep. So
behind that on road, I think we've got Warwick Vet, which is Ross Newman in 6681, Connor Cooper, and then Mr. Knight in 655, which
a fair way back.
A fair way back. We've literally got 3 cars to finish. So I think I'm not too sure what's happened to 669, but I know he had some problems early on.
Yeah, it did stop again out
Radiator,
on the racetrack.
he stopped a few times, so I'm not too sure if he's still going.
So Lynchy across the line.
Once again, even though they're the last few to come over the line, it's good to see some support still out here for these guys. If you've been out there, you know what it's like, especially at the tail end in a smaller car.
It's a lonely drive.
Beaten the hell out of on these, especially on the corners. But we know the sand exposes a lot of rocks out there, a lot of tree stumps, tree roots in there, and they can catch you out even on the last lap.
And it's also a loneliest drive at this time of day too, because you're the only ones out there still battling along. As I mentioned too, the sweep car is out on the track. So once the sweep car gets back, the official course will be open.
Closed.
Well, open to
open
people to
public.
leave here. The course will be closed. The course is closed at 3 o'clock, so no official cars now can leave here as a race vehicle.
Barnett's rolling back in to the pits after we've still got the 2 middle miss cars out there sitting out in the paddock here, which are allowed out of Parc Fermé now. Matty Burrows, you're allowed out of Parc Fermé. Mr. Pike, you're allowed out of Parc Fermé. The Robbo truck and Tucker's car also allowed out of park for May.
And I was saying earlier too, Sandy, just imagine if Bronson had to park that car on the podium, on the top. Boston, sorry,
yes.
yeah. Just imagine if he had parked it. I think we would have had to close Millicent down.
Yeah, he was
Certainly
he was on a charge. What a driver. Got a lot of skill and a fairly good truck. Like we were saying earlier, that was an old Dave Fellows car. And I asked, someone asked him down there before, has he done anything to it? All they've done is wrap it, I believe. They haven't done anything since Dave Fellows had it. And they've come out with a couple of successful finishes.
Yeah, certainly a great result. And he drove it like he stole it. So it was absolutely driven to its limits. And some of the camera shots today actually showed that. It was actually driven to its limit. So we're just waiting.
Ross Newman,
yep,
Connor Cooper, and 90 on the way back in. We've got to have... You can probably see where these guys are situated on the track. With our rally safe, we've got literally 3 cars left to go, folks. 65k loop. I'm saying Connor Cooper is just about to...
The White Meadow Road.
About here's the White Meadow Road. Somewhere around here.
Yeah, see, White Meadow Road starts in here and up and through. They
So
come back
not too long until they're back out of the forest. I think he'll probably be close to coming out of his last pine break. So once you see that White Meadow Road, you sort of can relax. When I say relax, there's not as much hard work behind the wheel trying to bounce around in the ruts and get thrown around in the corners, etc. So
yep,
that kind of makes for a bit of an easier...
Not far. So we're just waiting on those 3 cars. 6681, 729 and 655.
So I think, well, we've been told we can wrap it up in about 10 or 15 minutes, mate. So you got to listen to our amazingly tuned voices for that much longer.
Exactly.
There's been a lot of crews. Like I said, we had 60 entries here this weekend or thereabouts. I think we had 55 cars start this morning, was it? 54?
55 or 56 cars.
Yeah, something like that start this morning.
I know one pulled out this morning, and that was unfortunately 11:27 of Robbie Moore.
Ah, that's right. And we had, I think it was car 44 yesterday. We had a number of different issues this weekend. We had a few engines. Pine seems to grab a few engines every year, and that's more due to the over-revving and consistent revving out on those White Meadow roads. But...
yeah, it's also, not only that too, that he gets to the end of the season, of course, a lot of the dead sand, it's what sucks the energy out of these cars.
Creates a bit more heat, and not only that, some of these guys run the same engine year in, year out. There's some teams here that have a spare engine in the truck literally ready to go. So it depends on the team, the budget, what you've got behind you. Some of these guys, once again, if they're running the same motor in year out without any issues, they might get a tired motor throughout a season, or might have been in there for a couple of years and they come out and get it working that little bit harder in the sand as opposed to that hard packed ground that you get out up at Gundy. I know the first round this year out at Rainbow, you do, it's a fairly long course out at Rainbow, and you get out there and you've got a little bit of sand in the middle in the desert, and then you've got those high-speed runs as well, which will get the car revving for a fair period of time. Then off to Hillston. Hillston's probably a bit more of a farm track-styled course. It's not quite as, I'm going to say, not quite as taxing on the engines, but probably a little more taxing on other bits and pieces like brakes and CVs and that sort of thing. up to Gundy. Gundy is one rough track. It's one hell of a track. They had 100 entries there this year, and in that 100 entries, I think we saw something like 30 or 40 finishes out of the whole lot. So, yeah, that's that takes its toll on people as well. Down here at the Pines, it starts out a smooth, beautiful track. You do your pre-run and you think, oh, how good's this? Until you're going around on your last lap and you're the 5th or 6th last car out there and you're getting thrown over every lump and bump into place.
Yeah, exactly right, because
yeah, we've got, mate, I can tell the weekend's coming to a close because the bloody seagulls are moving in out here. And it doesn't look like there's too much energy needs to be put in to change the track or tidy the track up in here, but I know Teagle's excavations, there's several machines out there already. They'll literally be, as soon as the last car's passed, they'll be out there tidying up any white metal road for trucks and logging to happen tomorrow morning. First thing, they're all over it. They put, once again, they put a huge amount of energy in, a huge amount of dollars into the sport, into the stadium here is just, once again, I'm going to say world class. It's.
I did hear it takes about 2 weeks to put it back.
Yeah, they work non-stop. Yep.
Yeah, non-stop.
Yeah, I think they've got 2 or 3 drivers out there or something. I'm not too sure, but they do work flat out to get it going and keep it going.
Yeah, so you would have noticed the front end loader heading out a while ago. That was just to head out to the railway line on the end of that where they turn left onto the white metal road, just to bring that back nicely, and he will continue out into the forest.
Fix all the main parts of the road, and then they'll concentrate on the logging areas.
Yeah, exactly. And you know for yourself, Friday, we went around on Friday, and there was a spot there that were actually logging, which is very, very kind to let us in that area.
You're right, we had to take down bunting to go through a logging area, a live logging area. And I'm just looking on the track here, mate. I'm going to say Ross Newman may be having a little issue because 6:55 was our last car on course. Ross Newman's still travelling, but 6:55 has overtaken him. So we've got Connor Cooper, who will be trying to wind out the GQ about now. He'll be back on that white metal road on a fast section before he does his hard left-hand hook turn back onto the bitumen and come back to his last right-hand turn into the white metal roads on the way back in. So he's not far off doing his hard left-hander onto the bitumen. There's a little sweeping right about now where he is. Car 6:55 is on his way in, and I'm going to say Ross Newman is, I'm either thinking he's under tow because he's now off the track, or he's lost. So,
yeah, I don't think he'd be lost.
No, it's a bit hard to get lost when the ruts keep the car like that.
You're probably buried in the ruts.
Buried, yeah. So,
Connor's
I usually get an update here, but once again, it's been hard to get some information back to us.
So car 729 is now on the bypass track, on the bypass road. It will turn to the hard right. We'll go past the farmhouse on the left-hand side and heading back into the arena.
Looks like I've got the official word from John Fralford Racing up in Mount Isa watching on, and like I said, we know we've got people watching on all around Australia and around the world, but official news from John up in Mount Isa, which I don't know how he can see the track out here and where John Newman is, but he does a pretty good job that Newman's gone off track and is returning via the road. So there you go. Thanks for your eyeballs there, John, somehow.
He's certainly not on the track.
No, so we've got 2 cars coming back in. Connor Cooper's about to turn right for the last time. Well, not the last time, but he's about to turn right for the last time to aim back into the stadium. And then we've also got 90 in car 6:55, folks. 2 cars left. we've still got a strong contention of bogans up here watching and waiting for Connor to...
The crew chief now. Sorry, Dan, you've been thrown out of that. You do realise. Yep, booted out. You just paid the
coming
bills,
back
all right?
in. So it'll be good to see these last cars. And I tell you what, 90 is actually rounding Cooper up. So if Cooper doesn't get a hurry on, he might end up the last car on the track, because remembering that that gap between Cooper and 90 was...
That was a fair bit between them.
That was massive. I'm going to say it was 8 or 10 Ks.
Yeah.
And now that gap is, I'm going to say, within a couple of hundred metres. So if Connor, they might come in side by side across the finish line. And as soon as they do, they'll be working their way up the chute in about 2 minutes. And what we're going to do is we're going to grab a camera.
Yeah.
We'll probably wander out ourselves, Brad. If the rain holds off, looks like it's going to hold off. This looks like a shower coming, but we're going to wander out and grab a mic, watch these last couple of cars come over the line in about...
Even 5 minutes?
Within 5 minutes, folks. Within 5 minutes. I know. I've been that guy out there in that GQ TB42, and it gets quite unpleasant towards the end of the weekend in a car of that calibre. But I tell you what, these boys, I can guarantee you, Connor's helmet will come off, he'll be smiling. So he loves it. He just loves it. And it doesn't matter. I don't really care what car you drive, as long as you're out here racing a car, right? That's all I believe.
Yeah, exactly. So they shouldn't be too far away. In fact, they're probably going to go over the jump near side by side. If we look, according to this, they should not be too far away.
I tell you what we might do, mate. We might just grab this mic here.
Yep.
We might jump onto this walkabout mic. We might take a leisurely stroll out and go out, watch these last couple of guys roll in, and we might finish up the day. So it's been a stellar weekend. Like I said, there's been a number of different supporters for the race this year. I'm not sure where Lammy has gone to tell us, but over on your right, folks, coming in about, I'm going to say within a minute, probably even 30 seconds, over our Teagle's Excavations underpass, we will see Connor Cooper, car 729, and 655. 90 has overtaken him. 655 over the jump now and on his way in. And then we'll have Connor Cooper has been overtaken literally in the last kilometre, maybe two. And he's still, although he's 50 metres to the finish line when he comes over this jump, he's still, I'm going to say, a kilometre from it on track. Yeah, 90's still going strong. I think he had an issue early on which set him back a little ways.
Yeah, he had some issues earlier this afternoon, and that sort of hurt. But he can hold his head high, because there's a guy down here that they didn't finish, so there's going to be some bragging rights on the way back to Queensland. Some big bragging rights. They finished, you didn't. It's a big call to do it.
Well, I got to tell you, I mean, as anybody knows, just to finish any off-road race is hard work, but these national races can be quite daunting and quite unforgiving. I'm not too sure what's happened to Connor, but I would have expected him to come over the finish line by now, or at least over the ramp. Please tell me he's still going out there. He's got a K or two to go. Second last car to finish this year's ARB Pines Enduro 400. 90 and 655, Easy Times Brewing entry. We all know how hard it can be, and well done, mate. All the excitement's over, but I reckon by the time he comes in, I say if we focus in on our crossover out there, you'll see Connor come in over that crossover within 20 or 30 seconds. There he is, folks. I saw the little flash of blue. The last car on track, Connor Cooper. Ryland Polkinshaw in the passenger seat. 1.5 Bogans in there. There is something amiss with this car. Probably the driver. I tell you what. He's obviously battled issues. And unfortunately, if he has to go over the finish line. He can't cut the track. He cuts the track, he'll get a penalty. Which kind of sucks when we're this close. He might be cranking it over the finish line on the starter motor at this stage. He's in low range. That's what that looked like. Your last car on track, which I've got to tell you, led the race this morning, folks. This car here was out in front early on, led the Pines Enduro 400. And the easiest way to do it is wring its neck to the finish line. I've got to tell you, this is painful to watch. He literally has 3 or 4 corners to go. This is, I don't know how to feel right now about this, mate.
Oh,
this is a very emotional finish, isn't it?
We got all the Class 7 guys down here going, can we go out there and push? They just want to get this car home.
I see our recovery car's giving him a hurry up as well.
That's how you do it, don't you? The recovery car is going to sit there behind him. Of course, a lot of recovery now coming back in. What do you say? 2 corners to go.
He's literally got, yeah, I'm going to say 3 maybe, with those that little S bend at the top. But I reckon if he straight lined that, he's only got 2.
Can he straight line it? That's going to be the big thing. He'll deviate off the course. So this is.
Well, that's what I said. He can't go off the course. He does have to finish the entirety of the course, and he'll be. I can see the recovery flag over the top there.
I think recovery's actually pushing him.
Hopefully he gets a bit of a roll up then. That literally the last hill down. And he has, I'm going to call 500 metres max to go. Last car on track, folks.
Through the water.
Mate, he has 300 metres to the finish line. Here we go. Last car, struggling for the last few kilometres. Connor Cooper, car 729, the world's fastest GQ, led the race this morning. Folks, I've got to tell you, that was a fantastic day, Brad. I had an absolute stellar weekend. I don't know about you, mate.
Oh, once again, the Pines has lived up to its reputation, and of course, everyone getting 729 home, they will be absolutely ecstatic with that, and urging them on too. Now they come back in, will they get it up the hill?
Doesn't matter, they've crossed the finish line. Thank you again, Brad. Once again, everybody, thank you to our major event sponsors, ARB 4x4 Accessories, Teagle's Excavations, and Hart's Transport Services. Can't thank you enough. Thanks to all our backing sponsors, our camera crew, our recovery crews, everybody that's helped put on this weekend. We all know how much of a big effort it has been.
Oh, it's been a big effort, and of course, well done to the Millicent Sandbagger Club. They've turned it on this weekend. Weather-wise, it's been testing, but it has been a great weekend.
Yeah, the sun's been shining 98% of the weekend, so thanks again. Once again, thank you for our championship sponsors, ARB 4x4 Accessories, Mickey Thompson Tyres and Raceline Wheels. We're going to do the presentation live around, I'm going to say 6:30, 7 o'clock-ish. So there'll be a link on the socials for that, on AORRA, AASA Pines, all that sort of stuff. And once again, thank you. This is the end of racing for this year's 2024 ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. So thank you, guys, and we'll see you all again next year.
Thank you.
We'll see you next year's championship. Thank you, folks.